Chapter 348. Qin Bao and Nan Man Pei didn't understand the messy internet memes. The former gloated, while the latter smiled faintly, with a confident expression of, "I have seen through everything." Wang Zijin was Qin Zai's real girlfriend. According to Suyu, the relationship between the nominal boyfriend and girlfriend was so simple that they just covered the quilt and chatted. Because of this, Suyu had the confidence to poach her corner. It turned out that Suyu's small move made Wang Zijin suspicious. She didn't underestimate Wang Zijin. She was a girl with a keen mind. That's why Nan Man Pei said that Suyu was an old general on the stage. However, to her surprise, Qin Zai didn't make up for it. He didn't explain anything. It seemed that he was disheartened and left himself to his own devices. This made Nan Man Pei look at him with new eyes. Originally, she wanted to take advantage of the climax of the banquet to throw a glass of red wine at Qin Zai's face and ask him, "Do you think you are long out yin?" Now it seems that it's better to observe. The most interesting point was that Qin Zai's sister, Qin Bao, watched the whole show with great interest and gloated. Looking at her sparkling eyes, it seemed that she couldn't wait for Wang Zijin and Suyu to fight. What kind of mentality was this? Wasn't she Wang Zijin's best friend? Didn't Suyu say that they joined forces to suppress her? Nan Man Pei frowned and found that things were not simple. Through the fight between Qin Zai and her ex-husband, Nan Man Pei asked people to check and let her find out the background of Wang Zijin. Qin Zai, who made her curious, could be regarded as unveiling a corner of the mystery. She wanted to see how Qin Zai would deal with Suyu and Wang Zijin. Would he be the same as Chao Bing, a Qin shimmy who abandoned his wife? If that was the case, Nan Man Pei would definitely find someone to throw him into the Huangpu River before he married into the Wang family. She didn't have many friends, and even fewer girlfriends. Suyu was like a younger sister to her. Moreover, the Wang family itself was an obstacle. According to the information in her hands, Wang Zijin had escaped from her marriage. Would the Wang clan acknowledge Qin Zai as their son-in-law? In the end, Qin Zai himself was still wearing Mona Lisa's smile, full of mystery. If there was a demon in this world, then Nan Man Pei could pat his D-cup chest and say, "It's him, it's him, it's him, our friend Salted Fish Zai." Putting aside this kid's messy feelings, he was a worthy ally for long-term cooperation. Soon, the lucky draw for the 100 red packets ended, and the winners were announced on the big screen. The employees who had won the prize took their number plates and rushed to the side of the stage happily to line up to receive their prize money. The employees who didn't win the prize sighed unwillingly. The annual meeting came to an end with laughter. Then, the final program began. Qin Zai's ventriloquism performance. What kind of ventriloquism performance would Chairman Qin bring? Everyone was looking forward to it. The guess that everyone agreed with was beatbox. Some people said that it was a whistle, but this guess was scoffed at by everyone. Even if it was a beautiful whistle, it would not be as exciting as CEO Qin going on stage and singing a dolphin song. Since Qin Zai didn't choose to sing, it meant that ventriloquism was definitely more interesting than singing. If it was really beatbox, it was indeed more interesting than singing. It didn't matter how high Qin Zai's level was, as long as he was slightly online. A few days ago, it was said that the founder of Black Cat in the Sky was playing Tai Chi regardless of the level. There was a lot of applause. This was the bonus of identity. Similarly, as long as Qin Zai's ventriloquism wasn't too bad, everyone could praise him. The lights dimmed, and Qin Zai stood on the stage. An image suddenly appeared on the big screen behind him. It was probably a bird's eye view of an ancient town. The full moon was in the sky, and the tiled houses were sleeping in the dark. The streets were paved with stone slabs and there was no one. The hundreds of employees looked at each other. What was going on? Where was the beatbox? What was with this anime-like image? While everyone was in shock, they suddenly heard a few dog barks from deep in the alley. Everyone was shocked. After the dog barks, there was the sound of a woman and a man talking in their sleep. After waking up, there was the sound of a child crying. Was this the sound from the stereo? Then, the child's crying turned into the sound of breastfeeding. It was very soft, and a woman who had never given birth couldn't hear it. When a child was breastfeeding, it would be accompanied by the sound of breathing. The mother gently coaxed the child. At this time, an older child woke up and kept talking. The father was afraid that he would disturb the younger child, so he scolded the older child in a low voice. The voices came first and last, but they were closely connected. Unconsciously, the image of a mother breastfeeding and a father scolding the son appeared in everyone's mind. At this time, someone finally reacted. At first, he was stunned, then he exclaimed, "It's CEO Chin's voice. It's all his voice. F***ck, it can't be, right? This is definitely from the stereo. This is the ventriloquism that CEO Chin is going to perform. I don't believe it. It can't be so real, and there are so many of them." At first, there was a small uproar, but then it spread until the entire banquet was in an uproar. Some people didn't believe it and went to ask the hotel's computer operators. They found that a few of the staff members were already stunned. "Did you guys broadcast it? F***ck, it can't be. Your boss is so awesome." They returned to their seats with the news and told their colleagues. Their colleagues didn't believe it and left the banquet one after another to ask the staff. "It must be you guys who broadcast it, right? F***ck, it can't be. Your boss is so awesome. Then turn off the stereo. It's not on at all. See for yourself. F***ck, it can't be. My boss is so awesome." Chin Zhe gradually got into the groove. He held the microphone and all kinds of sounds came out of his mouth. It was like magic that made people gasp in amazement. The family of four fell asleep quickly. The man's snoring sounded, and the woman's coaxing the baby gradually disappeared. In the darkness, there was the sound of rats crawling, and the basin was knocked over. Then, someone shouted, "Fire!" This was Chin Zhe's own voice. The climax of the ventriloquism performance was here. First, it was the young couple's screams, then the two children's cries. After a while, all kinds of chaotic sounds were heard. Thousands of people were calling for help, many dogs were barking, and many children were distressed. Countless kinds of sounds came out of Chin Zhe's mouth, evolving into a scene of chaos in a fire. More than 500 employees in the audience had different expressions. Carefully categorizing them: shock, sluggishness, astonishment, admiration, and F***ck. That was about it. At this moment, the employees' hearts were filled with endless admiration for Chin Zhe. Even though Chin Zhe didn't like to talk to the employees, and never held a meeting to instill chicken soup for the soul, his charm had always made the female employees' legs go weak. The male employees sincerely admired him. In the music industry, when boss Chin said that they didn't know how to write songs or compose songs, other musicians would kneel and say, "Boss, you're too humble." In the stock market, when boss Chin said that they didn't know how to trade stocks, individual investors would kneel and say, "What are stocks? I've never heard of them." Now, there was one more. In the ventriloquism world, when boss Chin said that they didn't know how to do ventriloquism, countless girls would kneel and say, "Boss, please teach me the world's best ventriloquism secret. My boss is so awesome +1, my boss is so awesome +2. My boss is so awesome +10086." At the head table, Nan Man Pei shook his head speechlessly. Mona Lisa's smile. Impossible. This was Ultraman or a pervert from Nebula M78. Wang Zijin whispered to her best friend, "Bao Bao, Ace knows how to do that." Qin Bao Bao was dumbfounded. Wang Zijin was puzzled. You don't know. He must have learned this before. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so good at it. I. Qin Bao Bao was speechless. How would she know? She didn't even know that he could write songs or compose songs. She didn't even know that he could change into a god of stocks just because of a disagreement. What would she know? Wang Zijin was speechless. It seems that you don't know. You're really careless as an elder sister. A stab to the heart. Qin Bao Bao was speechless. Suyu chuckled. After all, you're just an elder sister. It's okay to be careless. A stab to the heart plus 2. Qin Bao Bao was speechless. Suyu changed the topic. Someone doesn't know either. Wang Zijin narrowed her peach blossom eyes. It's none of your business. Was Teddy Sue on drugs today? Why did he have to talk back to her? Qin Bao Bao retorted. You're an outsider. Don't talk too much. Suyu's pretty face flashed with anger. She thought, I'm an outsider. I've figured out your brother's strengths and weaknesses. Suyu sneered. It's not certain who's an outsider. Qin Bao Bao, what do you mean? Wang Zijin, make it clear. In an instant, the murderous intent soared. Suyu was speechless. She was terrified. She immediately turned her eyes to Nan Man Pei. But Nan Man Pei was enjoying Qin Zai's ventriloquism with great interest and was not in the mood to deal with the intrigue of the three women. Below the stage, not far away, the two cameramen trembled with excitement and whispered to each other. I feel that it's going to be popular. Such a great ventriloquism performance will definitely be popular on the internet. I'll post the video on Weibo later. No, I'll post it on Weibo. Then we'll post it separately. By the way, the young cameraman looked at the middle-aged cameraman. Do you feel that this ventriloquism has a strong sense of déjà vu? The middle-aged cameraman shook his head. I don't think so. The young cameraman said, I can't remember for a while, but I always feel that it's familiar. Chapter 349. When Qin Zai's ventriloquism performance ended, the audience applauded, shouted, and whistled. Standing on the stage, pairs of hands clapped desperately, and the sound waves came to his face. Once again, he detonated the audience. After getting the system, he detonated the audience several times and started the life of a salted fish leaping over the Dragon's Gate. The young cameraman and the middle-aged cameraman took their seats and continued to eat and drink absent-mindedly, but he was a little distracted and desperately thought, where did he hear this ventriloquism? Normally, such an awesome ventriloquism performance, as long as you see it once, you will never forget it. But he just can't remember. I must remember, or I won't be able to sleep at night. After all, I'm a Virgo. The annual meeting gradually came to an end. Qin Zai enjoyed the amazing eyes of the sisters. Just now, he found an excuse to gloss over it, saying that he used to play beatbox in the university club and practiced for 2 years. But talent, such a thing, depends on the right time, place, and people. It's the same principle that a gentleman hides his weapons and waits for the right time to move. Suyu picked up the mobile phone and quickly sent a message. A few seconds later, Qin Zai's mobile phone rang. He picked it up and looked at it. Husband, come to my house tonight. Qin Zai, oh. Suyu's shy expression, it's mainly my husband's ventriloquism performance today. I really want to experience it myself. Qin Zai squinted at her. Suyu's pretty face was cold, and she looked like a cool female president. It seemed that the shameless words just now were not sent by her. Qin Zai had a headache. Suyu sent another message without changing her face. Don't you want to come? Or, I can perform ventriloquism for you. Qin Zai, he had a headache. Suyu continued to tease him and sent a few pictures. Chin-zae glanced at it, and his little brother immediately raised his head and saluted. In the first picture, Suyu was wearing a nurse's uniform. Of course, it was not a traditional nurse's uniform, but a low-cut skirt with pink stripes on the edge. Suyu stood in front of the mirror, one hand on her waist, the other holding a model syringe, pink tongue half sticking out, a seductive posture. In the second picture, Suyu was dressed as a female teacher, wearing high heels, black stockings, and black-rimmed glasses. Her tall body leaned forward slightly, and the collar of her shirt opened, revealing her deep cleavage. Well, it's definitely the kind of underwear that a man can squeeze out a ravine when he wears it. Chin-zae knows Suyu's scale best. The third picture was of a maid in a maid outfit, with an expression that allowed him to do whatever he wanted. The fourth picture was a cat ear costume with an obedient and pitiful expression. She had all the uniforms that men could think of. It was much more seductive than those photoshopped photos online. Chin-zae sucked in a breath of cold air. This soy milk girl was really annoying. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Suyu sent a smirk emoji. When did you buy these clothes? Chin-zae replied to her. It arrived the day before yesterday. I was too embarrassed to wear it in front of you, so I tried it on in my room. Do you like it? If you come tonight, you can try on all kinds of uniforms. Anyway, your little motor is very powerful. Chin-zae replied, Lousy's big knife has. It doesn't exist, sister, I have salted fish mode. Chin-zae turned on the salted fish mode and suddenly had no distracting thoughts. He was proficient in this trick. Without a strong heart, how could he live steadily for 23 years under the temptation of his sister? His father was dominated by a big instrument for more than 10 years, and his sister was tempted by kisses for more than 10 years, and finally let him practice the peerless magic, salted fish method. Chin-zae's ventriloquism performance pushed the annual meeting to the climax. After the climax, the atmosphere cooled down, like the beauty of cherry blossoms, but not for long, empty and lonely. The staff left one after another, and did not forget to come over and say goodbye to the bosses. When the crowd was almost dispersed, the hotel staff cleaned up the messy scene. Chin-zae and they were the last to leave. He walked in the middle. On the left were Suyu and Nan Man-pei. Suyu held Nan Man-pei's hand. On the right were his sister and Wang Zijin. His sister held his hand. The night was dark, and when they walked out of the hotel, they found that it was raining outside. Chin-zae liked rainy nights very much. For many years in the past, he liked to lie in bed and listen to the sound of rain outside. He felt particularly peaceful. Sometimes he was alone. Sometimes his sister would sneak into his room and get into his bed in the name of tutoring him. Every time, his sister fell asleep first, on the same pillow. When he turned his head, he could see the beautiful and flawless sleeping face. Chin-zae listened to the sound of rain and counted his sister's eyelashes. As he counted from the slightly chubby cheeks to the pointy, foxy faces. As he counted, it went from A or B cup to 36 D cup size. Time passed, and the years were quiet. He stood at the door of the hotel, pausing slightly, looking at the back of his sisters and Suyu. Suyu was purely teasing him, without the determination of, if you don't sleep with me, I will cry for you. Nan Man-pei suddenly said, Chin-zae, come to my car. With graceful postures, the three backs, like stray dogs in the rain, stopped and turned to look at him. Three flower-like faces, three with questioning and doubtful eyes. Chin-zae's heart moved, and he followed Sister Man into her car. What's the matter? Chin-zae lowered the window and lit a cigarette. Don't dust the cigarette ash in my car. Nan Man-pei glanced at him and then said, the Suyao you asked me to investigate, I've finished investigating. Chin-zae narrowed his eyes. In fact, it's not difficult to investigate him. Su Yao is famous in the circle of rich people in Zhe province. He has sharp eyes and sharp means. When other bosses are still sighing about the poor prospects of their industries, he has already set his eyes on the internet. He's not as good as me in terms of official contacts, but I'm not as good as him in terms of wealth. I've only heard of him in the past, but I've never had any business dealings with him. After I agreed to help you investigate him, I've done a thorough analysis of him. He's a very dangerous person. Back then, those who had built a business empire with him had either gone bankrupt or been kicked out of the business. Pei Nanman sighed. A lone wolf, a wolf with ambition and means. Anything else? Qin Zhe said, I don't care about his present, I care about his past. Nanman Pei nodded, his previous life was remarkable. He grew up in a town in Zhe province. He lost his parents when he was a child, and he had an elder sister. He was smart and good at studying. He went to college for 2 years, but I don't know why he stopped studying. The town is called. Nanman Pei suddenly forgot. He turned on his mobile phone and was ready to check the information. Qin Zhe said in a low voice, Su Family Town. Nanman Pei was stunned, then nodded, yes, that's the name. Do you have a photo of him? Nanman Pei handed the mobile phone to Qin Zhe, but Qin Zhe didn't take it. He stared at the screen, which showed a 1-inch photo of Su Yao. The outline of his face was familiar. What about the full-body photo? He asked again. Nanman Pei swiped the screen a few times, and another photo showed Su Yao attending a business event. He stood on the stage, smiling at the camera. Qin Zhe didn't speak for a long time. Smoke rose from the cigarette in his hand. He stared blankly at the heavy rain outside the window. The raindrops drifted in through the cracks of the car window, and his sleeves were wet without him noticing. His sister's name. Qin Zhe said softly. He said it very softly. He hesitated before speaking, as if he didn't want to ask, but he couldn't help but ask. Nanman Pei turned on the phone again. She had also forgotten about this. She had roughly browsed through Su Yao's information, but it was impossible for her to remember an insignificant person. After a few seconds, she said, Su Ru. His fingertips trembled, and a large chunk of cigarette ash fell on his leg. Qin Zhe patted the ash away and squeezed out a smile, thank you. He opened the car door, ducked his head, and ran to his car. In the car, Pei Nanman looked at his back as he ran in the heavy rain, just like a dog that had lost its home. At 11:00 in the evening, the sisters put on bathrobes and entered the big bathroom together. It was the big bathroom that was big enough for an adult to swim in. The total area was 60 square meters, and the bathtub was 10 square meters. If it was any other time, Qin Zhe would drool, imagining the scene of the sisters having a water fight in the bathtub. It must be the most moving scene in the world. But today, he was not in the mood. He took a bottle of whiskey from the wine rack, threw 2 high-quality ice balls, and made a bottle of Yamazaki water cut. He went to the balcony, leaned on the soft single sofa, and smoked, drank, and zoned out. The cold wind whistled, and the rain was pouring outside. The bright city was shrouded in the winter rain. After a long time, a gentle voice came to his ear, "What's wrong? Didn't you drink enough at the annual party?" He turned around and saw Wang Zijin in a bathrobe walking to the balcony and sitting across from him. Qin Zhe retracted his scattered thoughts and smiled, "You're done. Where's my sister?" "She's swimming in the bathtub, and she's wearing a swimsuit." Wang Zijin curled her lips. "Is it the white one?" Qin Zhe asked subconsciously. Yes, your sister's figure is very domineering. I can't take a look." "Ace, do you want to go in and take a look? Sister Ziwei will keep a lookout for you. If your sister dares to settle accounts with you, I can help you beat her up." Wang Zijin smiled sweetly. Qin Zhe had goosebumps all over his body. He explained, when we went to Hangzhou, I accompanied her to buy it. I paid for it. Wang Zijin seemed to feel cold. She tightened her bathrobe and said softly, "Are you not happy?" Qin Zhe hesitated and nodded, "I'm not happy about something." "What is it?" Qin Zhe shook his head. "Since you don't want to tell me, then I'll tell you." Wang Zijin took a sip of wine and said in a low voice, "I'll tell you what I'm unhappy about and make you happy." Qin Zhe listened quietly. Chapter 350. Since my grandfather's generation, my family has been living a prosperous life. After my great-grandfather passed away, most of my grandfather's brothers died in the war, leaving behind a few orphans and widows. Grandpa has propped up the Wang family and brought it to another level. Wealth and honor are nothing more than fleeting clouds in our eyes. Only the good-for-nothing descendants of the Wang family want to become millionaires or billionaires. My grandfather told me since I was young that the right way to go is to follow the system. I don't want to be like the other elders who went into business. That's why I didn't think much of money since I was young. It wasn't until I came to Shanghai for half a year that I realized how true the saying, "You can't do anything without money," was. Many people think that money isn't worth mentioning, but in the eyes of many, it's the goal of a lifetime. Buying a house empties the savings of 2 generations. Getting married empties the savings of 2 generations. Getting sick also empties the savings of half a lifetime. Look, money is so important. My father is the eldest. He has a younger brother, 2 younger sisters, and a lot of cousins. The Wang family is considered prosperous in my generation, and there are more than a dozen juniors. Everyone has their own thoughts. Adults have their own thoughts, and children have their own thoughts. Some people are ambitious, and some people are lazy. The ambitious people want more resources, and the lazy people want more benefits. They don't worry about scarcity, but they worry about uneven distribution. Grandpa often told me, "Zijin, your dad is an elite in both his career and the business world. However, he's too calm and not smart enough. His charisma is the worst and he can't support the Wang family." Now that my grandfather is around, he can't support the Wang family. But once he leaves, even if the family doesn't fall apart, it will be divided. The Wang family has only risen for 4 generations, but it can't escape the old pattern of 3 generations of decline. My grandfather thinks that I can support the Wang family, but I don't understand why my father didn't object to me marrying into the Zhang family. Maybe when I figure it out, I can go back to Beijing. My father has been following my grandfather's plan his whole life. He's not bad, or at least he's better than the other siblings. My father was the one who arranged for him to marry my mother. In that era, parents' orders were still important. There are very few who can love freely. Qin Zhe couldn't help but think of his parents. The 2 of them were free to fall in love, but they encountered a lot of obstacles. In the end, they used the trick of cooking rice and got pregnant. Only then did his grandfather pinch his nose and recognize him as his son-in-law. Not only did the old man disagree, but the young man also disagreed. During those years, the number of slaps that his father had given his uncle was enough to circle the earth. It was no wonder that the relationship between uncle and old master had been bad since they were young. Every time they met, old master would have a zombie face, and uncle would look at the sky at a 45-degree angle, with his nostrils facing people. After reading the old man's diary, Qin Zhe's doubts were solved. Could it be that uncle was also a shameful sister-con when he was young? So he unconditionally boycotted the old man who wanted to be his brother-in-law. Just thinking about it made him feel amused. His uncle was a handsome young man with heaven-defying looks, and his mother was a delicate and pretty elder sister. Wasn't she just a replica of him in Qin Bao Bao? However, his mother's worldview was much more upright than the 2 of them. I heard that in the past, my father was against marrying my mother no matter what. In the end, he gave in. They had been married for so many years, but their relationship had always been cold. Both of them must have had a knot in their hearts. Did you know that I was still sleeping with my mother when I was 10 years old? My father had always been sleeping in the study. Wang Zijin cupped her cheeks with both hands and spread out her fingers, making a gesture of a blooming flower. "Ace, do you think I'm pretty?" Qin Zhe chuckled and nodded his head vigorously. "Sister Ziwei is the prettiest." Wang Zijin's smile was very sweet. Suddenly, she sighed. "I inherited my beauty from my mother. My mother was really pretty when she was young. She had an oval face and was dignified and elegant. At first glance, one could tell that she was a good housewife. Therefore, my grandfather liked her very much. However, my father didn't. He had never loved my mother. After giving birth to me symbolically, he didn't want any more children. When I was young, I asked my mother why I didn't have a younger brother. My mother patted my head and said that as long as I had Zijin, everything would be fine. Later, I found out that my father didn't want to have any more children. He was very stubborn. My grandfather couldn't force him. When I grew up, I found out that my father had been hiding a woman in his heart. She had been eavesdropping on him when he was quarreling with my mother." Wang Zijin smiled bitterly. This was really a sad story. Qin Zhe didn't know how to comfort her. She didn't need to. It was useless to comfort her. Moreover, after so many years, Sister Ziwei should have been used to it. She was used to her parents treating each other respectfully. She was used to her relatives scheming against each other. This was another sad story. Actually, my father is considered good. My uncles all have a few women outside. As long as it doesn't affect the family and they don't have illegitimate children, my aunts will tolerate it. But my father doesn't have any women outside. He just can't accept my mother in his heart. Wang Zijin said, "A person's heart is only so big. If one person lives in it, others can't squeeze in even if they want to. It's like a little bum living in my heart. I can't accept anyone else," Wang Zijin said softly. Qin Zhe said, "Sister Ziwei, if you were your mother, what would you do?" "Actually, my mother is the most pitiful. My uncles still miss their family. They are playing with women outside, but their hearts are not necessarily with other women. As for my mother, although my father doesn't flirt with women outside, his heart is not at home. It's like watching over a walking corpse." "It's not good to describe your father like that, right?" "Humph, he's going to marry me to someone else. Why are you still speaking for him?" Your father is really a scumbag. He'll die a horrible death." "Bah, get out of here. You haven't told me yet. If you were your mother, what would you do?" "I would kill that little bitch outside, and then kill my father. We'll all die together." "Hey, Ace, you look terrible." "Probably. Hearing that Sister Ziwei's family is so sad, I can't help but feel sad too. That's why I'm so envious of Bao Bao. Uncle is a good man and a good father, although sometimes he's a little two-faced. But such a man and father can be relied on. A father who treats his daughter well is a good father. He's also very strict with you. He wants his son to be successful. That's why he beat me for 20 years. Also, Sister Ziwei, how dare you say that my father is two-faced? Auntie is also a good mother and wife. She takes good care of you and Bao Bao. But she's too worried. She's always worried that her daughter won't be able to get married, and now she's worried that her son won't be able to get married. But Auntie said that the ideal wife in her heart is me." Wang Zijin blinked her peach blossom eyes, a little smug. But what she said next almost scared Qin Zhe to the point of peeing his pants. Auntie said that Bao Bao is probably a sick child who's in love with her younger brother. That's why she wants you to live separately from her. After a long time, her love for her younger brother will disappear. Wang Zijin said with a grin. Qin Zhe, so Mom has already seen through everything. No. Mom only thinks that sister has a love for her younger brother, just like how many people have a love for their parents. It's not a big deal, so it can still be salvaged. If one day, Qin Zhe's mother thought, my daughter is hopeless, then Qin Zhe's doomsday would come. With Dad's love for sister, when he hears his wife's sigh, he'll definitely think, since my daughter is incurable, then I'll cut off my son. Western medicine, cut off where there's a problem. So there's nothing wrong with cutting off Qin Zhe. I can change the title of my life again. Mama finally finds out that sister has a love for her younger brother. Or how I successfully got married under the threat of Dad's big magic weapon. Qin Zhe's mind was filled with the word F***ck. And you, having a younger brother like you is probably the luckiest and happiest thing in Bao Bao's life. You know, many women dream of having a younger brother, an obedient one. If you tell him to go east, he'll never go west. If you want something, he'll eagerly do it for you. The most competent younger brother in the world can always automatically play the role of sister's loyal henchman. You're undoubtedly qualified. The most important thing is that this younger brother is talented and knows how to make money. He even obediently gives his wife's money to sister as her private savings. TSK. I'm always envious. Qin Zhe, he felt that Sister Ziwei's voice was full of resentment. At the same time, he also felt that Sister Ziwei was really envious of Sister Ziwei. She grew up in a complicated family background, and her scheming nature had accumulated over time. Sister Ziwei was different. She was the little princess of the family. Her father doted on her mother doted on her, and her younger brother also doted on her. She was carefree. The biggest grievance she had suffered in her life was being beaten by her parents when she changed her name and filled in the job list for a talent scout. She was so happy. She had lived for 25 years and had only been beaten twice. The number of times Qin Zhe had been beaten was many times more than Sister Ziwei. Therefore, Sister Ziwei envied her for having such a family and such relatives. She was looking forward to integrating herself into this family. For example, she wanted to be her best friend's sister-in-law. Are you happier? Wang Zijin blinked. Although the process was a lot of ups and downs, I'm indeed much happier. Qin Zhe said, thank you, Sister Ziwei. It was rare for Wang Zijin to act like a hooligan. She tilted her head and asked, how do you want to thank me? Qin Zhe picked her up and placed her on his knees. He kissed her from her mouth to her face, and then from her face to her neck. After lingering for a while, he said, do you want to go to my room and let loose? Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes. Her face was flushed, and she was a little out of breath. Your sister should be coming out of the shower soon. Do you want to continue sleeping in the closet for another night? Qin Zhe. Chapter 351. With Qin Zhe's increasingly strong waist, even if he had sex with Siyu once today, he would have sex with Sister Ziwei again later. Maybe he could have sex with her many times. But he was just joking at most, mainly because he didn't dare. His sister just bought a sharp fruit knife yesterday, and there were several expensive kitchen knives in the kitchen. One of them was particularly sharp for chopping bones, so it must be sharp for chopping salted fish. He used to laugh at Brother Cheng, but he couldn't repeat Brother Cheng's mistakes. Maybe in the future, everyone would laugh at him instead of Brother Cheng. Moreover, Sister Ziwei was conservative. Even if he wanted to have sex, he would have to meet her parents first. When the time was right, he might go to the Wang family in the capital. After drinking the Yamazaki water in the cup, Qin Zhe erased Su Town from his mind, and his mood suddenly brightened. To be a good salted fish, you must first learn the AQ spirit. Wang Zijin sneered on the balcony for a long time, shivering cold. After returning to the room, she shrank in the quilt, revealing a small head. Go to bed early. Qin Zhe helped her close the door. He took off his clothes, put on a bath towel, put on clean underwear, and walked into the super luxurious bathroom. The bathroom door was soundproof. When he opened the door, he heard the noise of his sister's hairdryer. Qin Bao sat on the leather sofa, tilted her head, and was drying her hair. Two slender and tight legs were exposed from the bottom of the bathrobe, closed together and slightly bent, reflecting the light, crystal white. If these long legs were taken out for auction, Qin Zhe felt that he would have 10 wives' money. Where are your eyes looking? Qin Bao glanced at him, and then gently rubbed her legs. In fact, she knew that her brother was obsessed with long legs for many years. That's why she rarely wore stockings. Pretend to look at the scenery around. Qin Zhe looked around. Stupid. Qin Bao charmingly rolled her eyes, turned off the hairdryer, and the noise disappeared. She got up from the sofa and hid her attractive long legs in the bathrobe. Take a bath, the hot water is ready for you. Sister is so nice. Qin Zhe said happily. The older sister swayed her hips and left the bathroom. Qin Zhe pulled open the curtains. There was indeed hot water in the bathtub, and there were even flower petals floating on top of it. They were all dried roses. Other people bought dried roses to drink tea, but his sister, this wastrel, bought dried roses to soak in the bath. Qin Zhe hitched a ride with his sister and soaked in a rose bath. There seemed to be perfume in the water. He smelled the faint fragrance of Sister Ziwei on the balcony. Qin Zhe swam in the bathroom, in all kinds of postures, and even diving. Not long after, he suddenly realized that his sister had given him hot water, which in itself was not scientific, not bao, and then, why would a man like him put flower petals in essence? It was also not scientific, not bao. There was only one truth, F*ck. Therefore, he swam to the side of the bathtub, took out his phone from his bathrobe, and sent a message to his sister. Babe, I have something to ask you. I hope you can answer me honestly. Who are you to call Bao? Call me sister. Qin Bao did not sleep, and immediately replied to his message. Bao or sister, it's not important. Qin Zhe sent a picture of, look at me seriously. I just want to ask, the bathwater. He did not finish his sentence, giving his sister a chance to confess. His sister was very tactful and replied, yes, master, there must be something fishy about this. What's fishy? That's Zijin and my bathwater, ahahaha. Clap clap clap. His sister sent 3 pictures of her laughing and pounding the ground. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Qin Bao laughed in the room, the soft flesh on her chest shaking. Qin Zhe stared blankly at the phone screen, as if he could imagine his sister's smug smile on the other end of the screen. For the first time in his life, he tasted someone else's bathwater, and it was a double-set meal. That's right, he accidentally tasted it when he was diving. Now you're telling me that this is your bathwater? His life suddenly became hopeless. Qin Zhe jumped out of the bathroom, wrapped in a bath towel, and rushed to Qin Bao's room, but he could not open the door after a long time. The door was locked. Qin Bao, come out, I'm going to F*ck you to death. I'll let you know how scary a 15-centimeter large artifact is. If I don't F*ck you to death, I'll take your surname from tomorrow onwards. Mother *, you're pissing me off. Someone knocked on the door. If you take my surname, you'll still be Qin. His sister hid in the room and did not forget to complain. It doesn't matter whose surname I take. I'm going to beat the *t out of you today. Come out and receive sh*t. I won't come out, I'll piss you off. His sister laughed in the room. Do you believe that I'll break in? Then I'll call Mom and tell her that you barged into my sister's room in the middle of the night and even tried to rape her. My brain is shaking, ha ha ha. In the room next door, Wang Zijin shrunk her head and buried it in the blanket, whispering, 15 centimeters, is it? The next day, the video of Qin Zhe's ventriloquism performance was uploaded to the internet. The number of views exploded within an hour, with hundreds of thousands of reposts, and continued to grow at a terrifying rate. As the end of the year approached, everyone was relatively free and had plenty of time to surf the internet. After the video was uploaded, countless netizens were stunned. This doesn't make sense, it's fake, right? Is there really someone who can simulate so many voices at the same time? Even the world champion of beatbox is no match for him, right? What kind of joke is this? It's definitely fake. Is this our traditional ventriloquism? What the hell is a traditional ventriloquism? It's as funny as traditional martial arts. Hey, did you notice that the content of this ventriloquism performance is very familiar? Soon, someone saw through the truth. Isn't this the classical Chinese of our junior high school? There's someone in the capital who's good at ventriloquism. Shocking, it's really ventriloquism, it's awesome. A junior high school textbook has been restored by someone. F***ck, it's true, 666. So is this real or fake? A young cameraman sat in his office with dark circles under his eyes, watching the video he uploaded. After more than an hour, he received thousands of replies and tens of thousands of reposts. Then, he saw the netizens' replies and finally cleared his doubts. Tears immediately streamed down his face, he could finally sleep soundly tonight. Then, he typed furiously and posted on Weibo, I swear on my integrity, it's definitely a ventriloquism performance, CEO Qin is really awesome. Impossible, if it's true, I'll livestream myself eating sh*t, even the world champion isn't this good. Bragging, hype. At noon, Tianfeng Entertainment's official Weibo posted, the annual meeting went smoothly, CEO Qin gave us an unforgettable ventriloquism experience, that's right, it's real. Qin Zhe accidentally made it to the hot search list again. Hashtag Qin Zhe turned classical Chinese ventriloquism into reality. Hashtag other than the cool ventriloquism performance, the most important thing was the content of the ventriloquism performance. It was a junior high school textbook that everyone was familiar with, and the topic was too hot. Everyone subconsciously clicked on it when they saw the title. Then, a bunch of people joined in the fun inside. I can still see the textbook become a reality in my lifetime. I didn't study in vain in this lifetime. Thank you Qin Zhe for letting me go back and memorize the textbook again, and so on. Then, many celebrities reposted it, so the popularity naturally remained high. In a certain villa in Shenzhen, Guling held her phone and sighed like a love-struck fool. Qin Zhe is so awesome, he surprises me every time. I love him to death, I love him to death. Beside her, Ding Lexin, who was lying on the sofa and applying a facial mask, said unhappily, come on, you just want to hook up with a rich husband and become your rich wife. Bullshit, I'm not only interested in his money. Guling chuckled and said, he can play the piano, ventriloquism, and is handsome. Even if he doesn't have money, I still want to date him. I can understand that he can play the piano because of his talent, but what about his ventriloquism? Ding Lexin was at a loss. What do you know? Being able to play the piano means that his fingers are nimble. Guling moved her fingers and said with exultation, a man's finger flexibility is very important. Good ventriloquism means that his tongue is nimble, this is even more important. Guling taught her best friend seriously, a pair of nimble hands with a nimble mouth will definitely make you feel good. Get lost. Ding Lexin picked up a pillow and threw it at her. Guling caught the pillow and rolled on the sofa, but what should I do? Qin Zhe is so hard to hook up with. I'm just short of sending him nude photos, but he doesn't even know to call me. In order to hook up with this rich husband, I haven't had a boyfriend for half a year. Hey, Xiao Axian, sleep with me tonight, I'll send you one. Ding Lixin couldn't be bothered with her and walked to her room, swaying her little butt. Bang! The door closed. A few seconds later, it opened again and poked her head out. Guling, don't blame me for not reminding you. You can't control Qin Zhe. At most, you can control a small tycoon. Also, his sister is so hot and beautiful. You can imagine her taste. Don't you want to go to Korea to try? I'm not going. With my looks, I'm good enough in the entertainment industry. Why would I go to Korea and be covered in negative news? Guling continued to roll on the sofa. There was another comrade who also saw Qin Zhe's ventriloquism performance. People called him Young Master Feng. In a luxurious apartment, young Master Feng stood in front of the mirror and looked at his bare upper body. He was lean and strong, and his muscles were perfect. During this period of time, he had been training hard in the gym, and his small belly had turned into a six-pack. Young Master Feng hadn't indulged in debauchery for half a year. He made these changes so that he could chase after the goddess Qin Bao Bao. After knowing that Qin Zhe had a sister complex, young Master Feng went from high morale to disheartened. During that period of time, he was especially desperate because he realized that no matter how hard he worked, he couldn't surpass Qin Zhe. The difference between a rich first generation and a rich second generation. A rich first generation was awesome. A rich second generation was awesome because their father was awesome. There was no comparison. During the period when young Master Feng was depressed, he drank to drown his sorrows. He didn't even want to sleep with a female companion. He called Huang Yitzong and cried, "Old Huang, I'm so sad. It's like drinking American coffee." Huang Yitzong asked him what happened. Young Master Feng said, "I love Qin Bao Bao deeply, but Qin Zhe has a sister complex. I can't be compared to him. I don't have any hope of chasing after my goddess in this life. Oh right, don't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, my goddess will fall out with me." Huang Yitzong said, "I already know that Qin Zhe has a sister complex. But what does this have to do with you chasing after Qin Bao Bao? They are siblings. He doesn't even have the right to be your love rival." Young Master Feng was enlightened. He thought, yes, so what if Qin Zhe has a sister complex? Why should I be so stubborn as to go against him? I'm chasing after Qin Bao Bao. As long as Qin Bao Bao doesn't have a brother complex, it's fine. He didn't know why, but when he found out that Qin Zhe had a sister complex, he subconsciously treated Qin Zhe as a love rival that he had to get rid of. He always felt that if Qin Zhe wasn't outstanding, Qin Bao wouldn't like him. So during this period, he worked hard to improve his external beauty. He trained his body to be strong and strong. He changed from a playboy to a sunny man. He was getting closer to Qin Zhe's image. "Boss, the director is waiting outside." The assistant knocked on the door and shouted from outside. Young Master Feng said in a deep voice, "Got it. Let's go to Tianfang now." Young Master Feng thought, "I've had enough of this cold bench." Chapter 352. Young Master Feng's luxurious car sped along the highway. In the back row, young Master Feng and the director were smoking and chatting. "Manager Feng, I'm really sorry," the smart director touched his bald head and sighed, "I didn't expect this to happen." She had already passed the review, but who knew this would happen? Young Master Feng nodded, "It's not your fault. I told you from the beginning that Qin Bao Bao is very suitable for the female lead, but you didn't listen." The bold director smiled awkwardly. He was in the wrong, and young Master Feng was the sponsor. Even if he said he was trash, he had to smile. Soon, they arrived at Tianfang Film and Television. Because they had an appointment, the front desk called and let them in. Young Master Feng asked the director to wait in the meeting room, and he quickly knocked on Qin Bao Bao's office door. "Come in." A woman's magnetic voice came from inside. It was a voice he hadn't heard for a long time. Young Master Feng opened the door excitedly. Behind the wide desk, Qin Bao Bao crossed her legs and flipped through the documents in her hands. She glanced at him and smiled. "Have a seat." "Bao Bao, long time no see. Did you miss me?" Young Master Feng smiled. Qin Bao Bao looked at him and couldn't help but think of the time when the dog skin plaster stuck to the soles of her feet and couldn't be kicked off. At that time, young Master Feng sent her flowers for half a month, a big bouquet of roses, and walked into Star Art Entertainment valiantly. The whole company knew that young Master Feng was pursuing Qin Bao Bao, which made Qin Bao Bao very embarrassed. "Aren't we talking about the movie?" "Say it." "I'm busy, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you," Qin Bao Bao said angrily. "I like your straightforward personality. Especially cold, unique goddess." Young Master Feng wasn't angry at all. "Before we talk about business, I'll perform a little magic trick for you." He reached out his hand to Qin Bao Bao's back. Slap. Qin Bao Bao slapped his hand away. "Forget it, I'll use mine." Young Master Feng reached behind his neck and plucked out a wilted rose. He handed it over as if he was presenting a treasure. "This is for you." Qin Bao Bao took the wilted roses and put them on the table. She squeezed out a smile. "Young Master Feng, I am busy. Tell me." Young Master Feng had made an appointment to talk to her about a female lead role in a movie. Although Qin Bao Bao did not like to talk to this annoying man, she thought that she was after all a major shareholder of Tianfang Film and Television. She could not just do things based on her emotions. Since there was a business deal, she still had to talk about it. "Well, don't be like this. I'll leave first. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Let's talk about business while we eat." Young Master Feng was tempted. "Sorry, I don't usually eat out." Qin Bao refused. "Sigh, you're still so heartless, but I like your heartlessness. I know you're not targeting me, you're targeting all men. Because of this, your pure and flawless character, your untainted chastity, is what I really like." Young Master Feng looked at her with infatuation. "Damn it, why am I untainted? Others are calling me a flirtatious slut." Qin Bao Bao said helplessly, "Young Master Feng, I'm not as good as you think. I'm not pure and flawless at all. Look, there's a pimple on my forehead. I'm not untainted either. I'm taken advantage of every day." Young Master Feng's eyes shot out a strong murderous aura, as if he had seen a male lion who had barged in to fight for the right to mate. He said in a deep voice, "Who is it? I'm going to kill him." "Qin Bao Bao, why do you care who he is? Anyway, it's not you. It can't be you." Qin Bao Bao said angrily. "Bao Bao, don't lie to me. I know you don't have a boyfriend yet." Young Master Feng thought to himself. With Qin Zhe, that damn sister complex, there was no way she would be taken advantage of. Speaking of which, Bao Bao had a damn sister complex by her side, which made young Master Feng feel more at ease. "Since you don't have a boyfriend, why don't you give me a chance? If you're afraid that it will affect your acting career, we can keep it a secret. I'm willing to be the man behind you silently, supporting you and encouraging you. Look, for you, I've already transformed. Look at me carefully. What's different about me?" Qin Bao Bao looked at him carefully. He had really become more energetic. His face had slimmed down, and his eyes were more spirited. "I think I have a chance. After all, I love you so deeply." Young Master Feng's eyes were filled with deep affection. "Damn it. You have a damn chance. What do you like about me? I'll change it. Young Master Feng looked at her silently. Her beautiful face was both happy and angry. Even when she was frowning, she was still very beautiful. With light makeup, she could be placed in the house as a scenery. Her figure was also very good. Her waist was thin, her legs were long, and there was not a trace of fat on her body. The key was her strong character. In the big dye vat of the entertainment industry, she was like a pure white lotus. Qin Bao Bao, who was already the queen of popularity, did not have any scandals at all. Although many scandals of female celebrities nowadays were fake, for the sake of hype, they would purposely enter and leave hotels with mysterious men or male stars and get caught. Young Master Feng despised such female celebrities the most. In any case, I won't give up. Bao Bao, you can torture me 1,000 times, but I'll treat you like my first love. Do you have a first love? Although I'm deeply in love with you now, Bao Bao, I still have my first love. It's all because I was young and ignorant. So you've already said goodbye to your first love. Then young Master Feng, please do me a favor and say goodbye to me too. Young Master Feng, in the meeting room, the bald director's mentality collapsed. This was the most anxious morning he had ever been. He came to discuss matters with Qin Bao Bao with a nervous and anxious mood, but he was left to sit in the office for 2 hours. To him, time was money. He sat in the small meeting room and watched the money flow away piece by piece. Young Master Feng, where did he go? The director thought in despair. Life was not only about the current situation, but also the future. Just as he was in despair, he saw a figure walk past the door of the meeting room. Miss Qin, please wait. The bald director cried tears of joy. Qin Zhe heard someone calling him and stopped in his tracks. He looked over and asked blankly, "You are?" "I was introduced by young Master Feng." The bald director handed over his business card in surprise. Qin Zhe did not look at it. He held it in his hand and asked, "Young Master Feng?" He thought for a few seconds and remembered. It was that sister's chewing gum, the one that stuck to the soles of her feet and could not be removed. "Yes, I have a female lead role in a movie, and I'm looking for Qin Bao Bao to act," the bald director said. "What movie?" Next, the bald director told him about his encounter. It was the end of the year, and one of his New Year's movies was about to be released. It was a mythological movie, and it was about a poor scholar who came to the capital to take the imperial examinations. He met a kind and beautiful fox immortal in an ancient temple in the countryside. The scholar was surprised to find that the fox immortal was not only kind in nature, she was also proficient in the 4 books and 5 classics. The two of them recited poems in the ancient temple and talked about national affairs. They gradually fell in love with each other. But the good times did not last long. The Fox clan did not allow their clansmen to marry humans, so they captured the Fox Immortal. Hence, the scholar sneaked into the Fox clan and after a lot of hardships, he was finally recognized and married. That was the general plot. The movie had already been filmed, and the release date was set for next week. However, the female lead was reported to be taking drugs by the people of Chaoyang a few days ago and was arrested. The movie could not be released, so there was an urgent need to change the female lead. All we need to do is to edit the female lead's face into Qin Bao Bao's. Everything can be done in the studio. The bald director sighed. But this matter was exposed on the internet. Not only did her popularity drop, but there were also a lot of criticisms. Qin Bao Bao is very popular and has a good image. This is why we chose her. Also, I have a presumptuous request. I would like to ask Miss Qin to help me write a song as the theme song of the movie. In other words, he wanted to use his sister's popularity and fame to stir up the conversation and reverse the decline. The bald director said, "Boss Qin, please help us." Mr. Feng is also a sponsor, and he has a good relationship with you. Damn relationship. How can I have a good relationship with a pig who wants to steal my cabbage? When the bald director saw Qin Zhe frown, he became anxious and said, before shooting the movie, I had a quarrel with several directors in the same industry. We made a bet on whose New Year's movie would be the highest at the box office. At that time, we were very confident. He looked like he was sighing. Qin Zhe asked, Is your surname Zhang? The bald director was stunned. Ah. My surname is not Zhang. My surname is Zhou. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the name card in Qin Zhe's hand. This is too hurtful. I have already given you my name card, but you don't even look at it. Qin Zhe looked at the name card. His surname was Zhou. He thought for a while. Then the director who made the bet with you is surnamed Zhang. The bald director was confused. He shook his head and said, No, one is surnamed Yang and the other is surnamed Liao. Why do you ask? It's okay. As long as your surname is not Zhang. I will ask the company to talk to you about the remuneration. Qin Zhe patted his shoulder. Don't worry. The bald director held Qin Zhe's hand and thanked him profusely. Chapter 353. If the other party's surname was Zhang, Qin Zhe would have to reconsider. After all, the low-level system was no match for the hacking system. As for writing songs, there was no problem at all. It was just 30 points. There was also no problem with sketching performances. He had to believe in the production standards in China. He remembered that there was a female star who sketched the whole process. She used a stunt double to shoot the film and photoshopped her in the post-production. Qin Zhe would not lower his sister's pay because of sketching performances. There was no reason why others could sketch the whole process but not him. Moreover, the sketching performance was better. He could avoid holding hands and kissing scenes in the film. He had to think carefully about what song to look for in the point store. It had to be in line with the theme of the movie. Qin Zhe led director Zhou into his sister's office. When he opened the door and entered, he heard young Master Feng's voice. Bao Bao, you must give me a chance. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied. Young Master Feng turned his head and looked over. Yo, Xiao Feng, we meet again. Qin Zhe smiled kindly. Young Master Feng snorted and ignored him. He was unhappy with Qin Zhe's look. It was the look of a big boss looking at a newbie. And his tone. What was wrong with Xiao Feng? It felt like the tone of an elder talking to a junior. A's. Qin Bao Bao smiled brightly. This is director Zhou. He wants you to play the female lead in his movie. Is there a problem? Qin Zhe said. Qin Bao Bao thought. What's wrong with today? Why am I so popular? Young Master Feng wants me to play the female lead. This director Zhou who suddenly appeared also wants me to play the female lead. Young Master Feng, I have something to discuss here. Please leave. Qin Bao Bao would of course choose the business brought in by her brother. Young Master Feng, director Zhou waved his hand. Miss Qin, I came with young Master Feng. Didn't you guys reach an agreement? Qin Bao Bao was stunned. She picked up the wilted roses and said, Young Master Feng came in and gave me roses. Then he asked me out for dinner. He didn't even say anything about the movie. Director Zhou, I was sitting outside for 2 hours and you were flirting with girls inside. As expected, it was foolish of him to place his hopes on the Playboy. It's almost Chinese New Year. Do you want me to film outside during Chinese New Year? Qin Bao Bao threw her brother a pitiful look. Wow, that's good. Young Master Feng's eyes widened. Qin Bao Bao was already very restrained. If they were alone, she would pout, frown, whine, and twist her waist. That scene would definitely soften a man's heart. Speaking of which, it was precisely because Qin had been ravaged by his sister for 23 years that his aesthetic standards were so perverted that he did not have a single girlfriend. Although he had 2 dog-leading girlfriends, the first one was Qin, who felt that he had to follow the trend. After all, he was in his 2nd year of middle school, and it was popular to have girlfriends in class. What, you don't have a girlfriend? I'm not playing basketball with you anymore. What? You don't even have a girlfriend. Don't walk with us after school. What? You can't even get something as simple as a girlfriend. Our friendship is over. The atmosphere at that time was probably like that. At that moment, young Master Feng longed to possess Qin and become Bao Bao's younger brother. He wanted to enjoy Bao Bao's coquettish expression. No, something like a younger brother would always be a crooked path. He could not explore its depths in this lifetime. He could not do that. There's no need. It's just a spot-on performance. You just have to wear the female lead's clothes and go through the plot in the studio. After that, you just have to change the female lead to you. I guarantee there won't be any traces of Photoshop, Qin said. There will still be traces of Photoshop, Director Zhou said. But we try to minimize the traces. Besides, it's a mythological movie. There are all kinds of special effects everywhere. Others might not notice it. We do this often in the industry. We have a lot of experience. Qin Bao nodded. She was familiar with this. She had filmed many commercials, and most of them were filmed in the studio. Oh right, Director Zhou, can I take a look at the script? Qin asked. Director Zhou shook his head. I didn't bring the script, but I copied the source. He took out a USB flash drive from his pocket. Qin Bao picked up the laptop from the desk in her high heels. Her high heels clacked loudly. Young Master Feng had a doting expression on his face. He thought to himself, the back of his goddess could be described with one word, graceful. Qin gave him a sideways glance. This guy is still thinking about my cabbage. I'm a little unhappy. Hey, why am I giving him a sideways glance? I feel like my eyes are slanting uncontrollably. He must have learned it from Sister Ziwei. His gaze was simply magical. Whenever he encountered something that made him unhappy, he would automatically give him a sideways glance. Sister Ziwei was the same. Every time she finished bickering with Qin Bao, she would give Qin a sideways glance. Sister Ziwei was especially cute when she gave him a sideways glance. It reminded him of the sun. He was already used to the existence of his sister's pursuers. Back then, Salted Fish Say's pair of iron fists had defeated everyone in Fudan University-affiliated high school. He had successfully snatched the #1 beauty in the school among many pursuers. Until now, the story of that year was still circulating in the school from the mouths of the teachers. The teachers all knew about the relationship between Qin and Qin Bao, but Qin Bao told the head teacher, aggrievedly, "Teacher, those hooligans are so annoying. They pester me every day. Don't tell anyone about my younger brother's identity." The head teacher also had a headache. Those troublemakers harassed Qin Bao. It was useless to warn them. They couldn't expel them. After all, they didn't touch her. Qin Bao's grades were excellent. She was the top student in the school and the teacher's focus was on her. Therefore, they didn't reveal Qin's identity. But it wasn't a secret among the teachers. Every time Qin got into a fight, the teachers would joke in the office, "Hey, Qin from your class stole someone else's girlfriend again. Hey, Qin Bao's boyfriend didn't change today. This younger brother of hers was really strong." It had become a topic of conversation among the teachers. "Oh right, I'll make tea for you guys." Qin Bao Bao placed her laptop on the table and went to the water dispenser to make 4 cups of tea. 3 cups of green tea and 1 cup of black tea. She drank the black tea herself. Qin Zhe turned on the computer, inserted the USB flash drive, and clicked to play the video file inside. This video was simply edited. It wasn't the kind that was released in theaters. There was no introduction, no music, and no subtitles. Qin Bao Bao sat next to her younger brother. The two of them sat on an armchair very close to each other. She watched the video excitedly. The feeling of watching the movie in advance was especially good. The feeling was no less than watching the test paper in advance. The popularity of this movie was quite high. Many fans were looking forward to it because of the previous publicity. Unfortunately, after the female lead's drug abuse incident was exposed, not only did the movie fail to pass the censors, but its popularity also plummeted. All kinds of negative news were floating around. Qin Zhe chose to read the script first. Other than considering the theme song, there was another reason. If the script was too bad, he would refuse to let his sister play the female lead and give the opportunity to Li Wei. Li Wei was a mature woman. She was already 30 years old, but she was still single. Most celebrities in the entertainment industry married late. His sister was considered a young girl in the entertainment industry. The movie was unexpectedly good. Other than the mediocre special effects, there wasn't much poison to be found. The original female lead had an oval face. She was pretty, but no one expected her to take drugs. You may know a person for a long time, but you can't judge a book by its cover. You must find out more about a woman. The movie could be divided into 2 parts. The first half was about the human world. The male and female lead met in an ancient temple in the barren mountains and gradually developed feelings for each other. Then, she accompanied the male lead to the capital to take the imperial examination. During this time, a male fox, Bei Tai, secretly followed the female lead. He told her that humans and demons couldn't fall in love because the clan rules forbade it. The reason was probably due to the isolation of the species. After all, how could a human and a fox have children? If every female or male fox mated with a human, the fox-demon clan would become extinct. It was reasonable. The female lead said that she would leave after he passed the imperial examination. Then, on the day the male lead passed the imperial examination, the female lead left with tears in her eyes due to the pressure from the clan. The male lead rode a handsome horse and returned home to share his joy with the female lead. However, he found that the female lead was gone. He was disappointed for a while, so he married the Prime Minister's daughter. On the night of their wedding night, the male fox came to him and said that the female lead wasn't actually human. However, she loved him deeply. She was about to die, so he wanted to take him to save her. The male lead was dumbfounded. The woman he loved was actually a fox. He took 0.1 seconds to accept this cruel reality. He abandoned his newlywed wife and ran away with another man. On the night of their wedding night, the groom ran away with another man. The bride cried until she fainted on the bed. Wow, you know that the female lead is a fox, but you're not surprised at all. The acting here needs to be reviewed. Qin Bao Bao complained. She bent down and took out a bag of malt candy from the drawer. The malt candy was as long as a finger and was embedded with white sesame seeds. The elder sister happily sucked it. Women all liked sweets. She handed one to Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe took a bite and said with disdain, "This thing is too hard. Do you have a way to make it soft?" The elder sister took out the malt candy from her mouth. "This one is soft. Here." Qin Zhe exchanged the malt candy with her. Seeing this scene, young Master Feng was speechless for a long time. He only had one thought in his mind. No wonder Qin Zhe became obsessed with this elder sister. Qin Bao Bao loved her younger brother too much. When her younger brother said that the malt candy was hard, she would give the soft one to her younger brother. At home, if her younger brother said that the dragon fruit was all seeds, would Qin Bao Bao patiently help her younger brother remove the seeds of the dragon fruit? Bao Bao, what you're doing is wrong. You're the one who caused Qin Zhe to be obsessed with this elder sister. You've become an obstacle for me to pursue you. When I pursue you in the future, I must educate and criticize you. In addition, the goddess sucked the soft malt candy. I'm so envious. I want to eat it too. Do you want some too? Qin Bao Bao pushed the malt candy over. Director Zhou waved his hand and said thank you, but no need. Young Master Feng probed, it's just a little hard. Qin Bao Bao replied with an "oh" and put the malt candy back into the drawer. Young Master Feng, sure enough, it was impossible to let the goddess suck it soft. He was unwilling, envious, jealous, and hateful. How could he let Qin Zhe monopolize this benefit? Nonsense. After watching the film, Qin Zhe rubbed his eyes. The elder sister leaned on the sofa and heaved a sigh of relief. After watching the nearly 2-hour film, she felt a little tired. Miss Qin, do you have any thoughts on the theme song? Director Zhou asked expectantly. Chapter 354. The reason why we have to change the theme song is because the theme song is also sung by the original female lead. Director Zhou said, don't force it. If the time is too tight, the original theme song can be sung by someone else. The last sentence was polite. How could a fast shooter not have enough time to write a song? The movie was going to be released next week. So whether it was changing the female lead or the theme song, it was a race against time. It was reasonable to say that it was impossible for someone to write a song that fit the theme of the movie in just a week. It was not like a primary school student looking at pictures and writing an essay. But if it was a famous fast shooter in the music industry, it should not be a problem. How fast was a fast shooter? There is a rumor that I can tell you. The rumor came from Huang Yuting's studio. It was said that the song that was popular all over the country and still had the highest number of KTV songs, Love Even If You Die, was written by the fast shooter in front of the studio staff. There was no script, no sample. Just a piece of paper and a pen. The fast shooter picked up the pen and swished a few times. A big hit song was born. Let me ask you, are you scared? Are you shocked? Qin Zhe looked at his sister. Qin Bao Bao nodded, it's quite interesting. The movie is good and it's good to experience the performance. The main thing was that it was close to the end of the year and she could make a lot of money. Why not? With Qin Bao Bao's current popularity, many TV stations invited her to sing on the Spring Festival Gala. But she rejected them all. She wanted to spend the Spring Festival with her parents and brother at home. Let me think about the theme song. Qin Zhe leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes and thought. Director Zhou was looking forward to it and nervous. Young Master Feng also pulled a long face. The thing that made him despair the most was talent. In terms of appearance, young Master Feng admitted that he was not bad. In terms of money, although he was not as good as Qin Zhe at making money, he had a good father. Young Master Feng tried hard to be like Qin Zhe, but there was one thing he could not do. Talent. In young Master Feng's impression, this was the only dignity of a poor child, or a fig leaf. I'm poor, but I'm talented. Then he felt that it was good to be talented. He could look down on the second generation of the rich and officials. He could laugh at them except for reincarnating and nothing. Sour to the point of losing teeth. Young Master Feng had personally verified that most of the talented children of humble families were only able to make a decent living. It was far from enough for them to look down on a rich second generation like young Master Feng. Therefore, he scoffed at something like talent. It wasn't until he met Qin Zhe that he tasted the terror of being dominated by talent for the first time and the humiliation of being ashamed of his inferiority. Qin Bao Bao lowered her head and played with her nails. She was much calmer than the two of them. Qin Zhe recalled the songs he had listened to in the point store. It seemed that there was no music that fit the theme of the movie. He was worried for a while. He opened his eyes with a solemn expression. F***ck, I can't find it. There's no similar song. Director Zhou became nervous. Young Master Feng smiled. It's normal that you don't have much time. Qin Bao Bao sneered. Qin Zhe simply opened the virtual interface that only he could see. His heart skipped a beat as he recalled that the female lead of the movie was a white fox. He immediately searched, "White Fox." Several songs popped out. "System, I want to listen," Qin Zhe said quietly. The next moment, the music floated out of his mind. In the eyes of Qin Bao Bao and the other two, Qin Zhe just stretched out his hand and drew in the air. Then he closed his eyes and began to think. Seeing this scene, Director Zhou thought that perhaps the rumors were a bit exaggerated. No matter how fast a gunman was, it was impossible to be done in 2 whooshes. At this moment, Qin Zhe opened his eyes. It's done. Director Zhou, it was really done in 2 whooshes. Qin Bao Bao glanced at young Master Feng. She happily found a pen and paper and handed it to Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe moved the pen and the strokes made a swish-swish sound. Not only did he write the lyrics, but he also wrote the animation staff. It was smooth and standardized like a printing machine. Young Master Feng widened his eyes and tried to see through Qin Zhe's posturing skills like magic. But the other party's posturing was too hard. He couldn't see through it and couldn't figure it out. Qin Bao Bao's starry eyes made young Master Feng even more unhappy. Even if he was a younger brother, he was unhappy that his goddess worshipped him so much. About 10 minutes later, Director Zhou and young Master Feng witnessed the birth of a song. They were shocked, speechless. Qin Zhe handed the paper to his sister. "Can you sing it once?" Qin Bao Bao grabbed the paper and didn't carefully listen to the song. She sang according to the song seriously. She sang a bit stuttered, but her voice was soft and magnetic. It was very pleasant to listen to. Good song. Director Zhou excitedly clapped his hands. Miss Qin is a great talent. Great talent. It's better to see than to hear about it. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. This song and the movie were too compatible. It was really tailor-made, and it only took 15 minutes. It was too damn fast. Sure enough, there were only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. Then sign the contract. As for the song, how many days will it take? Qin Zhe looked at his sister. There's a recording studio. Qin Bao Bao tilted her head. About 3 days. No problem. Let's sign the contract. Director Zhou followed Qin Bao Bao out of the office. Only Qin Zhe and young Master Feng were left in the office. At least young Master Feng thought so. Young Master Feng felt that if he wanted to win the beauty's heart, he had to deal with the damn sister complex first. Young Master Feng imagined his father's dignified aura when he was talking business. He imitated his father's eyes, sitting posture, and detailed movements perfectly, trying to put pressure on Qin Zhe. In terms of treachery, love didn't lose to business at all. Just as Chao Bing said, the mating rights were fought for by male animals. Young Master Feng thought that Qin Zhe wasn't qualified to participate in this fight, but Qin Zhe was a sister complex, which was his biggest obstacle. If he couldn't even get rid of a sister complex, how could he be willing to take his goddess to bed? You don't stand a chance, Qin Zhe said. Young Master Feng sneered. At this time, silence was better than words. Bah, too ambiguous. It should be said that silent sneering was more useful than words. You're not handsome enough, and your figure isn't good enough. Although you're rich, do you have more than me? Young Master Feng sneered but didn't say anything. Can you start from scratch and get tens of billions in half a year? Young Master Feng's silence was golden. Do you have a bachelor's degree? Young Master Feng snorted. Did you pass CT8 in English? Young Master Feng, not good enough, not good looking, not as much money as me, and too low IQ to chase my sister. Young Master Feng lost his cool and said angrily, You think you're so great because you can make money? You think you're so great because you're handsome? When I get your sister, you have to call me brother-in-law. Qin Zhe looked at him disdainfully. Young Master Feng's disdainful look made him crazy. He said, Besides writing songs and trading stocks, what else can you do? That's all. Qin Zhe was silent. Young Master Feng's aura soared. Suddenly, a novel plot popped up in his mind. Every female lead had a younger brother who didn't get along with the male lead. Then, the male lead would use all kinds of methods to teach his future brother-in-law how to be a good person. The brother-in-law was usually set up as a masochist. From then on, he would worship the male lead and become his loyal follower. Among the various methods, there was violence to solve everything, and there was also talk. Young Master Feng admitted that he was not good at talking. He could not fool Qin Zhe. Young Master Feng thought, Then, should I beat him up? You're wrong. Qin Zhe shook his head. What? Young Master Feng was stunned. I don't rely on singing to show off, nor do I rely on trading stocks to show off. Qin Zhe looked at him and was very serious. I rely on my hands to show off. Young Master Feng. He really didn't understand. Young Master Feng made up his mind and glared. If you can fight, then don't talk nonsense. Do you dare to find a place to fight? Whoever loses is a bastard. He had been training hard in the gym for half a year and was no longer the same as before. Qin Zhe laughed. He was forcing him to show off in front of people. Life was like a salted fish. He remembered that Zhao Taizhu had said the same thing before. When a man failed in all aspects, he would think of using the simplest and most primitive method, violence, to solve everything. Chao Bing had cleaned himself up and asked him out. When the legal way did not work, he subconsciously used the underworld methods. Oh right, how did he solve those two problems? Where are you, ancient porcelain cup? Come out quickly. It's time for you to show off. In front of them were disposable paper cups. There was no visual impact when they crushed the paper cups. Qin Zhe looked left and right. He remembered that there was a tea tray in his sister's office. He didn't know where she had hidden it. Young Master Feng was stunned as he looked at him rummaging around the office. In the end, he found an exquisite, pocket-sized ancient porcelain cup in the wall cabinet. Because he was not drinking tea with it, he could not show off like he did the previous 2 times. This time, he showed off very stiffly. He held the porcelain cup and walked over. In front of young Master Feng, he crushed the porcelain cup. The porcelain fragments fell to the ground. Young Master Feng, when Qin Bao Bao and Director Zhou finished signing the contract and returned to the office, they saw this scene in front of them. Qin Zhe leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and sipped his tea leisurely. Young Master Feng sat there in a daze. His back view was lonely. The expression on his face was very complicated. It could be described with 4 words: disheartened, trembling, and a trace of proud of heaven. Young Master Feng took a deep look at Qin Bao Bao. I'm not convinced. He shook his head and left. Director Zhou quickly followed. Qin Bao Bao blinked her beautiful big eyes. What did you do to him? I just taught him how to be a person. He looks so desperate and pitiful. Qin Bao Bao turned her head and forgot about young Master Feng. She focused on watching the movie. She was going to act as the female lead of this movie. She had not gotten the plot yet, but she had a more intuitive movie as a reference. Although the moaning monster was lazy, when it came to business, it was still very serious and hardworking. By the way, I have to work overtime today. Accompany me. Qin Bao Bao sucked on the candy bar and smiled with squinted eyes. Her eyes narrowed into crescents, and there was a twinkle in her eyes. I knew it. I'll be busy for another week. Qin Zhe said. Sister doesn't even say that she's tired. Are you still a man? I'm really tired. What do you know? There's no field that's ruined by plowing, only cows that are tired to death. Dry land becomes a paddy field after plowing, and cows come out of the water dripping with sweat. Qin Bao Bao looked at him strangely and muttered, I don't know what you're talking about. Accompany sister to watch it again. Qin Bao Bao snuggled her delicate body in his arms. Qin Zhe found that his sister had a good talent in acting. As he watched, he could not help but immerse himself in the role of the female lead. There was a scene in the movie. The reason why the male fox demon took the groom away was that once the fox demon gave her heart away and left the person she loved, she would gradually die. He had to admit that the scriptwriter was very creative. He perfectly interpreted the shameless words of, if you don't like me, I'll die in front of you, into a reasonable plot. 666 The male fox demon was deeply in love with the female fox demon. Of course, he did not want to see her die. That was why he took the groom away. The male lead barely made it to the prison cell. When he saw the dying female lead, he hugged her and burst into tears. He even pulled out a dagger to commit suicide. However, the male fox demon stopped him. In the next moment, a miracle happened. The female lead came back to life. Perhaps it was because she was nourished by love, her withered heart was revived. Qin Bao Bao was too immersed in the role. She secretly wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and said softly, if the person you love the most died in front of you, what would you do? I've never encountered such a thing before. I don't know. You're immersed in the role. Aren't you good at acting? I haven't even started acting yet. You're talking nonsense again. Hurry up and answer. Sister's sorrow is almost gone. Yeah. I'll do it while it's still hot. Qin Bao Bao. Chapter 355. Qin Bao Bao was stunned for a few seconds before she finally reacted. She didn't understand anything that was too profound, but it wasn't as if she didn't have access to the internet. She could definitely understand something as blatant as, do it. Have sex while it's hot. Why did she add the words, have sex while it's hot? Her sister was very smart and instantly understood. Qin Bao Bao felt bad. This feeling was like a literary young woman saying to her beloved under the sky full of fireworks, dear, you are as charming as fireworks. Then her beloved said, bullshit, fireworks are beautiful but useless, and I can do it 7 times a night. Qin Bao Bao's brewing sadness disappeared in an instant. At the same time, many bad memories of the past came to her mind. A certain year and month, what am I to you? Milk tea, so I can dump you. A certain year and month, sister wants to learn kissing scenes. He pretended not to understand. Are you crazy? I didn't graduate from the acting department. A certain year and month, life should not only be about the present. Go travel with sister. Life is not only about the present, but also about the future. Maybe there will be an invitation from your ex, and now, have sex while it's hot. Qin Bao Bao turned 90 degrees, leaned back, put her hands on the edge of the sofa, and gave Qin Zhe a kick. Paw paw paw. She kicked him fiercely. She shouted, "You're so annoying, you black-hearted maggot. I'm just kidding, don't kick me. Go away, you only know how to talk nonsense, you salted fish. Aren't you a black-hearted maggot? Ouch, you kicked my balls." Qin Bao Bao's roar sounded in the office, which meant that she was going all out to fight fiercely with the little red guy. Then Qin Bao Bao's "aw aw aw" sounded, which meant that the battle was not going well. In the end, the battle ended with a series of intense popping sounds. Qin Bao Bao lay on the sofa and didn't want to move like a dead fish. After Qin Zhe was 18 years old, she had never defeated him in a head-on confrontation. He felt stifled. Qin Zhe exhaled, his face filled with the joy of victory. His gaze swept over his sister's figure. From bottom to top, one of his feet was wearing a sock, while the other was bare. He didn't know when the sock had flown away. It could have been when Foshan's shadowless foot had lifted him up, or when he had flipped him over and spanked him. Looking up, there was a pair of beautiful legs. They were slender but not bony. He was tall and slender, but round and smooth. He didn't look like a skinny bamboo pole. Many girls were so focused on losing weight that their legs were as thin as bamboo poles. They thought that they were beautiful, but they were actually horrifying. Further up, a pair of light blue jeans wrapped around her round buttocks, making her curves even rounder. It felt great to the touch as well. Just now, he had been a little careless and had not controlled his strength well. Just as he was thinking, Qin Bao Bao started sobbing and wiping her tears with the back of her hand. Her butt was burning with pain, but she couldn't bring herself to rub it. "Ah, if I wasn't careful, I would break my sister. Here, I'll make chicken stewed with mushrooms for you tonight." Qin Zhe was ready to coax his sister into a smile again. He was good at this kind of thing. "I'm not eating your chicken. I don't like it. Then I'll recharge my wife's money. I haven't finished spending my wife's money." And Qin Bao Bao realized that she had said something wrong and pretended to cry sadly. "If you shout Wang Zijin is vicious and Su Yu is shameless 10 times, I'll forgive you," Qin Bao Bao said. "Then you'll record it and send it to the group." Qin Zhe sneered. "How did you know?" His sister turned her head and said in surprise. Qin Zhe, even if it was to coax his sister, he couldn't say such things. On the other side, director Zhou was returning home in high spirits. The contract had been signed, and now he had to go back to inform the production team that the work in the recording studio could be prepared. Qin Bao Bao would come over to film tomorrow. Moreover, he also got a super good theme song. 3 days later, the promotional video would be done. At that time, he would definitely be able to change his image. Today was going to be very busy. Not only did he have to prepare for the shoot, but he also had to do PR and promote the news of Qin Bao Bao joining the cast, as well as the news of the fast shooter personally producing the theme song for the movie. But before that, he had to go to the group chat and tell it to show off. Director Zhou opened a chat group. This chat group was made up of directors, scriptwriters, and A-list and B-list celebrities. There were more than 20 people in total. Director Liao, the movie will be released the day after tomorrow. Everyone, please support, put your hands together. Director Wang, when the time comes, bring someone to book the entire venue. Su Lu, Director Wang, I've already taken a screenshot. I'm waiting for you to book the entire venue. A famous scriptwriter jumped out, Director Liao's movie will definitely be supported. Oh right, I've recently written a good script. Director Liao, are you interested in working with me? Director Liao, didn't you already talk to Zhou Yu? No, we haven't even started talking yet. Su Lu, actually, the best is still Director Yang. His movie was released yesterday and the box office on the first day was 20 million. Among the movies that have been released recently, no one is better than him. At Director Yang, Director Liao, Su Lu, you have to have confidence in yourself. Your female lead is very good, better than I expected. To be honest, don't even think about entering the music industry. There will always be a place for you in the film and television industry. Su Lu, Director Liao, let's not talk about this. We can still be friends. All kinds of laughing pictures were sent in the group chat. Director Yang, Old Liao, we're not the ones who should be competing. We're allies. Didn't someone say that he was going to beat us up the other day? At Director Zhou, Director Liao, don't mention him. His movie is stuck. The female lead is on drugs and the SARFT won't allow it to be broadcast. I'm afraid he's in a terrible fix now. But even if he passes the screening, the box office can't be higher than yours. Besides, there's still me. Director Yang, I'm afraid he'll use this as an excuse to go back on his word. Another scriptwriter jumped out, Director Liao, Director Yang, I don't agree with what you're saying. When we released the trailer, our movie had a higher click-through rate than yours. This scriptwriter was the scriptwriter of The Legend of the White Fox. Another director spoke up, Su Lu's popularity is higher than your previous female lead. A higher click-through rate doesn't mean a higher box office. The appeal of a celebrity is the key. Su Lu, that's not true. The theme song is also very important. Director Yang invited Huang Yuting to sing and the composer is Teacher Tai. Teacher Tai's songs are really good. That song, Bright Moon, is already on the daily charts. Huang Yuting, you're going to be famous again. Huang Yuting, haha, thank you Director Yang and Teacher Tai for giving me this opportunity. Director Yang, I should be the one thanking you. There were congratulatory messages and thumbs-up pictures. The poor scriptwriter was unwilling to give up and made a final struggle. The female lead has already been replaced. Director Zhou has already invited Qin Bao Bao. Also, the theme song has to be changed. It's Miss Qin's work. The group chat fell silent. Su Lu, Qin Bao Bao is going to act. Director Liao, Miss Qin. Qin Zhe. Director Yang, you've signed her. Scriptwriter of The Legend of the White Fox, just signed this morning. I don't know the results yet. A series of ellipses. The celebrities, directors, and scriptwriters in the group tacitly sent ellipses. A celebrity said, "Is this reliable?" Director Liao, Qin Bao Bao is a singer. She's a layman when it comes to acting. I don't think she can come back from the dead. A director popped up, although she's not from an acting school. Don't forget that Battle of Shanghai Beach was a box office hit. Those who watched it all said that Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe's acting skills are good. Director Yang, Qin Bao Bao's acting is still not good. Last time, she was the supporting actress. This time, it's different. The female lead is a test of her acting skills and details. However, if Qin Zhe writes a song, with his popularity, I'm sure many people will watch it. An A-list celebrity, this is not reliable. Qin Zhe is notoriously difficult to get songs. A singer, although he's a fast shooter, the songs he writes are all sung by Qin Bao Bao. I think he only writes 2 songs for outsiders. One is Can't Fall in Love, and the other is Love Even in Death. Right, Yuting. Huang Yuting, yes, Qin Zhe and I can barely be considered friends. If it's difficult to get a song, it's even harder for others. Many singers want to get a song from him. I heard that a certain Heavenly King's manager went to him and said that Qin Zhe could set the price himself, but it was useless. A female singer, Qin Zhe doesn't lack money. I've been with him for 3 months and earned more than 6 million. This news spread like wildfire in the entertainment industry. At that time, more than a dozen celebrities posted on Weibo. The netizens only knew that these celebrities had earned money with Qin Zhe. They didn't know the exact amount, but in the small circle of the entertainment industry, many people knew. Many celebrities sighed. They didn't invest at that time. Director Zhou, who played the role of an onlooker, jumped out. Director Zhou, everything is settled. Let's fight again at Director Liao at Director Yang. Chapter 356. Director Liao, yo, you're still not satisfied. Wait, what do you mean everything's done? Director Yang, don't tell me you really got Qin Zhe's song. Huang Yuding, that's impossible. Su Lu, it's even more unscientific. No one could believe that Director Zhou actually got a song. Fast Gunner's song, even the Heavenly Kings couldn't get it. Money couldn't be talked about, feelings had to be talked about. Moreover, if they remembered correctly, Director Zhou and Fast Gunner didn't know each other and had never worked together before. White Fox's scriptwriter, Director Zhou, you're amazing. How did you do it? Director Zhou, I was introduced by someone. It's a boss from a sponsor. He and Qin Bao Bao have a good relationship, so he agreed without hesitation. Director Zhou didn't reveal the identity of Qin Bao Bao's suitor. If things went wrong, there would be rumors flying all over tomorrow. In fact, they had overlooked a key point. This song was sung by Qin Bao Bao, not some other singer. Qin Zhe, of course, agreed without hesitation. After all, Qin Zhe was a sister-spoiling maniac in his parents' eyes. All kinds of fancy doting. Sister, stop, I'll wash the dishes. Sister, stop, I'll eat the grapes. Take the dowry, it's yours. Leave the bathwater, I'll drink it. A certain celebrity, Director Zhou, what song? What song did Qin Zhe write? Is there a demo? Yeah, is there a demo? I'm looking forward to hearing it. It must be a masterpiece, right? It's the kind that will be popular for a while. How can it be so fast? We just talked about it today. The group instantly boiled over and heated up with discussion. Just like how fans discussed them, they were discussing Qin Zhe. Director Zhou, actually, the song is already written. It'll take about 2 to 3 days for Qin Bao Bao to record it. But there's no demo, only the score. Before the video is released, it can't be revealed. A certain female celebrity, then Director Zhou, how fast does Qin Zhe write songs? Last time, Huang Yuding said that he could write it in the blink of an eye. Director Zhou, this is amazing. In just a cup of tea's time, the theme song for the movie was written. I've seen it before, it's super good. The Fast Gunner lived up to his name. He was simply too fast. Old Liao, old Yang, just you wait. Let's wait for the box office results. Remember to call the loser grandpa. The group instantly boiled over. It's really that fast. I didn't believe what Huang Yuding said last time. Wow, just a cup of tea is enough. Shocking. A fast shooter can finish in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Other men can only look on in the dust. What a shock. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the Fast Gunner did what 99% of men couldn't do. The title of Fast Shooter originated from the period of I Am a Singer. As Qin Zhe's fame grew, it also spread. There were too many people who used this title to mock Qin Zhe in private. Huang Yuding, I didn't say that Qin Zhe is a fast shooter. Don't slander me. Also, Director Zhou, quickly retract it. If Qin Zhe sees it, your movie will definitely fall apart. The last time my staff called him a fast shooter, he almost exploded. Notice, Director Zhou has retracted a message. Director Liao, screenshot taken. Director Yang, screenshot taken. Director Zhou, that night, the White Fox production team made an announcement on their official Weibo. The movie's production will proceed as scheduled. Qin Bao Bao will be the female lead, and teacher Qin Zhe will be composing the theme song. This announcement made the fans very excited. They left comments looking forward to Qin Bao Bao's movie. The goddess is going to act in a movie again. I'm looking forward to it. I feel like she's more suited to acting than singing. Mainly because I want to see the goddess more. The image of White Fox is very suitable for Qin Bao Bao's style. After all, the goddess is a little vixen. Qin Zhe's new song. Amazing, I'm looking forward to it. As long as it's a song written by Qin Zhe, there's no bad song. Qin Zhe's fans were no less than the little fresh meats. As an internet celebrity, he surprisingly didn't have many haters. The next day, the trailer was released. It was the original trailer, but the female lead was changed to Qin Bao Bao. Late at night, full moon, ancient temple. The beauty wore a white dress and was bathed in moonlight. Her appearance was picturesque, accompanied by a soft voice. I'm a fox that has cultivated for 1,000 years. 1,000 years of cultivation, 1,000 years of loneliness. When I fell in love with you, you were poor and studying hard. When I left you, you were the top scorer on the wedding night. From the poor scholar to the top of the imperial examination, the trailer was filled with scenes from the movie. At the end, the beauty danced alone under the moonlight. Her figure was soft and beautiful, but her face was bleak. I've seen this trailer before, but now that I'm watching it again, it's a different feeling. Qin Bao Bao instantly pulled the trailer up by 10 levels. It's so beautiful. There's also the theme song. It's perfect to complement the trailer. My eyes are red after watching it. 666, let's wait for the movie to be released. The trailer also received a lot of recognition and praise, and its popularity rose steadily. After working overtime for a week, Qin Bao Bao went through the plot of the female lead in the recording studio. The rest was left to the people behind the scenes. They just needed to edit the original female lead into Qin Bao. If time permitted, the best way was to reshoot it. However, a week before the movie was to be released, the original female lead, a street girl, was caught by the people of praise and killed off. Qin Zhe was puzzled when he saw his sister begging his brother for a massage every day. He didn't know whether it was because the stars were too stubborn or because the people of Chaoyang were too rational. There were two freaks in the entertainment circle. Drug addicts were always in Chaoyang district. People of Chaoyang had dog noses. At the premiere of the movie, Qin Zhe was invited to attend. After watching it, he felt it was good. Then he didn't pay attention to it. He didn't pay attention to the box office or the director's bet. The Spring Festival was approaching day by day. During this period, in addition to exploring Su Yu's depth over and over again, he also studied the development route of Tianfang Entertainment and the future direction of Bao's investment. The stock market had entered a bear market. If he didn't expand the company's pace, it was doomed to decline. He needed to write a general plan before the Spring Festival, and then start to implement it next year. This was necessary to discuss with Su Yu. The day before the Spring Festival holiday, in the office, Qin Zhe pushed an equity transfer agreement to Su Yu. What? Su Yu glanced at it and frowned. Didn't we just do it? I won't do it. Qin Zhe refused seriously. You're so annoying. Su Yu punched his chest and pursed her lips. Why did you suddenly give me this? She said half jokingly and half seriously, is it a proposal gift? Qin Zhe stopped talking nonsense. He thought for a while and said seriously, it's for you. Why? Su Yu stared at him. You have 6% of Bao's shares, my sister has 4%, Sister Man has 10%, and the rest is all mine. A total of 80%. I gave 10% of the shares to a friend, so I can only control 70%. I'll give you half, so you have 41%. You are a veritable major shareholder, Qin Zhe said. Suyu looked at him and whispered, "So, is this your breakup fee?" Her voice was very soft, and she didn't dare to speak loudly. "Why do you say that?" Chin-se put the pen in her hand. "Be good, sign it." "It's not a breakup fee, really." Suyu's eyes dimmed, and she said bitterly, "If it's not a breakup fee, why did you give me so many shares for no reason?" "Chin-se, do you know how much these shares represent? Billions of yuan, the money that others can't earn in a lifetime. Why did you give it to me for no reason?" She seemed to be talking to herself, but also seemed to be saying to him, "Hey, I'm so stupid. I thought that as long as MOMO was good to you, you would choose me in the end. But I'm not reconciled. Why did Wang Zijin, she didn't even give you her body." "Suyu, don't think about it." Suyu's eyes were red, and she shouted, "Chin-se, you just want to play with me. I'll leave, you get out of here." With tears in her eyes, she stared at him fiercely, but she stubbornly refused to cry. Fortunately, the office's soundproofing was excellent. Otherwise, the whole company would know such a thrilling and exciting scandal, and countless male employees would be heartbroken. Chin-se thought, sure enough, women say they don't want anything, but in fact, they want everything. Fortunately, he didn't take Suyu's words seriously. Also, it turned out that she was so insecure. When lying in bed, she called her husband with blurred eyes and asked him to call her wife. If he called her that, she would laugh happily. On the contrary, she would lose her temper and not talk to him. She was so insecure. "It's really not a breakup fee. You can think of it as a gift from me to my woman." Chin-se smiled bitterly and said, "You know, in fact, my emotional line is very messy. I have a girlfriend, but I'm still obsessed with you. Since I've rolled the sheets with you countless times, but I can't forget Sister Ziwei, I also think that Chin-se, you are really a scum. To be honest, I still don't know what to do now, how to deal with complicated feelings, but I swear, I will never give you any breakup fee, let alone let go." Suyu stared at him blankly, tears falling from her eyes, and she sobbed, "Then why did you give me so many shares? Who would believe that you gave me a gift for no reason?" Chin-se said lightly, "Woman, you can spend as much as you want today, without chopping off your hands." Chapter 357. Suyu stared at him blankly at first, the water vapor in her eyes became thicker and thicker, and then 2 lines of tears fell. She lowered her head slightly and sobbed in a low voice. Her tears fell onto the back of her fair and delicate hand. This is a real cry, a woman's delicate cry in front of her man. She lowered her head, tears splashed, timid and sad, just like this. She wasn't like her elder sister, who was faking her cries or rubbing her tears in pain when she was playing. Similar to Suyu's cry, his sister only cried a few times in front of him. The most impressive one was the evening of the heavy rain at Hongqiao Airport. He yelled at his sister for the first time, showing the salted fish's ferocious appearance. His sister was too scared to move, and she wiped her tears with grievance. Chin-se put his hand on Suyu's head and said softly, "Be good, don't cry. If you are not obedient, be careful that I will make you cry." Suyu laughed, laughing and crying, "I thought you didn't want me anymore." Chin-se felt guilty and didn't speak. It was his failure to make a woman so insecure. He picked up Suyu and put her on his lap. He didn't take advantage of her. His face was close to her white neck, and he whispered words of love. It turned out that Suyu was also very easy to coax. Although she was not as easy to coax as her sister, Chin-se could barely cope with it. And he found that Sister Ziwei was easy to coax. Every time she fought with her sister and suffered losses, he hugged her and shouted a few slogans of "Down with Qin Bao Bao," and Sister Ziwei would turn from anger to joy. This was what Chin-se learned from the internet. The old driver on the internet said that when mother-in-law and daughter-in-law quarrel, the husband, son, can't take sides on the surface, but behind the scenes, he must firmly support his wife, mother. This is the wisdom of a man. If he is too iron-headed and upright, the family will not be too harmonious. It's almost the spring festival. Go back and celebrate it. If you really don't like your stepmother, don't stay there. Have dinner tonight and wait for me at the apartment. I'll see if I have the chance to spend some time with you. Qin stroked her round buttocks under the suit. Suyu's family was in a mess, and she couldn't clean it up herself. Qin wouldn't meddle in her affairs either. However, blood was thicker than water. No matter how bad their relationship was, in Qin's eyes, it was the most reasonable thing to do. He didn't want Suyu to really have nothing but him. Suyu hesitated for a moment and nodded obediently, yes. Good girl. Qin kissed her. The company was on holiday in the afternoon. After lunch, Suyu met with the managers of various departments one by one to give year-end bonuses. Originally, according to the style of some local tyrant enterprises, the year-end bonuses should be given in cash, but Bowser is really a local tyrant. The managers' year-end bonuses are in 7 figures. Let them hold stacks of cash and parade through the streets. Or put it in a big bag. So they gave out bank cards. Ordinary employees have cash, which is not a small amount. The bigger ones have 1 or 200,000 yuan, and the smallest ones have 50,000 yuan. During the 7 days of the Spring Festival holiday, Qin began to stay at home like a salted fish and began to plan for the next year. He took the time to flirt with his sisters, drive to meet Suyu when he was free, go shopping and buy clothes, buy 2 cups of hot milk tea on the street in the cold winter, and hold the milk tea and Suyu have a bustling pedestrian street. Suyu likes to drink half a cup of milk tea and exchange it with him, like to walk around with her arm in his, like to run a few steps away alone, jump, and then look back with a bright smile. Looking back with a charming smile, what the ancient said was too reasonable. On New Year's Eve, every house was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and the sound of firecrackers could be heard. Well, in fact, the New Year's atmosphere in the big city was not heavy. Because of the ban on firecrackers, it was impossible to hear the bustling sound of firecrackers in the countryside, and the magnificent fireworks of their own. On the contrary, because the outsiders went home for the new year, the streets were slightly desolate. In the evening, Qin Bao and Wang Zijin got in Qin's car, and the old driver drove the sisters home. Wang Zijin did not return to the capital for the new year. Maybe she communicated with her family, but they had a big quarrel. Or maybe she did not want to go home at all and was still angry. In short, this year, she spent the new year at her boyfriend's house. Qin Bao warmly welcomed her. It would be better if the wolf did not steal her brother. When they got home, Qin Ma was chopping dumpling fillings. Qin carried big and small bags of New Year goods and entered the door behind his sister. Qin Bao took Wang Zijin's hand. The air conditioner in the living room was on, and it was as warm as spring. The old man was bored watching the news, and the sound of chopping dumpling fillings came from the kitchen. Every year, Qin Ma worked hard for the New Year's Eve dinner, and Qin helped her. This year, the old man did not let him go, and waved his son over for a chat. Qin Bao strolled into the kitchen and said with a smile, "Mom, let me help you." Qin Ma handed her the kitchen knife. "Then help me chop the fillings." Qin Bao held the knife with both hands, got into a horse stance, and pecked the meat. Qin Ma washed the vegetables at the side, and the mother and daughter chatted. Zijin is not going home for the new year. Qin Ma asked as she washed the vegetables. She called, but she seemed to have quarreled with her family. She called behind my back in the middle of the night, and then said that she is not going home this year and wants to spend the new year at our house. Qin Bao was quite tired in this position. She rested for a while, and then got into a horse stance again. She held the knife with both hands and carefully chopped the fillings. Last time, she said that her family forced her to get married. Yes, as annoying as you. Qin Bao Bao pecked her head. Qin Ma gave her a slap on the buttocks. How can you say that? I understand now. Birds of a feather flock together. You don't want to get married, and she doesn't want to get married either. You are the same. Tisk, tsk. She and your son are flirting with each other. Who knows when they will be together? Qin Bao Bao said sarcastically. Really? Qin Ma was delighted. Yes, but... Qin Bao Bao did not continue. But what? But with me here, don't even think about it. You should work harder to find a boyfriend next year and get married before you turn 30, Qin Ma said. You and your brother shouldn't have children together, or else I won't be able to take care of it. Qin Bao Bao tilted her head and imagined Qin Ma holding a baby in her left hand and a baby in her right hand. She said to the baby, "Good grandson, don't cry." She said to the baby, "Good grandson, don't cry." She thought again. Was he her grandson or not? It was quite interesting when she thought about it. The smile on her face spread. What are you laughing at? Turn the meat over and chop it all in one place. It won't be evenly chopped, Qin Ma said. I know, Qin Bao Bao said softly. Wait a minute. She washed her hands, took out her phone from her trouser pocket, and sent a message to Qin Zhe. Little red man, I have a question for you. In the living room, Qin Zhe's phone rang. He looked at it and typed a reply. Say it. What is my sister's daughter to you? Niece? I'll give you one more chance. Smile, treat her as my own. Good boy. Qin Zhe was baffled. However, he was not surprised that his sister would occasionally be so neurotic. This sentence was translated as, my sister's daughter is my daughter. Okay. It was not too bad. It was much more refreshing than my daughter's daughter is my daughter. At this time, he caught a glimpse of someone quietly approaching from the corner of his eye. He was shocked and turned off the phone with a click. Sister Ziwei, what are you looking at? Qin Zhe was at a loss. Wang Zijin's careful peeping failed. She wrinkled her nose and snorted softly. Qin Zhe counted silently in his heart. He glanced sideways at her. Just then, Wang Zijin glanced sideways at him out of habit. Sideways glances at each other. Wang Zijin was stunned. She beat his chest with her small fist in embarrassment. Qin Zhe laughed strangely. Witnessing this, the old man's glasses flashed a sharp light. He thought, something is wrong. What's wrong with Wang Zijin and my salted fish? They are too flirty. This was definitely not the right way to be a sister's best friend. Something was wrong, very wrong. In the old man's heart, Xiu was the first choice for the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. Wang Zijin was gentle, generous, beautiful and decent. She was Qin Ma's first choice for a daughter-in-law. The old man liked Suyu. She was tall, beautiful, and knowledgeable. She was a good helper. The old man and Suyu could talk more. They had more things to talk about. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, his son and Suyu seemed to have done it. Hey, this little red guy, could it be that he was two-timing? The old man's face suddenly became gloomy. Qin Zhe was talking and laughing with Sister Ziwei. He glanced at his father and his knees went soft. It couldn't be wrong. This expression was the sign before the arrival of the feather duster. Did I do something wrong again? Qin Zhe had a dumbfounded look on his face. He didn't know what was going on. Chapter 358. Dad. Qin Zhe called out tentatively. Wang Zijin looked at Grandpa Xing. Grandpa Xing immediately put away his dark persona and returned to his calm and serious image. He nodded and focused on watching TV. No matter what, it was not the right time to talk to his son directly. Besides, he did not need to say anything today. Grandpa Xing looked at his son deeply. Qinzai. Was it an illusion? He felt that his father's eyes were full of sympathy and pity. He really cared about the retarded. At this time, Qin Ma chased his sister out of the kitchen. You're causing trouble. I told you to chop the dumpling fillings, but you chopped them all outside. Can they still be eaten? His sister was unconvinced. Why can't they be eaten? They're not clean. You won't get sick if you eat them. Qin Ma said angrily, Okay, I'll clean up the dumpling fillings outside and cook them for you. His sister, wow, are you my mother? Did you pick me up from the bridgehead or a free gift? Qin Ma said angrily, Stupid girl, do you believe that I'll tear your mouth apart? Qin Bao Bao ran out of the kitchen. Qin Zai's eyes were unconsciously attracted to her. His sister was dressed very delicately today. She had chestnut-colored wavy hair that the stylist had worked overtime on. She wore a light blue knitted sweater and a dark blue pleated skirt. Her slender legs were wrapped in thick stockings. There was also a burgundy scarf hanging on the hanger together with her blue down jacket. Dad, Mom's giving me the cold shoulder again. Qin Bao Bao pouted and looked pitiful. She hugged Grandpa Xing's arm and acted coquettishly. Old Masterly liked this the most. A beautiful daughter who knew how to act spoiled could always easily capture her father's heart. Qin Zai could not do this. He could not hug his father's arm and act coquettishly. The scene was too beautiful. If you don't know how to cook, then wait outside. Why are you going in? Grandpa Xing patted his daughter's head. But I want to share Mom's burden, but I don't know how to make dumplings. Qin Bao Bao felt wronged. You don't have to do this kind of thing. Watch TV with me. After saying that, the old man turned his head and looked at his son. Sister, you're wrong. I'm the one who got the free phone top-up. Qin Zai got up and silently walked to the kitchen. The kitchen was a little messy. There was not enough space in the fridge, so the food was strewn all over the floor, the table, and the cupboard. The New Year's Eve dinner was very sumptuous, and the aunts were coming over for lunch tomorrow morning, so they bought a lot of groceries. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, a married daughter had to come back for dinner. It had been like this when her grandfather was still alive. It was a habit that had been formed for more than 10 years, and it was still the same after her grandfather had passed away. Mom, let me help you. Qin Zai took the kitchen knife and let Qin Ma wash the vegetables. Qin Ma turned to the side of the pool. While washing the vegetables, she asked, Did Zijin stay with us for the new year? Yes. Stinking brat, are you two dating? Qin Zai's heart skipped a beat, but he pretended as if nothing had happened. Why do you ask? Mom, I've been there before. Don't I know what a young girl is like? When we moved last time, I talked to her for a long time. 9 out of 10 sentences she said were about you. I was puzzled. Is she Bao Bao's best friend or your best friend? When I mentioned Bao Bao, she was unhappy. She didn't show it on her face, but I could tell from her tone and eyes. As for why Wang Zijin was unhappy when she mentioned Bao Bao, Qin Ma knew in her heart, so she didn't say anything. As expected of my mom, she's sharp and meticulous. Qin Zai's heart skipped a beat. Yes, Mom, Sister Ziwei is my girlfriend. But don't tell her about this. Why? I'm afraid that she'll be upset. Ha! I'm just kidding. It's just that Sister Ziwei is a little embarrassed. After all, she and sister are best friends. Thinking about it, it's quite embarrassing. Qin Ma nodded her head. That's right. Qinze glanced at her and saw that her eyebrows were filled with joy. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Qinze guessed what his mother was thinking. It was probably the feeling of relief that a huge burden had been lifted from her heart. This wave was in the bag. He had successfully fooled his mother. Mom, you and Dad have been tricking me since I was young. I have to get back at you. 30 years of fortune, right? Sometimes, in order to survive, one's own mother had to trick him. You chopped very quickly. Mom, help me take out the meat and chives from the fridge. Wash them and continue chopping. Mom will make dumplings. Qin Ma seemed to be in a good mood and pinched her son's face. Okay. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. The sky was already dark, and it would be dark before 6 o'clock. At around 7:30, everyone could eat the New Year's Eve dinner. There were too many ingredients. Qinze's phone rang. It was the sound of a message. He wiped his wet hands on Qin Ma's scarf and wiped them clean. He took out his mobile phone and looked at it. Honey, it's so boring at home. In his 23 years of life, only Suyu had called him honey. Qinze replied, family reunion, happiness, what's boring? But I don't want to be happy with them. Grievance, then go home early. I'll find a chance to come out in the middle of the night. But I haven't eaten all day. I'm hungry. How about I come to your house to eat? Then today, either you or I will die, or we will die together. Why? I will be beaten to death by my parents, and then you will be beaten to death by my sister and Sister Ziwei. Let's go to hell and be a pair of miserable lovebirds. That's great. What the hell? Honey, how about this? You close your eyes and count to 10. If your mind is full of me, then I won't come over. If you don't see me, I will immediately take a taxi from home. No need to count, honey. My mind is full of you. I don't believe it. It's true. I even specially practiced the acupoint sealing technique for you. Good man, close your eyes and count to 10. Okay, Qinze shook his head and laughed. He chatted with Suyu to relieve boredom. He put his mobile phone back in his pocket and counted while washing vegetables. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. When he counted to 7, the doorbell rang twice, and then brisk footsteps went to open the door. It should be Sister Ziwei's footsteps. Then a familiar voice came, "Oh, Tissue, you are also here." "Oh, hello, Uncle Qin." The old man laughed heartily. "Come, sit down." Qinze collapsed. "What's wrong? Why are you in a daze?" Qin Ma saw her son's state was not right, so she asked casually and leaned out to look outside. "There are guests at home." "Hiss, this girl is so handsome." "Mom, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tricked you." Retribution. Qinze's mood at this time was very complicated. "My secretary is here." Qinze said this sentence in a nervous tone. With the sound of high-heeled shoes, Suyu walked into the kitchen. "President Qin, Happy New Year, I came to see you." "Su." "President Su, Happy New Year too." Qinze forced a smile. "Hello, Auntie, my name is Suyu. Happy New Year to you." Suyu smiled. Qin Ma couldn't figure out Suyu's way and smiled politely. Okay. I'll make tea for you." Qin Ma wiped her hands on the scarf and went out of the kitchen to make tea. Suyu carefully glanced outside. The kitchen could not be seen from the living room's angle unless she went to the aisle and leaned out to look. Suyu retracted her gaze and put her arms around Qinze's neck. "Husband, I'm here." "Why are you here? Aren't you eating at home with your father and stepmother?" "I haven't eaten yet. I sent the gift to my father, and then I came back." Suyu said wittily, "Then I send a message to your father, saying Uncle, you are so nice, unlike my father, who has an illegitimate child and doesn't like to look at me. How nice it would be if I had a papa like you. I have no place to eat New Year's Eve dinner. A child without a home is like a grass. Chin-Zay's face twitched. Su-yu, when uncle heard this, he was very distressed. He said, Su-yu, come to my house. There are people in my house, so it's lively. I said it's not good. After all, I'm an outsider. Uncle said, you're not an outsider. How can you be an outsider with your relationship with my brat? Come on, Uncle welcomes you. Husband, it's not me who wants to come. It's Uncle who invited me. I can't refuse. Please forgive me. She squinted and smiled like a little fox. Come on. Chin-Zay sighed heavily. Excuse me, what should I do in this situation? What should I do to not die? Waiting online, urgent. Chapter 359. Su-yu, such a cold beauty, showed a little fox-like cunning, and there was a strong contrast. She probably felt that she had cheated Chin-Zay, and she laughed very happily. She really couldn't stay at home. Her stepmother didn't like her, and she didn't like her stepmother. When she went back today and saw Su-hao, he looked haggard and was hollowed out by the stock market. Su-yu found that she didn't have the slightest idea of gloating, let alone the impulse to be sarcastic. She just wanted to look at her stepmother and Su-hao as if they were passers-by. Sure enough, after hanging out with Chin-Zay every day, her realm had risen. Her vision was no longer limited to how to fight with her stepmother in the harem. She had become more idealistic and ambitious. She wanted to fight with Wang Zijin in the harem. Her father, who used to be majestic, unconsciously became ordinary, no longer as successful and great as before. In terms of personal assets, Su had half of her father's. She believed that in the next few years, she would surpass her father. Su chatted with her father for a while and left. The old witch and illegitimate child at home were not challenging at all. It was the best choice to go to Chin-Zay's house for excitement. So Su came. The great god must be angry now. Come and punish me, quick. Su thought happily. The sound of footsteps came, Chin-Zay took a step back, and Su also loosened her hand around his neck. The two kept a distance that was not estranged nor close. Chin-Ma returned to the kitchen and saw her son talking and laughing with a beautiful female colleague. Chin-Ma smiled and said, I'll call you little Su. The tea is ready. You go to the living room and sit for a while. Su smiled sweetly and said, Thank you, Auntie. Chin-Ma looked at her back and sighed, what a beautiful girl. Is she your colleague? What position? Chin-Zay said, Secretary, Vice President, my Vice President, no, the Vice President of the company. She is also a shareholder. Chin-Ma nodded. This girl is good. Wang Zijin's gentle temperament and Su-yu's cold temperament can leave a good impression in front of the elders. It was the template that Chin-Ma had been eager to cultivate her daughter. However, their daughter had been raised astray. She had developed the kind of enchanting and charming temperament that the elders disliked the most. She was the kind of seductive little fairy that would appear in their hearts with a single glance. Chin-Ma sighed a lot. Why are you still standing there? Go out and accompany her. It's New Year's Eve and she's here to give you a New Year's greeting. Chin-Ma nudged her son. Chin-Zay thought to himself, I think it's safer for me to stay here. Mom, it's okay. Dad and her talk a lot. They are old friends. Chin-Zay said faintly, So you came to our house, I didn't know, but I know my dad knows. This spicy old radish. How could you say that to your father? Chin-Ma glared at her son, and then her expression changed slightly. What did you say? Spicy old radish. The previous sentence. My dad gets along very well with her. They're old friends. You mean, so you came to our house, not to give you a New Year's greeting? Chinma also said faintly, how can your dad be so familiar with the vice president of your company? He hasn't been to your company. What New Year's greeting? It's New Year's Eve today. That means she came to see your dad. Sure, I don't know, Mom, I was shocked just now. Chin-zae sighed, so you and Dad talked a lot behind my back and almost got me killed. Chin-zae secretly said, she came to make trouble, and to see her future parents-in-law. Chin-ma's face was even uglier. She also talked a lot with your dad behind your back. Chin-zae. Why did he feel that his mother's face was very ugly? Did she open an unlimited imagination hole? The next moment, he reacted. He looked at his mother in shock. My mother, do you think that my dad and Siyu have an affair? Thinking back, the conversation just now did reveal that Dad secretly talked a lot with the vice president of the company, and successfully hid it from his son. My mother didn't know my relationship with Siyu, so she had a bad guess about a young woman who came to visit her husband on New Year's Eve. No, Mom, it's your son, I have an affair with Siyu. Facing my mother's misunderstanding. My heart didn't fluctuate, and I even wanted to laugh. Should I add fuel to the fire, and let the spicy old radish know the power of the spicy little radish? Not only can I transfer the contradiction, but I can also retaliate against my dad. Chin-zae thought about the feasibility of this matter. In the living room, murderous intent surged. The two girlfriends pretended to watch TV, and looked at each other from time to time. They communicated with their eyes. Chin Bao, what is she doing here? Wang Zijin, how would I know, I'm also at a loss. Chin Bao, coming to my house on New Year's Eve, the little bitch must want to be touched by a pig. Wang Zijin, I don't think a pig has the guts, after all, it's a salted fish, but I don't rule out the little bitch throwing herself into his arms. Chin Bao, my big knife, Wang Zijin, it's already unbearable. They turned their heads tacitly, and two pairs of eyes stared at Siyu like knives. At this time, Siyu was sitting on the sofa, talking to the old man. She was facing the two girlfriends, and the old man had his back to them. The old man liked to chat with Siyu very much. The high overlap in their professional fields made them have a lot of topics to talk about. At this moment, the old man suddenly felt as if there was a dagger at his back, and he felt uncomfortable all over. He glanced back and saw his daughter's sweet smile, and Zijin's gentle smile. But the moment he turned his head, that strange feeling came again, so he turned his head back to take another look. Daughter, sweet smile. Zijin, gentle smile. Strange, is the air conditioner too cold? The old man picked up the remote control and adjusted the temperature of the air conditioner. By the way, Siyu, I just talked about the money fund. What do you think? Uncle Chin, our company doesn't plan to do money fund for the time being. Now Bowser should take the route of bravery, not stability, so we won't consider doing money fund in 3 years. Siyu spoke with assurance, and glanced at the two women who were staring at her covetously. She was very proud. Controlling the head of the Chin family was equivalent to controlling the throne of the daughter-in-law. If Uncle Chin had a good impression of her, it would be difficult for Chin-zae not to marry her. She liked to see them gnashing their teeth in anger, but they couldn't do anything about it. Wang Zijin gradually calmed down and figured out Suyu's intention to come here. No, the intention was already obvious. Suyu favored Chin-zae, and even the blind could see it. So, she was a rival in love. Then the problem came, Uncle Chin seemed to like Suyu very much. This was not very good. She had a good impression of her aunt, and on Uncle Chin's side, the favorability was about 60%, and then it was difficult to increase it. If Suyu preempted Uncle Chin's favorability, and then improved her aunt's favorability, her advantage would be gone. It was time to blacken her. Wang Zijin had a well-thought-out plan and silently peeled an apple. While the old man was drinking tea, Wang Zijin's gentle voice, "Sister Su, eat fruit." She handed over the peeled apple. Suyu took it blankly and was a little confused. When did I become Sister Su? Although she was 2 years older than Wang Zijin, it seemed that their friendship was very ordinary, right? What's with this, we're good brothers, smile on his face. Wang Zijin wiped her hands and smiled, Sister Su, did you come alone? Is there a boyfriend? Why didn't you come together? A's invited you to live together at the annual party that day. Ha! Suyu was confused. Then her little face panicked. Was Wang Zijin hinting at something? Could it be that she already knew about the affair between her and Qinze? Wait, annual party. Boyfriend? Where is the boyfriend? There is no such thing at all. She was tricked. Suyu's heart was cold, and she saw Uncle Qin frown. In Uncle Qin's knowledge, she and Qinze should be in a relationship. If at this time, she had a fake boyfriend, what would Uncle Qin think? It turned out that Suyu was a bad woman with a foot in 2 boats. Bad woman, get out of here, don't enter my house in this life. It's over. Suyu calmed down, and her many years of experience in the workplace made her calm down quickly and pretend to be at a loss. You have the wrong person, that is not my boyfriend. Sneer, garbage chicken trick, no skill to speak of. Oh, it turned out not to be your boyfriend, Qin Bao Bao's small surprised expression, he picks you up every day, I saw him several times, and I thought he was your boyfriend. Suyu, damn, I forgot Qin Bao Bao, this little bitch. Damn, this is a combo. Chapter 360. Suyu felt that she was in a deep crisis. She was slandered for no reason. If she couldn't explain it clearly, Uncle Qin's impression would definitely go crazy. Think about it, a woman who had an intimate relationship with her son actually had another suspected boyfriend in private. As a father, he certainly couldn't bear it. Wang Zijin and Qin Bao looked at each other proudly. In this way, the impression that Suyu had a boyfriend would take root in their father's, Uncle Qin's, heart, and then no matter how she brushed Su Teddy's favorability, the old man would always treat her as an outsider. There was no discussion, no communication, as long as a look, a movement, the 2 best friends understood each other's mind. They had a tacit understanding on the matter of eradicating Su Teddy. The old man's face slowly collapsed. He naturally thought more. He knew the relationship between Suyu and his son. At the same time, he knew that Suyu was Qinze's secretary, well, vice president and secretary. The word secretary always made it easy for people to misunderstand. The old man carefully sorted out his thoughts. Suyu was 2 years older than Qinze. At this age, it seemed unbelievable to say that she didn't have a boyfriend. Listening to the meaning of Zijin and his daughter's words, it seemed that they both knew that Suyu had a boyfriend. Ace also knew that. Knowing that she had a boyfriend, he still had a relationship with the secretary. Damn it! When did my son become so playful? No, when did my son become such a scumbag? The smile on the old man's face gradually disappeared. Suyu looked at the old man nervously and found that Uncle Qin's face was even darker. Suyu was in a panic. This kind of thing, it was difficult to explain clearly. Sure enough, she was still too confident. There were 3 great illusions in life: kill under the tower, kill with residual blood, I can hang Wang Zijin and Qin Bao. At this moment, Qinze came out of the kitchen, took a few paper towels from the dining table, wiped his hands, and made a 3-point shot into the trash can in the living room. It went in. Steady. Dad, Mom asked you to go in. Qinze smiled strangely. The old man got up with a confused face and walked into the kitchen. The atmosphere in the living room was very strange. Qin Bao and Wang Zijin's scrutinizing eyes, and Su Yu's aggrieved eyes fell on him. Qin Zhe didn't panic at all. He sat down beside the beauties and said in a low voice, "If my parents fight later, don't say or do anything. Go back to your room and hide. Leave this to me. If there's danger, don't move. Let me do it." "Why?" the three beauties asked in unison. "Why?" "It's because I screwed my dad over." Qin Zhe couldn't help but recall the conversation he had with his mother in the kitchen. "To be honest, I've never seen my dad chatting with a young man like this. He's always very serious and pays attention to his image in front of young people." Qin Ma listened quietly. "My dad is really too much. He invited her over for dinner during the New Year and didn't even say anything. It's so embarrassing." Qin Ma's mouth twitched. "Dad always told me to learn more from Su Yu. She's smart and beautiful. Since she's starting a business with you, you should interact more." Qin Ma said in a deep voice, "What else did your dad say?" "He also said that Su Yu is a really good girl, and he likes her very much." Qin Zhe said. "Anything else?" "He also said that a man will cherish her." Qin Zhe said. "Is it all true?" Qin Ma frowned. She couldn't believe that her husband, who was known for his strong character, would say such a thing. "It's all the truth." "Absolutely." Qin Ma has entered a high-energy mode. People in Jianghu will inevitably be stabbed. It's better for her son to personally give him a knife of love. Thinking about it, it's cool to retaliate against the old man like this. Moreover, if my parents fight, they can help me solve the trouble in front of me and attract the attention of my sisters. The trouble is diverted. 666 However, I can't let my sisters know about this, so I have to send them back to their room as soon as possible, and then I, the son, will come out to mediate the conflict between my parents. After that, I told my sisters that my parents were angry because of my uncle's affairs. Now both sides are very temperamental, and they should pay attention to what they say. The sisters don't dare to shoot the rat for fear of breaking the vases, so they don't dare to make too much trouble with Su Yu. Anyway, my uncle's affairs have a record, and it's very credible. It's right to throw the blame to my uncle. I even cheated my father, and it doesn't matter if I cheat my uncle. A formless killing intent was eliminated by me just like that. To put it bluntly, everything is under the control of the lonely one." In the kitchen. The old man stood at the side in a daze, watching his wife wash and cut the vegetables in an orderly manner, neither too fast nor too slow. "So, what did she ask him to do?" He didn't speak for a long time. "Xiaolon." The old man said. "Yes." Qin Ma nodded and said in a steady tone, "Who is that Su Yu?" "The vice president of A's company." The old man said. "What do you think of her?" Qin Ma bowed her head to wash the vegetables and glanced at her husband. "Very good, very good." The old man, who didn't know that he had fallen into his son's trap, smiled and gave a thumbs up. Qin Ma silently broke the lettuce. With a click, she smiled gently and said, "How is it good? Do you like her very much? You can't let down such a girl, right?" The old man was stunned and showed a look of realization. He said sneakily, "A's told you. Do you think it's very good too?" Qin Ma, "Yes, A's told me." Qin Ma thought, he was already so old, and he still couldn't hold back his restless heart. Maybe he had lived for too long and wanted to know what it was like to die. This stinky little character has finally matured. The old man said with relief, "I thought he couldn't forget Zijin and didn't want to disclose his relationship with Su Yu." The old man paused and frowned. If Su Yu really had a boyfriend, it was really not good to disclose their relationship. After all, it was disgraceful to play with a secretary. "Wait, old Qin, what did you mean just now?" What do you mean by, couldn't forget Zijin, and, disclose his relationship with Suyu? Qinma frowned and found that things were not simple. Suyu is his girlfriend. I thought so before. After all, it's already like that. The old man said gloomily. Nonsense, isn't his girlfriend Zijin? Who said that? Don't guess, the old man said. Qinma said unhappily, who's guessing? He said it himself, just now. The couple looked at each other and felt that their son's style had collapsed. Let me think about it. The old man felt that his son's circle was very messy. He had to think carefully. You said that Zijin is A's girlfriend. A said it himself. Qinma nodded. Then, I know that Suyu is A's girlfriend. Anyway, we have done what a boyfriend and girlfriend should do. The old man said, but just now, Zijin and Bao Bao said that Suyu has a boyfriend. Qinma's face changed. Things were complicated. From her son's foot in two boats, it became Suyu and her son at the same time. In the past, when she watched TV, there was always a plot of the boss and his secretary hooking up. They were a pair of dogs. Qinma looked at it and felt sad. If she didn't pay attention, her son would also become that kind of person. This matter needs to be clarified. Qinma's tone was serious. Of course, otherwise it will seem that our Qin family has no education. The old man said seriously. Is your belt ready? It's ready. The old man patted his waist. I'll call the stinky boy to come in and talk. Don't be too serious, or Bao Bao will follow in. Qinma knew that in recent years, her daughter had been protecting her brother. Moreover, this was a mess, and the girls' faces were not good. Yes. The old man nodded. By the way, there's one more thing. Qinma said. The old man looked back. A said before that you liked Suyu, and that you two secretly contacted each other without telling him. He said that Suyu came to the house not to see him, but to see you. He said how you liked her and how you liked her. Look at A's worried face. Mother Qin chuckled and said, if I didn't know your character, I would have thought that you were an old cow trying to eat young grass after hearing him say that. Go. The old man spat, and then, the murderous look in his eyes skyrocketed. I don't think the belt is enough. The old man strode to the living room. Qinma smiled calmly. Silly son, you don't even think about who raised you. You even dared to lie to your mother. Look at how your father will beat you. Moreover, it was the husband who beat him. She persuaded and protected Ace from the side and made him grateful to his mother. She had played this game for more than 10 years. It was very smooth. Chapter 361. Qinze listened to the movement in the kitchen and imagined the scene. At this time, his mother reprimanded him with her hands on her hips. His grandfather bowed his head and explained nervously. His dignified image was gone. He wanted to rush in and take pictures, ha ha ha. Other children would want their parents to treat each other with respect and love for the rest of their lives. However, Qinze knew that when parents quarreled. No, parents would never quarrel. Usually, it was the father who would be scolded unilaterally. Back then, when it came to his uncle, Grandpa Qin was against it at first. He felt that he should not indulge his uncle. However, Qinze's mother loved her younger brother dearly. She was afraid that he would really be drowned in the Huangpu River by the debt collectors. Although the current society was ruled by law, if it was more than a decade ago, loan sharks were as cruel as the underworld. Qinma cried and scolded at the same time. For the whole night, his grandfather was annoyed and went to his son's room to occupy his small bed. Little Qinze did not dare to complain and happily threw himself into his sister's arms. He slept on his sister's fragrant bed for the whole night. Not long after, the house was sold. Hey, why didn't they quarrel for a long time? His mother's temper was good, but as a wife, she could not bear it, right? She must question loudly. Could it be that his grandfather's ventriloquism was as good as his, and he could comfort his mother with a glib tongue? Liar, how could they quarrel? Qin Bao stretched her neck and nervously paid attention to the movement in the kitchen. It was calm and quiet. Wang Zijin and Siyu did not express their opinions on this matter, but looked at Qin Zhe with questioning eyes. No, they will quarrel. I'll count to 3, 2, 1, bah, you want them to quarrel so much. As they were talking, his grandfather came out of the kitchen and waved his hand. Ace, come here and help your mother cut some vegetables. She can't spare her hands. Qin Zhe looked at his father's face and felt something was wrong. His 18 years of professional experience made him have a woman's sixth sense. Qin Bao nudged him with her big butt. Go away, I'm starving. Qin Zhe was puzzled. When he stood up, he was kicked in the butt by his sister. Needless to say, Siyu came to the house on New Year's Eve, and the elder sister felt that her territory was invaded by the coquettish goods outside. So she vented her anger on him. Qin Zhe went into the kitchen. Qin Ma's graceful figure could still be seen. She stood by the chopping board and cut vegetables. Mom, let me help you. He walked over. Qin Ma smiled. No need. Bang! With a soft sound, the kitchen door closed. Qin Zhe turned his head and saw the old man staring at him with a gloomy face. His heart skipped a beat. I might be in trouble. Or maybe the way I entered the kitchen was wrong, but the old man definitely wouldn't give him a chance. In the spacious kitchen, Qin Zhe made sandwich biscuits for his parents. Dad, I was joking with Mom just now, please forgive me. The witty Qin Zhe directly admitted his mistake. It was useless to be stubborn. It was impossible to be reasonable. He would not be reasonable in this life. If it was useful to be reasonable, why would he need his father's big weapon? Pa! The old man didn't say anything and cut his scalp. Dad, why did you hit me during the New Year? Qin Zhe subconsciously stood at attention. He hated this damn instinct. Spicy old radish, it was really heavy. The old man didn't speak, and the second slap came. Qin Zhe blocked it. Mom, you see, Dad hit me again. Qin Zhe asked his good mother for help. Qin Ma waited for the old man to finish the third slap, and whispered, Don't hit the child, hitting can't solve the problem. Qin Zhe complained, Maybe I'll get married in a few years. Dad, you can't always be so touchy. Marry a wife. The old man sneered, How many do you want to marry? Qin Zhe, your ability has grown. You have a foot in 2 boats. Aren't you afraid that your legs will be too big and you will pull your balls? Ahem. Qin Ma coughed twice, indicating that her husband should use civilized words. The old man snorted coldly, I ask you, what's the matter with Suyu? What's the matter with Wang Zijin? Who is your girlfriend? Qin Zhe, he could basically imagine the conversation between his parents in the kitchen, My son found a girlfriend. I'm so happy. Oh, my son also found a girlfriend. I'm so happy. My son's girlfriend is Wang Zijin. What about you? My son's girlfriend is Suyu. We only have one son, right? Yes, destroy him. When I was writing the script just now, I must have written the wrong name. The original name was A Straightforward Trap for Comrade Qin Jianzhang, and the wrong name was Today I'm Going to Die in a Fancy Way. There was no way to celebrate the new year. Qin Zhe's heart was cold. The old man pointed at him and said angrily, If you don't make this clear today, you can't imagine what I'll do to you. What a terrible line. Qin Zhe felt like a puppy that had been forced into a corner. There was no way out, but he couldn't bite. I have to think of a way to save myself. This kind of thing, even if you beat me to death, I can't say it out loud. If things went south, his mother's girlfriend and his father's girlfriend's model did not match. There was no way to explain it. System, it's time for you to appear. Quickly help me think of a way. Qin communicated with the system in his mind. If there were no missions, the system basically wouldn't come out to speak. It would be content to be a lowlife. Perhaps it had given up on the idle host. Forget it, as long as the host is happy, the mission doesn't matter. This kind of mentality. System, I'm sorry, host. In this case, unless you have a cheat system to help you forcibly reduce the IQ of your parents, you have no hope of fooling them. Although your heart's desire is very strong, the system will not issue an impossible mission. Host, take care. Goodbye. Qin, go to hell, low-life system. Are you out to be funny? In the midst of despair, Qin's brain twitched. He stubbornly said, I just want to die. The old man's response was 5 consecutive slaps, turning Qin's carefully groomed hairstyle into chicken feathers. Dad, don't hit. I'll tell you everything. Qin was very flexible. Sister Ziwei is my girlfriend, that's right. Su Yu is also my girlfriend. The old man raised his hand again. Qin took a step back and explained, listen to me slowly. Qin Ma, who was behind him, knocked him on the head. It was rare for her to be angry. Hurry up and say it. Finally, he was hit by the mixed doubles. Qin rubbed his head. His head hurt. The matter between Su Yu and me is very melodramatic. After the stock market crashed, we made a lot of money. That night, the company organized a party. Everyone was very happy and drank a lot. Su Yu was drunk. Of course, I drank a lot too. I sent her home. After sending her home, I wanted to go back, but Su Yu said she liked me very, very much. Then, you know what happened. I don't know your sister. The old man raised his hand and greeted his son. He said angrily, you used drinking as an excuse. It's fine if it was your first time, but why are you still in a relationship? You have a girlfriend, and she has a boyfriend. What kind of nature is this? If it was a few decades ago, you would be criticized. This was what he was most annoyed about. It was a very bad nature to be two-timing. What boyfriend? Qin was confused. Doesn't Su Yu have a boyfriend? Who said so? Your sister and Zijin. Qin. It turned out that while he was hiding in the kitchen, a fierce battle had already unfolded in the living room. Looking at the posture, his little Teddy was completely defeated. In terms of scheming, Su Yu really couldn't beat Sister Ziwei. She might not even be able to beat Sister Bao. Dad, Su Yu doesn't have a boyfriend. Qin explained as he parried his father's slap. What? The old man's slap stopped. Su Yu doesn't have a boyfriend, I promise. Then what did Zijin and your sister say that she has one? Maybe, it's a misunderstanding. What could he say? They were both flesh and blood. He couldn't say, Sister Ziwei and your daughter teamed up to slander others. Really? The old man looked surprised. Qin nodded hard. I swear. Qin Ma narrowed her eyes and made things clear. If her son was telling the truth, then Zijin and Bao Bao's hostility was very obvious. Zijin, this girl, was quite a dignified and well-behaved girl, tsk. What Qin Ma could think of, the old man certainly could. He was shocked. He always thought that Zijin was very dignified and gentle. He didn't expect that she would secretly make trouble. The old man remembered Wang Zijin's impeccable performance just now. This girl was amazing. Chapter 362. Let's not talk about whether she has a boyfriend or not. The old man waved his hand, scaring Qin Zhe into thinking that he was going to be beaten again. What about Zijin? What's the relationship between you and Zijin? The old man's tone was irritated. Pure boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Qin Zhe used implicit language to summarize his relationship with Sister Ziwei. No. The old man was stunned. Qin Zhe nodded. The kitchen was quiet for a while. The old man frowned and pondered. Qin Ma was also pondering. Qin Zhe was trembling. I don't know when the scalp will be cut. Steady, I will be able to get through it. What are you going to do? The old man couldn't figure it out and threw the question back to his son. I don't know. Qin Zhe scratched his head. Perhaps seeing the confusion and loss in his son's eyes, the old man didn't cut him. From a father's point of view, he analyzed for his son, you have a relationship with her. As long as the girl doesn't ask you to leave, you should take responsibility. Su Yu is a good girl. Of course, Dad is not pedantic. If you like Wang Zijin more, you can talk to Su Yu and part on good terms. Otherwise, talk to Zijin and break up as soon as possible. Qin Zhe lowered his head and shrugged his head, like a lost puppy in the wild, lonely and desolate. The old man's heart softened inexplicably. This was his salted fish, his son. Maybe he did something wrong, but as a father, he should not just reprimand and punish him seriously, but also point out the right path for him. The role of a father was the benchmark on the child's life path and the lighthouse on a drifting ship. I should be more patient and careful, help him, persuade him, and guide him with gentle fatherly love. The old man sighed. If you have any thoughts and troubles, just say it. Dad has decades of life experience more than you. I think I can help you. Qin Zhe said in a tangled voice, can't I have both? Do you have any experience in this area? The old man, Qin Ma, was speechless. Grandpa Xing immediately looked at Qin Ma. Qin Ma snorted. Do you have any experience in this area? Attentive. Patience. He, such a son should be beaten to death. The old man said in a deep voice, die, you little red man. He lifted the hem of his sweater and pulled out his belt. Oh, my dear father. Qin Zhe hurriedly grabbed the belt. You'd better cut off my scalp. I'm not afraid. The leather belt was much more powerful than a feather duster, and he couldn't withstand it. I'm in despair. A new year has just started and I've already been beaten up. I feel like I'm done for this year. This wasn't his natal year, why was he so unlucky? Let go. I'm not letting go. Let go, or I'll kill you. No. Not even if you beat me to death. The father and son pulled the belt, and no one dared to let go. Looking at this scene, Qin Ma sighed. Her son had grown up, and he was no longer the child who was beaten and didn't dare to fight back. It was good to see her son grow up and have more and more independent personality. Qin Ma thought with relief and silently opened the second cabinet, where there was a rolling pin that hadn't been used for many years. Because her back was facing Qin Zhe didn't see his mother's action, or his young heart would be broken. When Grandpa Xing saw it, his eyes lit up. He decisively picked up the rolling pin and said fiercely, haha, little red man, accept this shit. Qin Zhe was speechless. If you dare to hide, I'll call Tissue and sue you in now. Qin Zhe was speechless. Stand properly and straighten your back. Qin Zhe was speechless. Grandpa Xing used the rolling pin to teach the little red man how to behave. He reprimanded, do you think you've made some money and become arrogant? No matter how old you are still my son. Did I teach you from childhood? No matter rich or poor, the most basic integrity and bottom line of being a person must be upheld with zero tolerance. Do you want both of them? Ha ha ha, Qin Zhe, "Oh Qinze, how could I have such a promising son like you? Why don't you use your money to get me married according to the imperial decree?" Marriage by imperial decree was a system of one wife and many concubines in ancient times, but if you can get the emperor's permission, you can marry 2 wives. Grandpa Xing's strength was ridiculing him. 5 minutes later, Qin Ma took her husband's hand and said angrily, "If you have something to say, let's talk about it. Why are you beating him? If you break the child, you will compensate me." Tears streamed down Qin Zai's cheeks as he thought, "Dear mother, could you have said this earlier? You are not a policeman, but you have learned the bad habit of being late." At 7:30 in the evening, Qin Zai helped Qin Ma make a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner and a large basin of dumplings. The aroma spread from the kitchen to the living room, and the sisters were drooling. Qin Zai took out the last dish. Su Yu, Qin Bao Bao, and Wang Zijin sat in a row. 3 pairs of eyes were shining. "Let's eat." Grandpa Xing waved his hand. He sat at the head of the table. The 3 sisters were on his left, and Qin Zai and Qin Ma were on his right. "Ace, help me fill the bowl with rice," the elder sister said softly. Qin Zai filled a bowl of rice for her and handed it over. When Qin Bao Bao took the bowl, her face turned pale. "Why is your hand swollen? Dad taught her a lesson." Qin Zai said, "I hit my hand when I was washing the pressure cooker." Qin Bao Bao, "Does it hurt? Let me blow it for you." Wang Zijin, "Do you have any medicine at home?" Su Yu, "I'll go buy some medicine." The 3 of them spoke in unison. They were all concerned and distressed. Grandpa Xing, Qin Ma thought that Ace was surprisingly popular with women. She didn't realize it before. Grandpa Xing thought that he was always envious. Sure enough, such a son should be beaten to death. That little chick would suffer. Grandpa Xing couldn't give him any experience in emotional matters. He let Qin Zai figure it out by himself. Maybe it was because Qin Ma was standing next to him. Grandpa Xing couldn't say, "Son, I'm the most experienced in this kind of emotional entanglement. Tonight, we'll have a long talk and I'll teach you the secret of passing through thousands of flowers without being stained by a single leaf." Qin Ma and Grandpa Xing couldn't intervene directly in their son's emotional problems. After discussing it, they decided to keep it a secret and let their son deal with it by himself. The ending might be happy and sad, but at least they wouldn't regret it. If they intervened forcibly, it might become a knot in the hearts of these young people for half of their lives. Although Grandpa Xing liked to beat his son, he was not pedantic. He was even quite open-minded. The last sentence was, "There are many choices for girlfriends. You can try Su Yu and Wang Zijin, but it's not right to date 2 at the same time." To sum it up, both girls can try the depth and find the most suitable for their own type. Anyway, Qin Zai understood it like this. There was no problem. The Qin family's New Year's Eve dinner hadn't been so lively for many years. This year, Wang Zijin and Su Yu were added. If it weren't for their son's embarrassing emotional problems, Grandpa Xing and Qin Ma would be very happy. The older they were, the more they liked to be accompanied by the younger generation. The more lively, the better. For many old people, the greatest hardship was not poverty, but loneliness day after day. For Su Yu, the happiest thing was to sit together and eat in harmony with the family. This happiness was not given to her by her relatives, but tonight in the Qin family, she felt the long-lost family affection. Sitting opposite her was the man she loved most, the serious but kind Uncle Qin, and the gentle Qin Ma. Everything was so beautiful. If this scene could be photographed, please Photoshop the 2 little bitches. Perfect. At the New Year's Eve dinner, Grandpa Xing, who had always been quiet at the table, made an exception and continued to talk about their topic with Su Yu. From the domestic economy to the foreign economy, and then to the global economy. Finally, they talked about the route that Bao's company should take in the financial industry in the future and some feasible businesses in the near future. Wang Zijin and Qin Bao had black question marks on their faces. The top students of Fudan University and Peking University felt that they were uncultured and low for the first time. They couldn't get a word in. Qin Zhe could interrupt. "Dad, what you said is not suitable for my company. Su Yu, your foreign economic theory can't work in China. Change it as soon as possible." "Dad, Su Yu's combination of things doesn't work. Don't discuss these meaningless things. It's ridiculous. Dad, your reform ideas are full of loopholes. Su Yu, your idea of learning from the Western economic experience and changing the downward pressure of the domestic economy is more naive." As the big boss who gnawed on the skill book to the maximum level, the academic discussion between Dad and Su was like Confucius seeing two children debate. Confucius couldn't tell who was right and who was wrong, but Qin Zhe could tell that both of them were wrong. "It's none of your business. Go eat your meal," Grandpa Xing reprimanded. "Don't interrupt," Su Yu said coquettishly. Qin Ma and Wang Zijin talked about their daily life. Compared with the academic discussion between Grandpa Xing and Su Yu, the two of them were more like a pair of comedians. Wang Zijin could always follow Qin Ma's words and make her smile. Wang Zijin knew how to please the elders. Qin Bao couldn't learn this skill. Qin Bao could only act coquettishly, but it was easy to kill the conversation. For example, Qin Ma said, "Zijin, you will be 26 after the new year. It's time to find a boyfriend." Wang Zijin would smile and say, "Yes, Auntie, it's time to find one. If you have a chance to find a boy you can get along with, you can fall in love." If it was Qin Bao, she would say, "What boyfriend, annoying." Qin Ma said, "Have you thought about when to get married?" Wang Zijin said, "Marry yourself before 30, what do you think, Auntie?" If it was Qin Bao, "Mom, you are annoying. If you talk about this again, believe it or not, I will become a nun." The brother and sister buried their heads in eating and were ignored. At this time, Qin Zhe saw his sister blinking her watery eyes at him. Then, there was a small foot under the table, rubbing his calf. What the hell? Qin Zhe was flustered. He couldn't pass the new year. "Sister, don't be wretched." Chapter 363. He couldn't help but panic. What happened just now? The old man and Qin Ma were considerate and gave him a beating. They didn't intervene in the end, but it didn't mean that the old couple wasn't angry. In this case, if they found out that the daughter was quietly rubbing against the son's legs under the table. After all, the table wasn't big, but the legs were quite close. Qin Zhe's father's words just now appeared in his mind, "You can't imagine what I'll do to you." In fact, he could imagine that these legs were probably gone. Moreover, his mother thought highly of Sister Xian, but she also had a good impression of Su Yu. Just now, she scolded him in the kitchen and then left. Not only that, she even protected him. Only his mother was the best in the world. Whether it was Zijin or Su Yu, his mother was relieved. In the end, as long as it wasn't the maggot she was afraid of, Qin Ma would approve of her son marrying any wife. However, if she found that maggot teasing her son under the table, Qin Zhe swallowed hard. Qin Zhe felt that this would be the most frightening New Year's Eve in his life. Moreover, he had to stay up late. The night was long, and he didn't know if he could survive tonight. The sound of firecrackers, congratulations, and laughter came from the TV. In this festive festival, Qin Zhe couldn't feel a trace of warmth and longed for the big boss's quilt. Sister's feet were flexible. They climbed from the calf to the thigh. Only her legs were long, so she could move as much as she wanted, but her upper body could remain motionless. However, wasn't she afraid of rubbing against her mother? Qin Zhe ignored his sister's teasing and sped up eating. He finished eating early and went to the living room to watch TV. With his parents here, his sister didn't dare to be presumptuous, Siyu didn't dare to make trouble, and Wang Zijin didn't dare to squint. How nice it was to watch the New Year's gala in harmony. So beautiful. That's it. The foot slid from the calf to the thigh and continued to move up. Then it would be 18K. Qin Zhe quietly reached his hand under the table, pinched the mischievous little foot, and pinched it hard. Ouch! The elder sister frowned and cried out in pain. At the same time, she retracted her foot. What's wrong? Qin Ma asked with concern. The old master looked over as well. The elder sister glared at Qin Zhe and said angrily, "Little punk, you stepped on my foot." Qin Zhe, sorry. The elder sister played the blame game and wrinkled her nose. You're already so old, yet you still don't know your place when you're eating. So annoying. Qin Zhe was speechless. I will take the blame for this. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful next time. Qin Zhe lowered his head and admitted his mistake. I'll treat you to candy another day. What kind of candy? Qin Bao Bao asked subconsciously. Deoxyribose. Qin Zhe thought to himself. They continued to eat and chatted. Qin Ma asked about Wang Zijin's family. Speaking of which, Wang Zijin and her son were together. As the number one daughter-in-law, she didn't know about Wang Zijin's family situation. She only knew that she lived in the capital and her father seemed to be in the government. Wang Zijin responded well. Her father was an official and didn't say how old he was. Her mother was the daughter of a rich family. Her grandfather was in his 70s. Because he was injured when he was young, his health wasn't very good and he retired early. She also had uncles and cousins. As for herself, she was an only child with no siblings. At first glance, it seemed that she had confessed her family background. Thinking about it carefully, there were thousands of families like this in China. There was no reference value at all. Hey, with Sister Ziwei's skills, if she and Mom fought, it would be very exciting. Wang Zijin ate very modestly and only took a few dishes around her. Qin Zhe saw her eyes fall on the snow cabbage stewed with winter bamboo shoots in front of him several times. But the distance was a little far, so she didn't take it. In front of her uncles and aunts, she was impeccable in all aspects. But Qin Zhe felt sorry for her. Sister Ziwei, eat this. I cooked it. I didn't cook for you and sister at home before. Qin Zhe picked up her chopsticks and said, try it. Wang Zijin squinted happily and smiled brightly. Ace was so considerate. Suddenly, Qin Zhe felt a gaze fall on him. He turned his head and saw Suyu. Suyu didn't speak and fixed her soft eyes on him. She was clearly saying, I want it too, I want it too. Qin Zhe understood the principle of not worrying about scarcity but about uneven distribution. But the problem was, why was everyone's expression so strange? The old man sneered. Qin Ma chuckled. Sister's beautiful eyes stared at him sharply. Wang Zijin, in the eyes of parents, it was probably two daughters-in-law competing for favor or something. In the eyes of sister and Wang Zijin, Suyu was stirring up trouble again. Suyu liked Qin Zhe. They both saw it. But Suyu came to the house this time, nominally to visit the old man. Little you, look away. How can you stare at people like that? Qin Zhe was anxious and braced himself. You can't get it either. I'll help you. He picked up a piece for Suyu. Suyu smiled sweetly and said, thank you. His knee was kicked hard, and it hurt. It was sister. Sister glanced at her bowl. Okay, I'll finish the sins I've committed even if I have to kneel. Sister, you try it too. Mom, you have a piece too. Dad. You eat. The old man gave him a meaningful look. He always felt that his father's gaze was very complicated. Hating iron for not becoming steel. Envious and jealous. Qinzhe sat down, picked up the bowl, and ate 2 mouthfuls of rice. That foot came again, along his calf, and climbed up flexibly. Su Yu and Wang Zijin made me suffer, and you're still blindly joining in the fun. Although it's my own sin, we've been siblings for more than 20 years. Believe it or not, give me a way out, big brother. Qinzhe glared at his sister, put down the bowl, reached to the table, and pinched hard. Ouch! Su Yu cried out in pain. What's wrong? The old man asked. Qinzhe was speechless. Maybe I stepped on it again. Su Yu immediately nodded. Yes, he stepped on it. What's wrong with you, stepping on so many people for a meal? The old man stared at his son unhappily. Qinzhe, come on, where's Dou-yi? I want to play solo with you. His mentally and physically exhausted sister who loved to cause trouble and Teddy Sue who loved to cause trouble were both troublesome. Sister Xian was still the best. Sister Xian would definitely not be able to do this kind of coquettish action of rubbing someone's leg under the table. Moreover, she was 165 meters tall and sat far away. It seemed that if she wanted to stretch out her legs to tease him, the posture of her upper body would be very big. Unlike 2 172-meter long-legged monsters. Short legs also had their advantages. Qinzhe glanced at Sister Ziwei. Wang Zijin. She always felt that A's eyes were strange. Finally, the meal was over. 6 people, more than a dozen dishes, and a large pot of dumplings. The dishes were almost finished, and there were not many dumplings left. The 3 beautiful women leaned on the sofa, enjoying the comfort after eating. Then the question was, what about the bowls and chopsticks? Who would help Qin Ma clean up? The old man would not do housework, so Qin Ma glanced at Wang Zijin. The gentle and virtuous first daughter-in-law did not respond. Qin Ma glanced at Su Yu. The cold and elegant second daughter-in-law did not respond. Qin Ma looked at her daughter again. Forget it, if she had a reaction, she was not her daughter. Mom, don't look, they don't have this consciousness. Qinzhe bowed his head and said, stacking the rice bowls together, let me help you. Sister is Dad's intimate little cotton padded jacket, I am your intimate little cotton padded trousers. Hey, the little cotton padded trousers were not close to the heart. It should be called the little cotton padded trousers, but if he said it out loud, he would be beaten to death. Qin Ma sighed, you don't have to do housework. You, boy, still have a bad taste in choosing a wife. Qinzhe thought, it's all your and Dad's fault. The mother and son were washing dishes in the kitchen, and his mother sighed, in the past, I was always worried about Bao Bao's marriage. She may be used to being single and heartless. She didn't pay much attention to you, but she didn't pay attention and you found too. Speaking of this topic, Qinzhe felt very guilty. He knew that his mother knew that his sister was a brother complex. Qinzhe anxiously told Qin Ma that Sister Ziwei was his girlfriend in order to dispel his mother's doubts. I said that I am Mom's little cotton padded trousers. Mom, you don't have to worry about me. Mom doesn't worry about you. There are many girls in my hometown who want to marry to a big city, Qin Ma said with a smile. If you can't find a wife in the future, I will go to my hometown to find a girl for you to go on a blind date. Just find a few, as long as they are passable. After all, you are ordinary and not handsome, so I can't ask too much. Qinzhe, Mom, you will lose your son like this. He was unwilling to give up and said, Mom, look, am I really not handsome? Qin Ma looked at him, look carefully, you are quite handsome. Maybe you didn't have good nutrition in the past, so your complexion was not good, so you don't look handsome. Qin Zai's facial features were very regular, but they were not delicate enough. The system slightly made him more delicate, and his appearance immediately increased by several levels. In the internet's buzzword, you are not ugly, but you are not obviously handsome. Mom is also very beautiful. You are so old, but you only have a little bit of crow's feet, Qin Zai said. Mrs. Qin was speechless. Son, do you want to lose your mother? After washing the dishes, Qin Zai came to the living room. Ace, come and play cards with us, Qin Bao suggested. At this time, there was nothing to watch on TV. The New Year's Eve in the big city was actually quite boring. Since the accident on the Bund, there were fewer New Year's Eve activities. If they went out to play, it felt no different from usual. On New Year's Eve, the 4 members of the Qin family would play cards, and Qin Zai and Qin Bao would join hands to cheat some pocket money from their parents. Qin Ma sat on the sofa to rest and smiled. You 4 play, we old people watch TV. The old man said, focus on entertainment, don't play too much. Zijin, Suyu, you 2 be careful. Qin Zai and Bao often used to look at each other and cheat pocket money from me and their mother. They have a tacit understanding. Don't fall into their trap. Qin Zai said, don't listen to my dad's nonsense. It's as if we can use our eyelids to crack Morse code. Suyu said that she didn't like to play cards, then moved to Qin Zai's side, next to him, and watched him play cards. Qin Bao sneered, afraid of losing money. Wang Zijin added, I'll lend it to you, you don't have to pay it back. Suyu whispered, 2 illiterate idiots. Qin Zai was the only one who heard it and understood it. Hopefully, they could spend New Year's Eve in harmony. Chapter 364. Now Suyu, who is proficient in 18 kinds of martial arts and proficient in 108 kinds of postures, indeed has enough confidence to despise Wang Zijin and Qin Bao in this respect. And Wang Zijin and Qin Bao are really illiterate. Fortunately, the old man and Qin Ma are on the side. Suyu can't despise the 2 little bitches loudly. She has to consider her image in the hearts of her uncle and aunt. If this sentence is said loudly, it will be very bad. Sister will definitely refute, you have a high education. Sister just disdains the postgraduate entrance examination. Sister, who lacks internet knowledge, can be ignored. Sister Ziwei always feels that she will notice something. After all, she is an internet veteran. Suyu doesn't play cards, the old man fills in, and 4 people play double buttons. The old man put on his glasses, sitting next to Qin Ma, opposite to Qin Zai, and sitting next to Suyu. At first glance, Suyu seems to have become the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. Qin Bao and Wang Zijin secretly gnashed their teeth. Playing cards was 30% luck, 30% memory, and 40% logic. In terms of memory, Wang Zijin and Qin Bao are both outstanding. After several rounds of playing, they know what cards they played and what cards they didn't play. In terms of logic, the old man and Qin Zai are awesome people, and there is absolutely no possibility of playing bad cards. They fought for 2 hours in a row. There were wins and losses. During this period, Suyu sat beside Qin Zai obediently. He didn't talk much, he didn't point fingers, but he was getting closer and closer to him. In the last game, Qin Zai and the old man were in a group. This game was very anxious. Both sides were very unlucky. Only Qin Bao and the old man held bombs in their hands and used them early. Then everyone began to play singles and doubles. Qin Zai held a pair of cues in his hand, 3 fours, and it was his turn to play cards. He was a little hesitant. The number of cards in the hands of the sisters was not small. If he played a pair or 3, he might be eaten. Qin Zai hesitated again and asked, Suyu, what do you think? The sleepy Suyu was refreshed, and her eyes were bright. are you asking me? What if I lose? Qin grinned, if you pay, just say it. Suyu tilted her head, thought about it, pointed to 3 fours, and said seriously, play this. After a pause, she added, I guess. Qin said, it's okay. He threw 3 fours. Originally, he thought that it would be safer to play double Q, but maybe people who didn't know how to play were luckier. Unexpectedly, the sisters had no cards, and Qin threw away the double Q again. Qin Bao immediately returned with a double K and played an ace. She only had 1 card left in her hand. The old man played a 2 to take her down and threw out the last card in his hand. The sisters failed miserably. Suyu cheered and stretched out her white and tender hand to Wang Zijin, give me the money. Wang Zijin handed it to her with no expression. Then she reached out and asked Qin Bao for it. Qin Bao's face was black, and a Grandpa Mao card was in her hand. Suyu happily looked for change in the light red Hermes wallet, gave it to Qin Bao, and stuffed the Grandpa Mao card into her wallet. At 11:00 in the evening, the old man took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and waved his hand, I'll watch TV. I won't play. You 3 play fight the landlord. Qin Bao was not reconciled to lose money. She twisted her waist and said coquettishly, no, how can you win money and leave? Come again. Qin Ma patted her daughter's head gently and said, your father is tired, go play by yourself. Wang Zijin glanced at Suyu and suddenly said, otherwise, let's play the king's game. Qin Bao's eyes lit up like a big light bulb. Interesting, let's play this. Suyu, do you want to play? Suyu's face glowed and she was eager to try, this is okay, let's play. The 3 women looked at Qin. Qin, I suddenly feel so tired, I quit. No. They said in unison. You are deliberately making things difficult for me, Qin. If he remembered correctly, the king's game was very exciting. The king had the absolute right to order others to do anything. This anything needed to be agreed upon in advance. Otherwise, the game could not be played. Think about it, if Qin drew the king's game, he could do anything. Zijin, take off your pants. Suyu, come up by yourself. Sister, please eat sweets. Well, this kind of story would probably only appear in pornographic manga. Normal people would not play like this, but the king's game could play all kinds of tricks, like barking like a dog, letting 2 men kiss, etc. It was very interesting. Such an interesting game, but it made Qin's chrysanthemum tighten and his balls go cold. You can't guarantee what the sisters will ask for. What game? Tell me about it. Qin Ma asked with a smile. Qin drew the king, a, 2, and 3 cards and explained, the person who draws the king can order the people in a, 2, and 3 to do anything. It's quite interesting. Qin Ma laughed. Qin's heart moved, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, Mom, Dad, why don't you play too? With his parents present, the sisters would not play without restrictions. Most importantly, he had some questions to ask his parents. He could use this opportunity. Life is full of tricks. I don't only want to trick Dad, I also want to trick Mom. If I die on New Year's Eve, I will drag everyone down with me. Qin thought to himself in despair. Old Master Lin did not have to use his brain and mind. There was still an hour to the Spring Festival Gala. Qin Ma felt that it was not a bad idea to play with the children. She did not know that she had fallen into the trap that her son had dug. Qin drew the cards, shuffled them, and spread them out on the coffee table. Everyone drew their own cards. Qin Ma was very lucky. She was the first to draw the king. So, I'm the king, right? She showed the cards to everyone. Mom, you can order anyone here to do anything. Qin Bao Bao laughed. Qin Ma pointed at her sister and shouted, Qin Bao Bao, bring your boyfriend home this year. Qin Bao Bao, Qin Ma raised the king. Are you going to play dirty? Qin Zhe said, Mom, this is not the way to play. If you point out the numbers, any one from 1 to 5. Qin Ma, then what's the number of Bao Bao? Qin Bao Bao hurriedly clamped the cards between her long legs. I'm not going to tell you. Qin Zhe said, just say 1, it's more interesting. Qin Ma pondered for a moment, then we can only guess. I guess Bao Bao is number 1. Number 1, bring your boyfriend home this year. Old Master Lin's mouth twitched and threw the number 1 card on the table. Can you change the request? I can't do it. Qin Zhe, Su Yu, Wang Zijin, Qin Bao Bao laughed and collapsed on the sofa. Dad, you must bring your boyfriend home next year. Qin Ma wanted to kill her daughter. She glared at her and laughed dryly. Then let's change the request. Hubby, pour me a glass of water. Old Master Lin poured the water. In the second round, Qin Bao Bao drew the king. She rolled her eyes and quietly exchanged glances with Wang Zijin. Her sister coughed. Number 3 and number 5, who's your boyfriend or girlfriend? Qin Zhe glanced at his card. Very good, number 1. But at this time, Siyu silently showed the number 5. Qin Zhe. Chapter 365. Number 5 was Suyu, and number 3 was Qin Ma. Qin Ma put the cards on the table and said with a smile, Mom's boyfriend is now my husband. The old man reached out and hugged Qin Ma. Qin Ma snuggled in her husband's arms, and the two people unscrupulously showed their love to their son and daughter, as well as daughters-in-law number 1 and 2. Qin Bao Bao looked at Su Yu and squinted, what about you? Qin Bao Bao always felt that the wolf in the house was the biggest threat. Now there is a teddy bear. Since knowing Su Yu's attitude towards Qin Zhe has changed. Qin Bao Bao felt it most deeply. She was almost sure that Su Yu took a fancy to the pig she had raised for 23 years. Before this, Qin Bao Bao just laughed and felt that everything was under her control. But Su Yu's visit on New Year's Eve made Qin Bao Bao wake up. It turned out that there were things that she couldn't control. For example, Su Yu hooked up with her father without saying a word, and even had a good relationship with him. She called him Uncle Qin sweetly. Her father looked at her with eyes full of kindness. Qin Bao Bao had no confidence in her heart. She wanted to see how far the little red guy and Su Yu had gone. Qin Bao Bao looked straight at Su Yu and sneered in her heart. Let's see if you will jump. At this time, Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin looked at each other. The real werewolf looked calm and nodded slightly to Qin Zhe. Steady, we can win. Su Yu said lightly, I don't have a boyfriend. She added in her heart, I only have a husband. Qin Bao Bao said in a suspicious tone, tell the truth, or it will be boring. Su Yu said seriously, I don't have a boyfriend. Qin Ma laughed and said, then you have to find one quickly. Mom's words are quite profound. The old man glanced at his son and sneered. Qin Zhe suddenly woke up. Su Yu did not lie. His real girlfriend was Wang Zijin. Su Yu was still trying to poach Wang Zijin and had not driven Wang Zijin off the stage for the time being. But Su Yu did lie. Her relationship with Qin Zhe was not wrong to say that they were boyfriend and girlfriend. It was equivalent to a bug. In the view of Qin Ma and the old man, Su Yu's answer was not wrong. Because they knew that she wasn't his girlfriend. It was not clear whether Qin Bao believed him or not, but she looked pensive. After reshuffling the cards, the game entered the third round. This time, it was Su Yu who drew the king's card. She glanced at Qin Zhe's card, and her mouth curved sharply. She put the king's card on the table. Number 1 and number 2, who is your favorite person? Wang Zijin heaved a sigh of relief. She was number 5. Qin Ma and the old man smiled and said, not us. The brother and sister spread out their cards. Qin Zhe was number 1, and Qin Bao was number 2. Qin Zhe looked at his sister, and his sister looked at Qin Zhe. Both of their eyes were panicked. Qin Zhe's mouth twitched. Damn it, can't we play happily? It's not about whether you have a boyfriend or not, it's about who you like most. Can't you change it? Su Yu stared at Qin Zhe. Wang Zijin stared at Qin Zhe. Only the sister lowered her head guiltily. What should I do? Mom's eyes are so hot. Bao Bao's heart is so flustered. This game can't be played, sob sob. However, almost at the same moment, the brother and sister's eyes met again. Favorite person, Qin Zhe would rather answer the last question. He gritted his teeth and spread out the matter. Only this matter, he dared not show his cards. People will die, the kind that will die miserably. I'm a billionaire, I can't die here. However, such a stimulating question, it seemed that they had heard their brother, sister, answer it. The brother and sister thought so. Wang Zijin smiled and said, say it, don't dawdle. Su Yu whispered, is it so difficult to choose? Qin Ma urged, say it. The old man, I. Qin Zhe gritted his teeth and made up his mind, of course, I like Mama best. Qin Ma. Qin Bao had a brainwave and rushed to hold the old man's arm, of course, I like Dad the best. The old man laughed heartily, good girl. If there was a disagreement, he would reward his daughter with a pat on the head. Shameless. Su Yu wrinkled her nose, you siblings are playing tricks. Wang Zijin glanced sideways, obviously not satisfied. I'm not playing tricks. The person I like most is my dad. Is there anything wrong? Qin Bao said righteously and flattered her father, I like Dad the best. She rubbed her head in the old man's arms. Most of the 25-year-old city girls are childish. In the countryside, girls of this age are mothers. Qin Zhe said in his heart, you didn't say who you love most. You like your parents the most. There's nothing wrong with that. Su Yu and Wang Zijin also figured out that there was a bug in this question and it was overlooked. While Qin Zhe was shuffling the cards, Wang Zijin sent a message to Qin Bao, so you must have taken a fancy to A's. Qin Bao replied, I think so too. Wang Zijin, if in the next game, whoever draws the national trump card, ask her who she likes. Qin Bao, no, she will say that the person she likes is Dad. You should ask her if she wants to find Qin Zhe as a boyfriend. Yes or no, choose one of the two. Wang Zijin, that's it. Okay, the game continues. This time, it was her sister who drew the national trump card again. She was really lucky. Wang Zijin was very excited. Her best friend was really lucky. She could continue to attack Su Yu. She quietly made a number of 3 under the table, which meant that she was the third card. In the game of 6 people, she could command up to 2 people, so the probability of catching Su Yu was 2 in 4. Qin Bao nodded slightly. She and Wang Zijin were good friends, good classmates, and desk mates for 3 years in college. They ate and did homework together. Occasionally, they would go to the playground to watch boys play basketball. When Qin Bao and Wang Zijin went to the court, the boys were like roosters on drugs and were very excited. Such a good bestie. I'm going to stab her in the back. Number 3, do you have a boyfriend? Qin Bao said loudly. Wang Zijin looked at her incredulously, feeling as if something had left her in her heart. Yes, it was the trust between people. Obviously, we said that we would attack Suyu together. Why did you backhand me? I treat you as my best friend. What do you treat me as? Little lover. Wang Zijin was completely disheartened as she spread out the number 3 card. Qin Zhe, it's over. Qin Ma, Mom, don't be like this. Qin Zhe looked at his mother with aggrieved eyes. Do you have a boyfriend or not? Qin Bao Bao looked straight at Wang Zijin. Therefore, his elder sister must have felt something. Wang Zijin hadn't spoken yet, so you interrupted. It's strange, what's the meaning of your question? Whether she has a boyfriend or not, you don't know. Suyu couldn't understand. In her understanding, Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin were boyfriend and girlfriend. Qin Bao Bao must know. After all, one is a brother and the other is a best friend. Ahem. Qin Zhe coughed. Don't say it again. Didn't you see Sister Ziwei's face was black? Suyu stopped, looked at Qin Zhe, and then looked at Qin Bao Bao thoughtfully. Yes. Wang Zijin said seriously. Qin Bao Bao asked, who is it? Wang Zijin smiled and said, then wait until you get the next king. Qin Bao Bao looked at her suspiciously and smiled, then I'll ask you next time. Qin Bao Bao leaned over and shuffled the cards. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin opened their eyes in Morse code. Qin Zhe, Sister Ziwei, can we still win? Wang Zijin, it's hard to say. Let's develop wretchedly and look forward to the opponent's play. Qin Zhe, my sister's development is good. She's determined to play. Also, I'm confident that she won't get the king even once. After all, it was 36D. Qin Zhe sighed silently. On this New Year's Eve, 3 women were a drama. It was not surprising that anything would happen. The situation was out of control. Forget it, everything depends on God's will. If everything is God's will, everything is fate after all, it's destined. I really want to sing this song. The 5th round began. There was always a way out. Qin Bao Bao did not get the king card. This card was in Qin Zhe's hands. Come on, let's hurt each other. Qin Zhe threw the king card on the table. He slowly looked at Qin Ma. He was waiting for this moment. After several shuffling, Qin Zhe made a little trick on each card, or drew an S, Z, or L line with his fingernails. Anyway, he made a mark on each card. 5 shuffles, exactly 5 cards. Qin Ma was lucky and did not draw a card that he had drawn. This time, he made a mark on each card, so he decisively grabbed the king card. This was Qin Zhe's confidence. The first few times, he did not grab the king card because he was afraid that his sisters would see through him. After all, everyone here was not trash. They were all very smart. Every time he drew the king card, his sisters would know that he recognized the card. What should he ask? He had already thought about it. He definitely could not ask, Mom, what's your biggest secret? It would be useless to ask. Qin Zhe took a deep breath. Number 1, who was your first love? Qin Ma slowly showed the cards and smiled. Of course, it was your father. Qin Zhe said, Mom, you were so beautiful when you were young. How did Dad manage to win your heart? Qin Ma said angrily, why are you asking about this? Qin Zhe looked at Grandpa Shin. Grandpa Shin's smiling face was obviously very proud. Seems like Mom did not lie. My first love was Comrade Qin Zhenjiang. The game continued. Qin Zhe drew the king card again. Number 3, what's the biggest secret in your heart? Qin Zhe asked. Qin Ma helplessly spread the number 3 card on the table and shook her head. No. Qin Bao Bao, I don't believe it. After the sister finished, she glanced at Qin Zhe. Qin smiled and said, "There must be a secret." "Mom, if you don't tell me, then I'll change the question." Qin frowned and nodded in agreement. "Mom, I remember you used to take me to Zhejiang province for holidays and stayed at Aunt Sue's house. I heard that Aunt Sue had a younger brother who was very rich, but I've never seen him. Once, Aunt Sue's husband was sick and had no money. You paid for it. So I thought, why didn't her rich brother help? Aunt Sue and her brother have a bad relationship." Grandpa Shin sighed. "The Aunt Sue you're talking about is Su Ru, right?" "Xiaolon, I remember that Su Ru loved Ace very much. In a blink of an eye, so many years have passed." Su Yu and Wang Zijin listened silently. They didn't feel anything. After all, they were strangers. Qin Bao lowered her head, her eyes twinkling, and no one knew what she was thinking. Qin Ma's face was very interesting, and she even forced a smile. "Why are you asking this?" "It's been so many years, I forgot. Aunt Sue loves me so much. Of course, I'm curious. At that time, I thought that when I grew up, I must teach her brother a lesson." "What's there to teach him? He's a stranger." Qin Ma was unhappy. "How can he be a stranger? You and Aunt Sue are so close. You shouldn't know her brother. We haven't contacted each other for more than 10 years. How can we be friends? Why haven't you contacted each other?" "Don't ask." Qin Ma's face was ugly. "Oh, forget it. Let's continue." Qin Zhe was ready to shuffle the cards. "I'm not playing anymore. I'm tired." Qin Ma got up and walked to the kitchen. "I'll wash some fruit for you." After the game ended, everyone felt mentally and physically exhausted. Chapter 366. At 12 o'clock, Qin Ma and the old man gave red packets to Qin Zhe and the others, which was considered as New Year's money. The elder sister opened the red packet, and there was a red 100 yuan bill. She smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, Mom and Dad." Then she reached out and grabbed the red packet from Qin Zhe's pocket, took out the money inside, and said righteously, "This year's New Year's bag, elder sister will help you keep it." "Well, just treat it as your wife's money." Qin Ma said helplessly, "Why do you care about A's wife's money? You, as a mother, don't care. As an elder sister, I'll have to work hard." Qin Bao said. Wang Zijin glanced at her. So you carefully stuffed the red packet into the inner pocket of the down jacket and was sincerely happy. "Thank you, Uncle and Auntie." Qin Bao yawned. "I'm going to sleep." Wang Zijin asked, "Aren't you staying up for the new year?" Qin Bao shrugged. Women who stay up late grow old quickly. In the past, it was A's who stayed up for the new year for me. Good brother, please continue this year. Wang Zijin, Qin Zhe sneered. Mom and Dad, this is your good daughter. Qin Ma, I'm used to it. Anyway, for so many years, you've stayed up for the new year. The old man, you talk too much. Why do girls stay up late? Bao, go to sleep. Qin Zhe, I was the one who humiliated myself. Wang Zijin was also sleepy. She didn't need to stay up for the new year, so she went to sleep with Qin Bao. So you whispered, what should I do? I want to sleep too. Should I go back? Qin Ma said, Su Yu, you sleep in A's room. He stays up for the new year at night. If he can't stand it, he can sleep on the sofa. Su Yu nodded. Oh. He was a little happy. Mrs. Qin took her to Qin Zhe's room. Qin Zhe's room wasn't big. It couldn't be compared to his parents' master bedroom or his sister's small master bedroom. However, the decoration was very simple. There was a bed, a desk, a cabinet, a lamp. There wasn't a mess of furnishings. It gave a refreshing feeling. This was the place where Qin Zhe had slept for 20 years. His scent was everywhere, especially the bed. Suyu blushed and her eyes sparkled. "I'll help you change the sheets," Qin Ma said. "No, no need." Suyu waved his hand. Qin Ma glanced at her with a meaningful smile. "That's true. All right then." Suyu was so embarrassed. After Qin Ma left, she became happy again. She kicked off her slippers and happily rolled on Qin Zhe's bed. She rolled left and right, and her whole body was covered with Qin Zhe's smell. Actually, there was no need to go through so much trouble. She had Qin Zhe's scent in her body. New Year's Eve was very happy, happier than any other New Year's Eve before. The only regret was that Qin Zhe slept in the living room. It would be perfect if he could sleep next to her. Suyu lay on the bed and sent a message to Qin Zhe. "Honey, come on. Send me a message before bed." Qin Zhe replied, "Get lost. Come on, come on. I can't bear it. I need my husband to comfort me." "Are you crazy? Behave. You can pay later. My parents' room is on your left, and my sister's room is opposite. Let me tell you, the soundproofing in my house is not very good. If you scream too loudly, you'll disturb them." "I'll definitely not scream." "No. Then I'll come to the living room." "The living room is so far away. They definitely can't hear." "Okay, when my parents are asleep, you can come out." "Really?" Asterisk 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 asterisk. Annoying. After the Spring Festival Gala, the old man and Qin Ma went back to their room to sleep. The older generation has special feelings for the Spring Festival Gala. Young people don't like to watch the Spring Festival Gala, but they like to complain about it. However, the older generation will basically stay at home on New Year's Eve and watch the Spring Festival Gala. Qin Zhe sometimes feels very emotional. After a few decades, the older generation will be gone. Will no one watch the Spring Festival Gala? Will this indelible New Year's Eve still be valued as it is now? He lay on the sofa, thinking about the thrilling experience tonight. First, he was shocked by Suyu's visit. Then, his parents saw through his double affair and taught him a lesson in the kitchen. Then, during dinner, his sister dared to tease him. Finally, a small game was played. It was thrilling and flustered. This was definitely the most exciting New Year's Eve in 23 years. But, it's all in the past. Everything is in the past. Salted fish say. "I've survived tonight." Thinking like this, there was the sound of footsteps in the corridor. The sound of slippers was heard. The beautiful sister came over and winked at Qin Zhe. Her eyes were very bright and charming. Qin Zhe looked at the ceiling and felt that he had become an old general on the stage. "What are you doing here?" Qin Zhe was very tired. "Ah, the night is long and I'm not in the mood to sleep. I'm looking for A's to talk about life." The sister walked over. "Where's Sister Ziwei?" "She's asleep." "Then you should go to sleep quickly." Qin Bao sat on Qin Zhe's lower abdomen and propped her hands on his chest. She said charmingly, "Your Majesty, I've been alone for a long time. It's late and cold at night. No one in the room can talk to me. I'm flustered." With that, her round buttock sat down hard. "Speak human." Qin Zhe sucked in a breath of cold air. "2 questions." Qin Bao narrowed her eyes. "What's the matter with Suyu? What's the relationship between you two? What's the relationship between you and Wang Zijin's boyfriend?" She twisted his ear with her cold little hand and snorted, "If you tell me the truth, I may be able to give you some advice. If you tell me a lie, I'll shout, 'Molester! Help! Is there a third option? Qin Zhe asked. Yes. Qin Bao Bao lay on top of him and said with a charming smile, "My little brother's little brother, cut it off forever." Qin Zhe said, "Since you asked sincerely, I'll be merciful and tell you. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed, in order to protect the world's peace. It's like this. On a dark and windy night, Siyu recommended himself to sleep with me. Then I slept with him. On another dark and windy night, Sister Ziwei hugged me and said, 'Ace, I like you. I like you very much. You must be my boyfriend. Otherwise, I'll die in front of you. You can't not like me.'" Qin Bao Bao didn't say a word and stared straight at him. Qin Zhe said in his heart, "This is the calm before the storm. Next, will my sister kill him with a hug, or kill him with scissors feet?" His elder sister burst out laughing and collapsed in his arms. Her body trembled and her delicate fragrance assailed his nostrils. "You don't believe me. I don't believe your big head." Sister charmingly rolled her eyes. If Wang Zijin would say such things, she would not be Wang Zijin. In the 3 years of high school, she didn't even wear a short skirt. Moreover, I don't believe that Siyu would say such things. She even recommended herself to sleep with you. You're overthinking it. Qin Zhe said in his heart, "In fact, I didn't lie to you. I didn't want to hide it from you, but I didn't want you to know." Qin Bao Bao sighed, "But Suyu really likes you, I can see it. Wang Zijin also has a good impression of you. Ace, if you were to choose one of them, who would you choose?" His tone was calm, and his expression was full of smiles. At first glance, it seemed that he was choosing one of the two, but in fact, it was not. If Qin Zhe was so naive, he would not have lived for so many years under his sister's abuse. "I choose sister." Qin Zhe gave the answer with a smile. "Sister is so hot and beautiful. If I want to find a girlfriend, I will also find someone like you." Qin Bao Bao smiled. "Good." Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. "Right." Qin Bao Bao took out 2 red Grandpa Mao bills from the small pocket of her pajamas and went to the cabinet under the TV to look for the red envelope. Her long hair was scattered, and when she squatted down, her buttocks were just like a full moon. She stuffed Grandpa Mao into the red envelope, put it on Qin Zhe's chest, and patted it with her small hand. "Happy New Year." 2 big bills, one was Qin Zhe's, and the other was her own, and now they were all given to Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe was moved. "Happy New Year, Grandpa is the best." Sister tilted her head. "So, it's your turn to give the red envelope. So, this should be another trick." Qin Zhe looked at her sly smile and said angrily, "I didn't bring cash, or, I'll give you back these 2 bills. No sincerity, hum." Qin Bao Bao wrinkled her nose. "Help me get my clothes." Qin Zhe pushed his sister's buttocks. Sister went to the hanger in the hallway and brought his clothes. Qin Zhe pulled out his black Hermes wallet. The wallet was filled with colorful credit cards. Each one of them was enough to drive a gold digger crazy. He pulled out a card and gave it to his sister. "Happy New Year. Here, this is your red envelope, not your wife's money." Qin Bao Bao blinked. "So I can spend as much as I want, right? Is it different? Have you ever been soft-hearted when you spend my wife's money?" Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. Qin Bao Bao was speechless, so she chopped his head with her hand. Qin Zhe said, "Isn't your own little treasury enough? Why do you cheat me of my money all day? It's none of your business." Qin Bao Bao chopped again, and said in a low voice, "It's different." She held the credit cards and ran back to her room. Soon after, Suyu's message, "Waiting for good news, waiting for good news, waiting for good news." Qin Zhe, "No, today I want to enter meditation, no, I want to enter meditation." Suyu, "Liar, big liar. Chinze, my sister just came out. I have a hunch that Sister Ziwei will come out later. In short, it's very dangerous tonight. The sound of slippers came. Who are you texting? Wang Zijin's gentle voice. Chinze, don't raise flags randomly. Sister Ziwei, why are you not sleeping so late? Come out. Chinze, I'm browsing Tiba, scolding people, not chatting with anyone. Wang Zijin sat beside him. Bao Bao just came out. Chinze, yes. She was so happy when she went back, holding a credit card in her hand. It's the red envelope I gave her. Sister Ziwei, you have one too. Chinze took out another credit card. I thought I would give it to you tomorrow, thinking you were asleep. Wang Zijin took the credit card, satisfied. Now I can sleep peacefully. Good night, dear. Chinze said, good night, my dear. A few minutes later, so you sent a message. I just heard footsteps. Qin Bao Bao came out again. No, it's Sister Ziwei. Chinze sighed. You come out too, gently, I'll give you a red envelope. Suyu, moi. Alas. Chapter 367. The next morning, he woke up. Chinze glanced at the bright sun outside the window and felt refreshed. I survived the New Year's Eve in Salted Fish Lake. I'm happy. Last night, he thought that he might not survive the cold New Year's Eve. Although the air conditioner was on, his heart was cold. 3 women make a play, this saying was not wrong at all. To sum it up, they could make a fuss. Everything was over, really over, because it was dawn. This time, he could set up flags crazily. The sun was his biggest backer. This morning, the ants were coming to eat at home. Suyu had no reason to stay, and relatives were coming. Even if she stayed, she would be very restrained. Sister Ziwei was the same. Happy. We, the common people, are so happy today. Chinze sang loudly. What are you so happy about? Qin Ma's voice came from the kitchen. It was 7:30 in the morning. Qin Ma and the old man got up. Her mother was making breakfast in the kitchen. The old man sat at the table and looked at his mobile phone. He should be using his mobile phone to read the news. Chinze folded the quilt neatly and stood at the kitchen door with the quilt. Probably I'm glad that I survived another night. By the way, where do I put the quilt? Qin Ma shook her head. Solve the matter as soon as possible. It's useless to waste time. Don't think that your father doesn't urge you. If you don't give him a satisfactory result, he will really hit you. Chinze hummed twice and perfunctorily told his mother that only his mother was good in the world. Qin Ma was always very tolerant of him. Put it in your room. Suyu has already got up. Zijin has also got up. They are all washing up. Wake up your lazy sister. Qin Ma turned and smiled. One is in the bathroom outside, and the other is in the bathroom of my and your father's room. Qin Ma's voice paused and looked at him strangely. What's wrong? Chinze held the quilt with both hands. Is there a flower on my face? No. Qin Ma stopped talking. Oh. Chinze hugged the blanket and turned to greet the old man, who was sitting at the dining table. Good morning, Dad. The old man nodded and looked up. Continue helping your mother at noon. The old man's voice paused, and his expression became strange. Help my mother with what? Chinze hugged the bedding with both hands. You're just like my mother. Your gaze is so strange. Help your mother cook lunch, the old man muttered. You're messing around at home. You don't know how to control yourself. Chinze. Chinze took the quilt to his room and met Suyu coming out of the bathroom, humming a song. Teddy seemed to be in a good mood. Hey, good morning, Chinze greeted. Suyu raised a smile on her cold face. It was as if the ice river melted, particularly bright and beautiful. Morning, you, gif of Suyu's smile gradually disappearing. You have a strange look in your eyes, Chinze repeated. Suyu stared at him fiercely, showing a rare look of anger. At this time, the door of his parents' room opened. After washing up, Sister Ziwei came out refreshed. Sister Ziwei. Chinze's heart moved, silently watching her approach. Gif of Suyu's smile gradually disappearing. It appeared again. Originally, Wang Zijin saw him and subconsciously showed a gentle smile. She came a few steps and looked at his face. Her small face changed, and the smile disappeared. Chinze was shocked at that time. Did my appearance plummet when I woke up? Or was my complexion so bad that I was disfigured? You don't have to say anything. I'll look at myself in the mirror. He hugged the blanket into the bathroom. Chinze stood in the bathroom and stared at himself in the mirror. His mind was full of what the f***ck. The little brother in the mirror was handsome, with sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a clear face. If this face walked on the street, countless good girls would scream, "Look, fast shooter." This was not the point. The point was that there were two bright red lipstick marks on this face, on the left cheek and the corner of the mouth. In addition, Chinze also found that there was a lipstick mark on his neck. Pills. Chinze's eyes were suddenly wet. Chin, the veteran of the stage, Zay. A moment ago, he was still rejoicing. It was dawn, and the bitterness was over. It was all right, and he survived smoothly. As soon as he turned his head, God gave him a slap and said, "Dream on." Who did it? Chinze's heart was full of anger. This New Year's Eve was not happy at all. The sun came out, and it was still haunting him. At the same time, Chinze imagined everyone's psychological activities. Chin-ma, yes, you're my son. You must have had a good time last night. The old man, little red man, you played at home, how did you operate it? He couldn't predict the psychological activities of Suyu and Wang Zijin for the time being, because he didn't know who did it between the two. Did you have a good time last night? Wang Zijin sneered. Oh, I should ask you this. Suyu gritted her teeth. Not you. No, I swear to my integrity, and then, was it you? No, I swear to my integrity. Wang Zijin and Suyu looked at each other and stared at Chinze. Who did it? Not you too. Chinze's mouth twitched. Damn, who did it? Wang Zijin glanced at Suyu suspiciously and said lightly, "It's simple, just ask." She pulled Chinze and pushed open the door of Qin Bao's room directly. Her sister was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. Wang Zijin half knelt on the bed and raised her small hand to spank her butt. "Get up, your brother was molested." Wang Zijin shouted. Qin Bao turned over, frowned and muttered, I didn't molest him, Wang Zijin." She woke up her best friend and pointed to Chinze's face. "Look, did you do it?" Qin Bao looked at Chinze with dilated pupils, and slowly, her eyes became sharper and sharper, staring. "Which little bitch did it?" Suyu said, "Well said, which little bitch?" Qin Bao glared at him. "Wasn't it you? Because you have always liked Chinze, you secretly kissed him in the middle of the night. I have already guessed this kind of plot." Suyu sneered and said, "Do I need to do that?" Chinze, oh, this tone word was used particularly well, and it was easy to let people's imagination run wild. Suyu's language teacher was definitely not a physical education teacher pretending to be. "Why not?" Qin Bao asked. "You can't go on like this. In the next round, you're going to say, because we've already known each other for a long time." Chinze's heart was cold, and he turned his eyes to Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin's little face was pale with anger, leaving a kiss mark on Qin Zai's face. Whether it was Su Yu or Qin Bao, it was a naked provocation to herself. It was like a lion's territory was invaded, and the invader peed comfortably. 3 kiss marks formed a sentence. Hey, your boyfriend tastes a little sweet. Damn it. If it was Su Yu, preferably Su Yu, Wang Zijin must let her know why the flowers were so red. If it was Qin Bao Bao. It seems that the secret can't be hidden, but since you have provoked, then, draw the sword. Chapter 368. Why are you looking at me? Don't you know who kissed you? Wang Zijin said angrily. I fell asleep. Qin Zai said weakly. It's also possible that someone is a thief calling for a thief. Su Yu looked at Wang Zijin meaningfully. This woman, is she aware of the relationship between me and Qin Zai, and then announced the ownership of the territory to me? Hey, which one of you kissed him? What's so good about kissing this pig? Qin Bao Bao tried to belittle Qin Zai. Don't you often kiss him yourself? So, only you can kiss your pig, right? Wang Zijin glanced at her. You kissed him, right? I said I often kiss him. Why do I have to wear lipstick? Qin Bao Bao shrugged. Su Yu nodded and thought it was reasonable. Wang Zijin said faintly, maybe someone is declaring the ownership of the pig, demonstrating. Yes, someone is demonstrating in disguise. Qin Bao Bao looked at Wang Zijin and then at Su Yu. It may also be a signal for someone to attack. Su Yu looked at Qin Bao Bao and said strangely, even if someone kissed your brother, why are you jealous? Qin Bao Bao raised an eyebrow. I'm not jealous. Wang Zijin, hee hee. Damn. It's almost like a werewolf. Qin Zai said in his heart, werewolf, are you going to jump? If you don't jump, I'm going to use my big move. He said, let's compare the lipstick, or which one of you brought lipstick? Su Yu said angrily, this color of lipstick, all women have it. Sister and Sister Ziwei were silent. Bright red lipstick, the color belongs to the general public, and every woman will have it. Qin Zai slept for a night, and it was not as bright as when it was first printed. If you want to compare, you may need a pair of sharp titanium alloy dog eyes. Qin Zai looked at Su Yu again, and finally fell on his sister. He rested his chin on his hand and pondered. Sister Ziwei was so angry that her face turned pale. Su Yu, who was full of jealousy, was trying hard to suppress her unhappiness. He hesitated. Can't it be Mom? Qin Bao Bao looked at him in disbelief. Wang Zijin looked at him in disbelief. Su Yu looked at him incredulously. Qin Zai. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Time to eat. Qin Ma knocked on the door. Seeing that they were all together, she glanced at the lipstick mark on Qin Zai's face and walked away meaningfully. I'm going to wash my face. Qin Zai was embarrassed. In her heart, she wondered if she was a scumbag. However, the way she looked at her mother was full of gossip. Qin Zai washed up and came out. The sisters were eating breakfast quietly. There was millet porridge, a few dishes cooked by Qin Ma, 2 steamed buns, and fried dough sticks. The latter 2 were specially bought by Qin Ma early in the morning. Qin Ma's habit was very strange. Obviously, everything was available outside, but she liked to buy half of it and cook the other half herself. Until Su Yu left, the case was not investigated clearly. Wang Zijin was staying at their house. Qin Ma and the old man knew the identity of Qin Zai's girlfriend. Only the silly girl Qin Bao didn't know. It was completely normal for a girlfriend to spend the new year at her boyfriend's house. Moreover, it was good to take the opportunity to get familiar with Qin Zai's relatives. At noon, his father's relatives came, the eldest aunt's family, the youngest aunt's family, a total of 6 people. Qin Zai introduced his relatives to Wang Zijin. The eldest aunt and the eldest uncle were civil servants working in state-owned enterprises. The eldest uncle was doing well and was a small section chief. Both husband and wife had a golden rice bowl and had 2 houses in Shanghai. The beautiful cousin was called Zhang Yunxi. The youngest aunt was a middle school teacher. As a teacher, she was qualified, but as a mother, she was undoubtedly a failure. At least in the eyes of the youngest uncle, his wife was a failure of a mother. The youngest aunt doted on her son very much, resulting in the rebellious character of the cousin, Jiang Qing. The youngest uncle was a businessman and earned about 2 or 3 million a year. Zhang Yunxi smiled and shouted, "Sister Ziwei, sister." Jiang Qing was much more mischievous. He winked and said, "Is this my cousin-in-law? What a beautiful cousin-in-law. Congratulations, cousin." Wang Zijin half joked and half seriously said, "I'll give you a red packet later." "Thank you, cousin-in-law." Jiang Qing shouted, "Ouch, cousin, why did you cut off my head?" Qin Bao didn't give him a good face and said, "Go away, you're blocking my way." Jiang Qing felt wronged and said, but there's no way behind me." Qin Bao raised her hand and said angrily, "Try talking back again." Jiang Qing was speechless. He looked at Qin Zhe pitifully. Jiang Qing was a shameless person who judged people by their appearance. He loved to stick to Qin Bao since he was young, but he was teased and bullied by his cousin. He was like a rubber ball, kicked away and then rolled back. "My cousin abused me thousands of times, but I treated her like my first love." During the first year of high school, he rushed home and said that he wanted Qin Bao to pretend to be his girlfriend and go to school. He was beaten up by Qin Bao. Jiang Qing pointed at Qin Zhe and said angrily, "Why did my cousin pretend to be my cousin's girlfriend and not me? Boys with girlfriends will have a lot of face in school. My cousin is so hot and beautiful." He was beaten up by Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao both liked to beat him up. He was stubborn and wasn't afraid. His way of thinking was different from those born in the 80s and 90s. "My cousin abused me thousands of times, but I treated him like my first love." After lunch, Qin Zhe snuck to the balcony to smoke. The cold wind was howling. Jiang Qing snuck over and smiled slyly. "Cousin, give me one." Qin Zhe handed him one. He snuck to the corner of the window and lit the cigarette. He took a deep puff and coughed violently. "Don't smoke if you don't know how to." Qin Zhe teased him. "Damn, I always thought that smoking was cool, but it's too suffocating." Jiang Qing wiped his tears. "I have to learn this skill. It's very effective to show off in front of girls. In fact, 90% of women hate the smell of smoke. Cousin hates it too." "Yeah. Then I won't smoke." Jiang Qing stamped out the cigarette and threw it out of the window. "I heard from your mom that you ran away from home again and hid at your aunt's house." Jiang Qing grinned. "That's because my dad always beats me. Aren't you just asking for it?" Jiang Qing felt wronged. "Brother, you can't be like this. What era are we in now? It's not popular to teach people that beating is affection and scolding is love." "I'm not you." Qin Zhe skinned him. "Why don't you try exposing my scars again?" Jiang Qing sighed. "Recently, my dad often said something to my mom. Big brother beat A's since he was young. Look, he's so promising now. It's because you spoiled him too much when he was young that your son became useless." Qin Zhe was speechless. "My poor cousin, my uncle was led astray by my dad." Qin Zhe thought for a moment and said, "What you're pursuing now, in 5 or 10 years, you'll look back and realize how childish and laughable you are. Of course, you might not understand if I tell you this. When we were young, our parents always taught us to study hard or we'll regret it in the future. They never took it seriously. When we grew up and started working, we would know what regret was. But it's too late. It's hard for others to teach you things you haven't experienced. So, I can't be bothered to educate you. Do you want to be as promising as I am? If you want, try to read more books and play less games. It'll be good for you in the future. When I was in school, there were always trash spreading poisonous chicken soup. You can be a boss without studying, and you can make a lot of money without studying. Then, you can drink, smoke, fight, and skip classes. I don't know if you still say such things now. Jiangqing, yes, I hear it often. In the future, if someone says that, you can give them a slap and mislead them. The era of lousy people is over. In the future, society will only pay more attention to accumulation and foundation. If you don't work hard when you're young, you'll just be a delivery man when you grow up, Qin Zhe said. Cousin, delivery men are rich. On Singles Day, they earn tens of thousands a month, Jiangqing said. Qin Zhe, he really couldn't understand this society. Delivery men earn tens of thousands a month, and delivery men earn tens of thousands a month. Forget about the two above. After all, it was hard-earned money. Even the subway beggars earn $1 million a year. I'm just asking if you're frustrated. You have to think about it differently. Qin Zhe said, look, I have 2 companies under my name now. I have tons of money. Lamborghinis, Porsches, Maybachs, and Ferraris. It's up to me whether I want to buy them or not, but whether I can buy them or not. Think about it, isn't it good to drive a luxury sports car and chase after girls? There are secretaries waiting for you in the company. Isn't it good to have a girlfriend? An entertainment company, a whole bunch of models with great figures, and many female celebrities. All of them are waiting for you. Don't you think it's great? Do you crave money? Do you crave for hot sex? As long as you're willing to work hard and study, you'll have secretaries and sports cars. So, young man, set me as your goal and work hard. Jiangqing swallowed. Cousin, you better turn around and take a look. Qin Zhe, I'm not looking. Scram. Qin Zhe said righteously, I was just joking with you. It's the new year, so let's liven things up a little. Although I have 2 companies, I've always kept myself clean. I don't even look at those flirtatious sluts outside. Young man, you have to have a strong character like me. Do you understand? How strong is your character? Sister laughed charmingly. Probably as strong as a banana. Wang Zijin laughed gently. Sister, gentler, gentler. My ears are going to fall off. Ouch, Sister Ziwei, don't hit my chest with your little fist. It hurts. Jiangqing silently watched as his cousin was dragged into the living room. He thought to himself, I'd better walk my own path and let my cousin cry. Liars, they're all liars. I'll never trust my cousin again. Chapter 369. On the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, Qin Zhe drove his parents and sister to his grandmother's house. Wang Zijin was left at home because she did not want to go. Waiting for relatives at home and visiting relatives with the Qin family were 2 different things. The former could be a girlfriend, but the latter must be a wife. His grandmother and uncle lived together. It was quite far from Qin Zhe's house. It was not in the city center, nor was it near the CBD. It was in a more remote location. It was about 40 to 50 minutes away, and there would be traffic jams if it was not serious. There were many people visiting relatives today, and the traffic was very crowded. They left at 8 a.m. and arrived at their destination at 9:30 a.m., Uncle's house. Uncle's house was in a very old neighborhood. The surrounding houses were very old and were very old. Along the way, some places were even being demolished. Half of the old houses were demolished. The construction workers were on holiday for the Lunar New Year, leaving behind dilapidated walls. The car drove into the neighborhood and parked. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao carried many bags and followed behind their parents. I heard that Guang is back. Grandpa Qin said. He just came back a few days ago. This kid finally knows to come home for the Lunar New Year. Qin Ma said helplessly, Mom talks about him all day long. He has no conscience. It's good that he's back. He should be more careful. Grandpa Qin said. Will you persuade him later? Qin Ma said. Forget it. It's not like you don't know my relationship with him. Grandpa Qin snorted. Why do you have such a big grudge? Nonsense. If he didn't snitch on me back then, how would your father know about us? The old man sneered and said, Your father has never even seen me before. He doesn't know anything about my character, so he vetoed me. If your brother didn't speak ill of me, would it be like this? Okay. It's been so many years. You still remember that your character is not good. Qin Ma muttered. Mom, ever since Dad became a professor, he's been coming to Grandpa's house every few days to show off. It's obvious what kind of person he is. Qin Zhe laughed. Are you itching for a beating? Grandpa Qin turned his head and glared at him. 6th floor, room 607. After knocking on the door a few times, the security door was pushed open. A 13 or 14-year-old boy poked his head out. When he saw Qin Ma, he was overjoyed. Aunt, you're here. Qin Ma patted his head, and the family entered the house. The entire house was about 80 square meters and housed a family of 5. Qin Zhe and his sister's grandmother, uncle, aunt, and Su Yu and Su Qing. The TV was on in the living room, and the sound of chopping vegetables could be heard from the kitchen. An old lady in her 70s was sitting on the sofa. She wasn't too old, and her body was healthy. She wore a pair of reading glasses and was watching the TV with great interest. When she heard the sound, she looked over. Mom, Jianzhang and I are here. Qin Ma smiled. Sis. The handsome man beside the old lady grinned. Any adjective could be used to describe him. Sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, jade-like complexion, and spirited. In any case, it wouldn't be excessive. This man was Qin Zhe's uncle, Su Guang, and Qin Ma's younger brother. He was 9 years younger than Qin Ma, a 37-year-old uncle. If he wore a trench coat and leather boots and had a fight on the streets, he would definitely be able to charm thousands of young women. However, he got married quite early and had a family at the age of 20. You're here. The old lady nodded. She was a cold old lady, but when she saw Qin Zhe, her wrinkled and aged face bloomed into a smile. Her tone also became amiable. Ace, come to Grandma. Qin Zhe walked over and held the old lady's hand. Grandma. Let Grandma take a good look at you. You've grown taller and more handsome. The old lady's face bloomed into a smile, but immediately turned serious. You heartless little thing. Don't you know how many times you've come to see Grandma today? It's just the new year, and you're not coming. I'm busy with work. Qin Zhe smiled. That's right, Mom. Ace is now a big boss with 2 companies under his name. He's busy. The uncle laughed and threw a cigarette to Qin Zhe. Ace, when are you going to introduce me to a good job? Why are you giving me a cigarette? The old lady was furious and hit Su Guang a few times. If you like to fool around outside, go ahead. Don't pass those bad habits on to Ace. Ace has been obedient since he was young. Don't you dare teach him bad things. Qin Zhe silently placed the cigarette on the coffee table. He thought to himself, I want to smoke too. Since Qin Zhe was too ordinary since he was young, he was used to pretending to be an obedient child in the eyes of the elders. He would greet everyone he met in sweet talk. He would do whatever the elders said and nod his head. He never disobeyed the elders. Obedient, and sensible were the labels on him. They were the same as mediocre and ordinary. His grandparents loved their grandson very much. The relatives on his father's side liked his sister more. The relatives on his mother's side doted on Qinze more. This had something to do with the preference for boys over girls. His cousin, Su Qing, was also a superborn, just like Qinze. I knew since I was young that A's would definitely be enlightened in the future. Look, is it true? The old lady held Qinze's hand and smiled kindly. In our family, A's is the most capable. Grandma saw you singing on TV. You sang really well. Yaya said that one song of yours can sell for a lot of money. You even know how to invest in stocks. Who's better, you or your dad? The old man gave him a sidelong glance. Qinze thought about it. If he acted cool and slapped his own face in front of the retarded supporting characters and his own father, he would really be slapped in the face. Just as he was about to humbly say that his dad was better, he heard the old lady snort. I think you're better. Your dad doesn't have the ability to start a company. He'll only be like this for the rest of his life. He'll be a teacher for the first 10 years and a professor for the next 10 years. A's is different. When your dad was at your age, he was nothing. But you're already a boss. If your grandfather knows about this, he'll definitely be happy. Don't you think so? Qinze sweated profusely. How am I supposed to continue this topic? My old man's mouth is already twitching. The old lady had hidden needles in her words. She was hinting that the old man used to show off in front of their grandfather for no reason. The old man pretended not to hear it. The old lady's gaze turned and landed on Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao thought to herself. It's finally my turn to shine. I've had enough of sitting on the cold bench. Grandma, Happy New Year. Qin Bao Bao revealed a cute and gentle smile. However, the old lady's attitude towards her granddaughter was obviously different from that towards her grandson. She replied with a nonchalant, Mom, Bao Bao is a big star now. Many people are fighting for her autograph. Uncle laughed. The old lady snorted. What big star? She's just an actress. Wasn't her previous job pretty good? She worked in so many powerful units. She didn't lack any reputation. Why did she have to become a star? In her generation, the harshest sentence was, whores are heartless, actors are unrighteous. Uncle laughed dryly and didn't dare to talk back. The old man and Qin Ma didn't say anything. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. All right, the grandson was a treasure, but the granddaughter was nothing. The granddaughter's singing was good. The granddaughter was a disgraceful actress. Forget it. Anyway, she was used to it. Grandpa and Grandma treated her just as so-so. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. Qin Bao Bao made a face at her grandmother's precious grandson. Ace, your uncle won't be leaving this year. Do you want to help him find a decent job? The old lady looked at her precious grandson hopefully. Mom, who said I won't be leaving? I still have a business outside. I can start my own business. It's just that my business has just started and I invested all my money into it. That's why I can't bring the money back. Uncle scratched his head. He felt that it was embarrassing to ask his nephew to help him find a job. All right. How can I not know what kind of person my own son is? The old lady said with disdain. You're almost 40 years old. You don't care about your family at all. Xiao Ru is the only one working hard. You don't care about your son and daughter. Look at Yaya and Qing. Do they call you Dad? Su Qing pretended not to hear. He looked at his TV and turned a blind eye to his father. Of course, no problem. I'll help Uncle with the job. Qin Zhe thought to himself. The most handsome gatekeeper in history had appeared. The gatekeeper, Grandpa Su. With Uncle's standard, he could only be a gatekeeper. Qin Ma shook her head helplessly. Mom, you go in and help Xiao Ru cook. Mom, let me do it. You sit down and rest. Qin Zhe said. Grandma, I'll help you cook. Why are you cooking? Let your mother do it. It's only right for a mother to cook for her son. Ace, just accompany me. The old lady said. Grandma, I'm good at cooking. I've specially cooked for you today. You can try my cooking. Qin Zhe said. The old lady was pleased. Okay. Then I'll wait here. Qin Zhe could always coax his grandmother with a few words. He was well-behaved, obedient, and filial. He was the perfect child in the eyes of the elders. Grandpa Su also felt that this was impeccable. He was smug and felt that it was all because of his education. As for beating his son, it was not because he was disobedient. It was because he wanted him to be successful. Qin Zhe walked into the kitchen. His aunt was cutting vegetables, and his cousin was washing the vegetables. The 17-year-old girl's figure was as graceful as a newly sprouted willow branch. She was wearing a wine-red sweater with her sleeves rolled up. Her arms were white and tender. She was washing vegetables in the middle of winter, and the house was reluctant to turn on the air conditioner. She was a little cold, and her hands were red from the cold. Aunt, I'll cook lunch. Qin Zhe said. Su Ru turned around abruptly. Her face was filled with surprise, nervousness, and excitement. She looked like a little girl. Chapter 370. There are too many typos in the previous chapter. If I change this chapter, it will disappear. Considering that all of you like to read this chapter, I will not change it. I will take note of it next time. Note, chapter 336 did not disappear. It was me who wrote the wrong chapter name. Sob sob sob. Compared to her daughter, Feng Yu's aunt smiled and joked, you can cook. Can you do it? Don't burn it. It's not easy to order takeout during Chinese New Year. Qin Zhe laughed, let me do it. I will cook something nice for Grandma. Feng Yu's aunt hesitated for a while and nodded, okay. You, help me look after the kitchen. Su Yu pecked his head. Feng Yu's aunt passed the apron to Dong Xuebing and left the kitchen. Su Yu blinked her bright eyes and looked at Dong Xuebing. Her gaze was the same as when she was young. She liked him, but now, there were other emotions like worship. Qin Zhe looked around the kitchen and noticed that there were a lot of ingredients. All of them were good dishes. With Feng Yu's aunt's frugal lifestyle, Dong Xuebing knew that this was definitely bought by his prodigal uncle. His uncle's flaws and strengths were obvious. As a husband and father, he was undoubtedly a failure. But he still had his good points. For example, when he was at his lowest, he lowered his head and borrowed money from his relatives to send his children to school. He also refused to let his grandma stay at Qin Zhe's house. Back then, Qin Ma wanted to bring her grandma home. On one hand, it was out of filial piety, and on the other hand, it was to help her brother share the burden. Dong Xuebing still remembered that year, when he was at his lowest, his uncle insisted that he did not care which mother-in-law would stay at her son-in-law's house. If not, why would she give birth to a son? Qin Zhe looked at his uncle as if he was an idiot. Many years later, when he thought about it, he was impressed. Dong Xuebing and Siyu looked at each other in the kitchen. In the end, Siyu whispered, "Cousin, let me cook. Help me wash the vegetables." Qin Zhe shook his head, "No need. I know how to cook." Siyu tilted her head, "You never enter the kitchen when you were young." Qin smiled and said, "That was many years ago. I'm different now." Suyu lowered her head. "Yes. 10 years. It was almost 10 years. Don't just stand there, help me wash the vegetables. I'll show you what I can do." Qin patted her head. It was a habit from when they were young. Suyu wrinkled her nose and surprisingly didn't resist. Qin took a glance at the girl who had just finished washing and cutting the vegetables. Her knife skills were very nimble. She must have cooked a lot. For a girl of her age and living in a big city, it was very good that she knew how to cook. "You didn't buy any new clothes for the new year?" Qin asked. "Yes." Suyu pursed her lips and pretended not to care. "I'm an adult, not a child. It's not fashionable to buy new clothes for the new year. You don't have money, right?" Qin exposed. Suyu was speechless. She suddenly felt wronged. Cousin was so bad. Actually, it wasn't that she didn't have money. She had money to buy clothes. It wasn't the 1980s anymore. However, her family was in debt. She had an unreliable father. She and her younger brother had to go to school, and it was quite hard to rely on her mother to support them. She chose not to buy new clothes. He cooked a few dishes one after another. The aroma was very fragrant. Suyu swallowed her saliva. When Qin wasn't paying attention, she secretly took a bite. She squinted her long eyelashes, and her face was full of happiness. "Is it delicious?" "It's delicious." Suyu was speechless. Qin suddenly remembered something. That. Well, the female high school student, Wen, does she still bully you?" Suyu shook her head. "No, Chen Yuan always plays with me. She treats me like a sister. No one dares to bully me in school now." Qin said, "Oh." Suyu glanced at him. "Cousin, Chen Yuan probably likes you." Qin expression didn't change. "Get rid of the probably." Suyu grinned and said, "She's always trying to find out about you. She even asked me to ask you out. I just don't know why she doesn't dare to ask you out." Qin sighed. She still hasn't given up. He was proud to have JK who always wanted to do something with him. However, it was more of a burden. An emotional burden. "Your dad isn't going out this year?" Qin asked. "Who knows?" Suyu pursed her lips. "I know he's hiding at home to avoid debt. I overheard him talking on the phone outside the other day. He said that he would return the money after the new year. I don't know how much he owes outside." As she spoke, her eyes filled with tears. She choked and said, "He's always like this. He used to tell Mom that the poorest he could be was begging for food. If he didn't die, he would always make a name for himself." Qin was stunned. He thought, Uncle must have watched too much chicken soup on the internet. This sentence is full of déjà vu. He also said that he would let the family live a prosperous life when he earned money. He said that he had accumulated a lot of experience and was only one step away from success. Qin couldn't help but say, "That's just an illusion. The first of the 3 things in life is that I will always make a name for myself." Suyu was speechless. She choked on her words. Suyu said, "Then at least he's back home. As long as he can find a stable job, sooner or later, the hard times will end and the good times will come. When I graduate from university and find a job, I can share Mom's burden. With Mom and him working together with me, our lives will get better and better." Qin waved his hand. "That's not going to happen. I knew what your dad was like when I was 10 years old. You're already 17, and you still don't know. A leopard can change its spots, but a leopard can't." Suyu stared at him blankly. The mist in her eyes became thicker and thicker. She tried to hold it in, but she couldn't. She burst into tears. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand. She was sad. Why are you crying all of a sudden? Chinze was confused. Because I can't live anymore. Suyu cried. Despair. Hope is right in front of you. Don't despair. Chinze patted her head and wondered, it's been more than 10 years, and you're only feeling despair now. Why are you so slow to react? Well, I'm not washing the vegetables for you anymore. I'm going to look for Big Ant. Suyu slapped his hand away and walked to the living room while crying. As soon as she reached the door, she was blocked by Qin Bao. Qin Bao asked blankly, why are you crying? The sisters' dressing was very different. Qin Bao was as delicate as a white swan, while Suyu was Cinderella. There was a saying that went like this, Cinderella was chosen by the prince because she was beautiful. Therefore, those girls who fantasized that they were Cinderella should look in the mirror first. Maybe you're actually an ugly duckling. Oh, not even an ugly duckling. At least you have the genes of a swan. Life was full of despair. Cousin bullied me. Suyu cried. Chinze was confused. He didn't know why, but he was blamed. What are you doing? You bullied Yu. Do you believe that I won't beat you up? Qin Bao patted her cousin's head. I didn't bully her. She must have remembered something sad. Chinze said, why did you come in? I'm a little hungry, so I came in to find something to eat. Qin Bao saw the delicious food on the table and threw her teary cousin aside. She took out her chopsticks and took a few bites. She said happily, delicious. Don't eat too much. Leave some for everyone. Chinze had his back to the door and didn't know that Suyu hadn't left. He said while cooking, you just said that uncle came home and wouldn't leave in the future. She also said that when she graduates and finds a job, uncle will also find a job. Then the family will have 3 incomes and their lives will get better and better. Qin Bao. She laughed and said, that's a good idea, little girl. It's been more than 10 years. Who doesn't know what uncle is like? His mother and grandmother have lost all hope in him. Sigh, a 17-year-old in the prime of youth loves to fantasize. I'm so envious. Sister, you don't have to be envious. Yu is 17. You're 18, Chinze flattered. Then shouldn't I call you brother? Qin Bao said angrily. No, I'm 17. 5, Chinze said shamelessly. The siblings were chatting when they suddenly heard a sobbing sound. They turned to look and saw Suyu wiping her tears and rushing out of the door. She didn't leave. I didn't notice. It's all over. Qin Bao. By the way, should we help uncle? Qin Bao asked. Of course we should help. But we can't help unconditionally, Chinze said. Qin Bao rolled her eyes. Why don't you send someone to disguise him and throw him into the Huangpu River? You can fish him out when he's about to suffocate. He'll be honest next time. Chinze thought for a moment and said softly, Sister, that's our uncle. Isn't that too much? Also, where did you learn to throw him into the Huangpu River? Qin Bao, I learned it from Sister Man. Her catchphrase is really strange. She always likes to throw people into the Huangpu River. Chinze thought to himself, you're no better. It's really strange. You always like to call me a maggot, a black-hearted maggot. Black-hearted maggot, hurry up and cook. Why are you in a daze? I can smell something burning. You don't understand. It's only delicious when the fat is fried. In the living room, Suyu stood in front of her family with red eyes. Her father looked at her and said nothing. Her grandmother looked at her and said nothing. Her brother was watching TV with great interest. Her mother asked, "What's wrong?" Suyu said sadly, "Cousin bullied me." Her mother said, "Oh." Her uncle said, "It's common." Her grandmother laughed. "Why are you still the same as when you were young? You always say that your cousin bullied you." Chin Ma and old master, ah. Suyu, then I was born to be bullied by my cousin. Suyu felt wronged. Yes. If it was 100 years ago, it would be good to marry you to your cousin. Her father smiled cheekily. But she and Bao Bao would fight every day. Bah, you only know how to talk nonsense. Chin Ma said angrily. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Chin Bao Bao came out of the kitchen. When she heard this, she glared at her uncle. She had never been nice to her uncle. There was a knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. It was very loud. Suyu opened the door. There were 4 or 5 men standing outside with cigarettes in their mouths. Chapter 371. Suyu stood at the door and did not move aside. She looked at the unfamiliar men and asked timidly, "Who are you looking for?" The leader took out his cigarette and threw it on the ground. "Su Guang lives here." Suyu was used to girls who came to collect debts. In the past few years, it was the most annoying at the end of the year. There would always be groups of debtors coming to collect debts. Suyu, who had been through all kinds of debt collection methods, was a little scared, but she did not panic. She said calmly, "You've got the wrong person." Then, she was about to close the door. "Yes, this is the address on your ID card." The leader pushed the door open and said in a foreign accent. Suyu was a little girl, so she was definitely not as strong as an adult man. Moreover, she looked like a burly man. The group of people rushed into the house. The leader smiled. "Su Guang, it's time to pay back the money." In the house, everyone's heart sank. The uncle, who was sitting with his legs crossed, suddenly froze. He quickly got up and smiled like a grandson. He bowed slightly. "Brother Lu, why are you here? If I don't come, how can you pay back the money?" The leader sat down casually. "Didn't we agree to celebrate the new year together?" The uncle looked embarrassed. "Can you be merciful and let me celebrate the new year?" "What money? Who do you owe money to again? Didn't you pay back the loan sharks?" Grandma's expression was indescribable. She grabbed her son's hand. "You owe money again." The uncle looked bitter. "Mom, I lost money in the stock market this year." "How much do you owe?" "Not much." "I'm asking you how much you owe." Grandma yelled, her eyes red. 3 million. The leader stretched out 3 fingers and said slowly, "The interest has accumulated. It's now 5 million. 3 million, even though she knew what kind of person her son was, and even though he had paid back more debts than that, 3 million was enough to crush a family that went from rich to poor. "You bastard, I should have strangled you to death. Why don't you die outside? Don't come back and implicate our children." Grandma hit the uncle hard. "Mom, this is not a gamble. This is called an investment." "An investment." The uncle defended himself. The old man's mouth moved, and it took him a long time to hold back his laughter. "You will invest." "Excuse me, the finance professor, for laughing. Brother Lu, how long has it been? There's no need for you to come all the way here. I'll definitely pay you back after the new year." "We've already agreed on it," Uncle said in a low voice. "I know what kind of person you are. If this drags on, you really won't be able to pay it back. As lenders, we have to leave some leeway for others." Brother Lu laughed and said, "This house is not bad, but the location is not good." After all, it is in Shanghai. It can be sold for 4 to 5 million. His uncle's expression changed. Bah! Grandma said, don't even think about it. We won't sell the house. Then return the money. Brother Lu muttered, damn old woman, who are you trying to be unreasonable with? Watch your mouth. Qin Ma frowned. His aunt said angrily, we don't have money, and we won't sell the house. Brother Lu scoffed. The one who borrows money is the boss. This trick won't work here. His aunt's aura weakened. You still want to beat people up? Nonsense, we won't do anything illegal. Your house is not bad. We will stay here. It's tiring to run around outside during the new year. We can even eat good food. Brother Lu clicked his tongue and said, you don't say, it's really good. Brothers, go to the kitchen and serve the dishes. The specialty of lenders, mystery, chewing gum technique. If they don't return the money, they will stay here. Brother Lu said, brother, let me teach you a trick. It's best to borrow money during the new year. We will stay here with you. When our relatives and friends come to visit, we will borrow money from them. It's okay if we don't have money. Let's think of a solution together, right? As he spoke, Brother Lu pulled up his sleeves and revealed a hideous tattoo. Everyone's face turned pale. Grandma said, let me tell you, loan sharks are not protected by the law. Be careful, we will call the police. Brother Lu was not afraid at all. Come. Pass the phone to her. Let her call the police. One of the underlings threw the phone on the table. Call the police. Whoever is afraid is a coward. The group of people laughed. Brother Lu rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, loan sharks are not protected by the law. Are legal terms and conditions protected? What if the police come? Is the law not allowed to collect debts? Besides, we didn't beat anyone up, right? The underlings, we are professionals. Just call them. We gave you the phone. Ha ha ha. Mom, I really didn't want to gamble this time. I wanted to make a lot of money to show my filial piety to you. Who knew? Uncle frowned. He planned to run away after the new year. He had promised the loan sharks that he would come back after the new year. Who knew that they would not play by the rules? The old master glanced at his brother-in-law. He remembered that he had said the same thing back then. When the creditors came, he swore to his family and relatives that he would never gamble and work obediently. Again and again. Now, even his relatives were avoiding him. He was at his wit's end and had no choice but to beg him for help. He almost knelt down and sold a house to help him pay off his debt. His father-in-law used to be a manager in a state-owned enterprise. He was rich and powerful. In the 1990s, the problems accumulated by state-owned enterprises broke down one after another. The employees were laid off. His father-in-law originally had a place to go. The state arranged for him to be a small leader in a government office. However, he resigned and started a business. When he retired, his family had 4 houses in Shanghai and more than 2 million in savings. TSK. At that time, they were much richer than the Qin family. Later, he handed the business to his son. 3 years later, the small company went bankrupt. Su Guang was ambitious but incompetent. He was unwilling to give up and always wanted to make a comeback. Then, his investment failed. He went to gamble and lost everything. After more than 10 years, he still could not make a comeback. He sold the house, lost all his savings, and was still in debt. Life was full of despair. In the kitchen, Qin Bao stood by the door and eavesdropped. He's going to sell the house. His sister walked back and whispered, it's time for us to perform. That loan lender is trash, Qin Zhe muttered. I can't believe he didn't do anything. Give him a good beating. Beat him to death. Uncle, this guy, if he doesn't taste the despair of the abyss, he won't learn his lesson. His sister glanced at him. That's why you keep pretending. Just now, you said that your uncle can't be too cruel. Also, what if we hurt Mom, Dad, and Grandma? You don't know Dad. If we fight, Dad will be the first to protect Mom and Grandma. Then, he will watch the show happily. The loan sharks are not lunatics. They won't beat people up. Qin Bao Bao did not speak for a long time. They're evil maggots. The family stopped talking. The atmosphere was tense. Brother Lu stared at his younger brother. What are you waiting for? Go and get the food. Aren't you hungry? The younger brother understood. Unless it was a last resort, it was not good to beat people up. However, disgusting things should not be said with words. It should be done with actions. Don't think that we loan sharks are paper tigers. The younger brother thought of a very powerful sentence. Don't say that I didn't warn you. The younger brother looked around and walked to the kitchen. Chapter 372. The younger brother walked to the kitchen. The closer he got to the kitchen, the stronger the aroma was. It was not easy for them to run all the way to collect debts. However, every time they collected debts, they would get a high commission. The more debts they collected, the more commission they would get. In fact, the company had planned to put Su Guang's money aside for a while and wait for the interest to increase. However, they later found out that Su Guang was a professional debt collector. He was a professional at running away. They might not see him even if they stayed at his house for a year. This was very naughty. They could not keep an eye on the orphan and widow. If the one being harassed was not the creditor, the police would still take care of it. If it was more than 10 years ago, they would have caught the woman at home and sold her. Look at the little girl outside. She was so pretty. The younger brother thought, Su Guang did not even bother to do a paternity test. She was obviously his biological daughter. The younger brother walked into the kitchen and was shocked. He saw a girl who was as beautiful as a flower. As an experienced driver, he subconsciously looked up. She was wearing a pair of pencil pants. Her legs were straight and long, slender and even. She was wearing a white knitted top. Her chest was heavy. She was tall, about the same as him. It was rare to see a woman with such a domineering figure. Further up, there was a face that could cause the downfall of a country. The curve of her cheeks was very beautiful. She had an oval face that was sharp and pretty. Her curly hair was draped over her shoulders, and her eyes were bright like stars. Although she was very beautiful, she seemed a little familiar. F***CK, it's Qin Bao Bao. The younger brother shouted. He grabbed his phone and took 3 consecutive photos of Qin Bao Bao. Boss, Qin Bao Bao is here. Qin Bao Bao was caught off guard. She cursed in her heart. F***CK, you're a quick-witted idiot. Hurried footsteps sounded. A group of people rushed over. It's really Qin Bao Bao. She's so beautiful. I didn't know she was so beautiful without makeup. I thought she was wearing makeup. Her figure is so good. She's indeed a goddess. But why would a relative of a goddess owe so much money? I want an autograph. I want to take a photo with her. Useless. You can even ask her to accompany you for a meal. Otherwise, we'll expose this matter. The underlings discussed animatedly as they took out their phones to take pictures. Get out. Qin Bao covered his face as he closed the door. Brother Lu held the door open and was pleasantly surprised. Su Guang is your relative. No wonder you've been hiding in the kitchen. Qin Bao Bao, let's talk outside. Yo, the stock god is here too. Brother Lu looked at Qinze again. Bring the dishes out. Let's talk while we eat. Qinze said indifferently, let's talk outside. He led everyone to the living room. The loan sharks really knew how to pick the right time. At this moment, it seemed a little difficult to stay out of it. Although his uncle was a prodigal, he was really good to Qinze when he was young. Before he squandered all the money in the family, he would often bring snacks and toys to his house. The thing that Qinze looked forward to the most every weekend was his uncle's visit. His handsome uncle had the air of a big boss. The moment he came to visit, he gave him a hug and brought gifts and snacks. At that time, Qinze was not rich and did not buy many snacks and toys. Otherwise, his sister would not have encouraged the little pervert to steal change to buy popsicles and lick them. Why don't you return your uncle's money? Brother Lu, who had learned about Qin Bao Bao's niece from Su Guang, sat on the sofa casually. The sofa was not big. The elders in the family were sitting, Qinze and Qin Bao Bao were standing, and Brother Lu alone took up half of the sofa. I don't have money. Grandma was stubborn. She turned her head and insisted. How can you not have money? You're a big star. You can get millions or even tens of millions just by filming a movie. I heard that you can get even more if you drink with a big boss. Brother Lu laughed. Grandma suddenly looked at Qin Bao Bao with a sharp gaze. Grandma, my sister won't drink with people. She's in my company. I run an entertainment company. Qinze explained. Grandma squeezed out a smile and said, Ace is so capable. I'll believe everything you say. Don't lie to me. If your sister drinks with men, I'll pretend that I don't have a granddaughter. Qinze was the first male of the Qin and Su families in this generation. Grandma and Grandpa cherished him very much. Brother Lu sneered. Our rule here is that the dead person's debts are cleared. You can go to the rooftop. The elders' expressions changed. Aunt said, then, Bao Bao, why don't you help your uncle? Aunt's eyes flashed with shame and hope. Suyu bit her lips and looked at Qinze. Her eyes were the same as her mother's. What help? Grandma interrupted again. Isn't selling one house enough? Another 3 million. Is your sister's money picked up from the sky? Just to clean up your man's mess. Don't even think about it. I'd rather sell the house and let the whole family go hungry. Her tone gradually became flustered and exasperated. Tears welled up in her eyes. Why am I not dead yet? Let me die early so that I can meet your father. Out of sight, out of mind. Qin Ma's eyes reddened. She turned and glared at her husband. Grandpa. What did I do wrong? Why are you glaring at me? I haven't said anything from the beginning. If you don't believe me, you can read the previous chapter. I definitely didn't say anything. Why are you glaring at me? I'm so confused. Of course, he didn't know. However, Qin Ma knew the reason why her mother didn't let her fork out the money. A few years ago, when she knew that her daughter and son-in-law were unhappy about the sale of the house, her grandma talked to Qin Ma about it. She was afraid that her daughter's family would be ruined because of this. It was said that a son-in-law was half a son. However, he wasn't a biological son after all. Even if he was a biological brother, he wouldn't throw money away like this. A house was worth a few million. No matter how generous one was, they would still have objections. At that time, Qinze and Qin Bao Bao were both young. If they were to divorce because of this, the child would be the one suffering. Now, he was already in his 40s. After so many years, there was another 3 million. Who said that people in their 40s and 50s wouldn't divorce? Aunt's already weak aura instantly disappeared. She silently wiped her tears. Suyu lowered her head sadly. Su Qing glared at her father. I think you should pay it back. 3 million isn't a lot to you. Brother Lu looked at Qin Bao Bao and then at Qin Zhe. He said, we've already taken the photos. How much do you think it'll sell for on the internet? Think about it. Qin Bao Bao's relative owes huge loan sharks, or Qin Bao Bao leaves her relative in death, man silent, woman crying. It's not good for your reputation either. I know you. The internet says that you're a clean stream in the entertainment industry. There are no scandals or messy things. If it's exposed that you're stingy and that you're indifferent to your own uncle's plight, your image will be ruined. Qin Zhe resisted the urge to complain. He thought to himself, you were the editor of the breaking news department last time. Actors nowadays are most afraid of having their image ruined. Look, when you have a girlfriend, your image will be ruined. Actors will keep a low profile. When you remarry, your image will be ruined again. You'll keep a low profile again. If you keep a low profile for half a year or a year, how much less money will you earn? Brother Lu sneered. Brother Lu cheered himself on in his heart. He said those words in front of Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe with a fake smile. He felt that he had transformed from a debt collector into a big shot in the entertainment industry. In the future, he could even brag. Qin Bao Bao is nothing. During the new year, I even looked down on her. In front of a big star, I'm actually so impressive. 666 Qin Bao Bao looked at her younger brother. This matter was quite troublesome. 3 million was not a lot to the siblings now. The key was that with her uncle's unscrupulous character, she felt that she would be done for if she had to clean up his mess again. But if she did not help. After all, he was her mother's biological brother. If she did not help him this time, her aunt would probably get a divorce, right? Her grandmother was old and needed someone to take care of her. Her cousins were still in school. Divorce would be a troublesome matter. When the assets were divided, it was not certain who would get the house. Because her uncle was always in the wilderness, and her aunt was working hard to look after the crystal alone, the legal judgment would definitely favor her. Ding! System notification, there is no mission. The system appeared and said in a shocked tone, Host, this is such a good opportunity, but you don't have the slightest desire to show off. Every time you appear, it feels like an old friend reuniting. I almost forgot about you. Qin Zhe said in his heart. There are many people who have forgotten about me. The system said bitterly. Why are you acting cool in front of your family? Everyone knows that I'm rich. Qin Zhe said. Fine, I admit defeat. The system went offline. I'll pay for this. Qin Zhe said. Since his sister threw the responsibility to him, of course he would accept it. As a man, his sister only needed to be responsible for crying. Why don't you come out with me? I'll bring you to the bank. Brother Lu was stunned. Can you withdraw money from the bank now? It should be the holidays now, right? If you can't withdraw money, why are you here to collect debts? Qin Zhe said in a huff. Actually, they did not plan to get the money. If they were so straightforward, the debt collectors would lose their jobs. At first, they planned to pester them so that they could not have a peaceful new year. When they got impatient and went crazy, they would return the money. You want to go to the bank with this small amount of money? I have a lot of money in my safe. Qin Zhe was careless and showed off again. Then I'll go with you. They can stay. Brother Lu said. It's the new year. Are you trying to embarrass me here? Are you afraid that I'll stand you up? Do you know that? Do you think I won't smash you with a coin? Brother Lu was speechless. Qin Zhe turned his head and said, Grandma, I'll bring them to withdraw money. Grandma was in tears. She wanted to say something but could not. After a moment of sobbing, she said, I really want him to die. Uncle looked embarrassed. He looked at Qinzhe and seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. He felt guilty and grateful. Actually, if Su Yao had lent him the money, this would not have happened. But that grandson of his did not help him. The group left and followed Qinzhe out of the door, took the elevator, and left the neighborhood. After Qinzhe left the building, he turned a corner and brought them to the flower bed behind the building. Uncle's building was at the edge of the neighborhood. In front was the building, and behind was the wall and green belt. Anyway, no one would see it. As for whether the people upstairs would see it or not, Qinzhe did not care. He took off his jacket and moved his neck like on TV. His bones cracked. Ding! Mission hint, beat the loan shark until he starts to doubt his life. Success will reward 300 points. Failure will deduct the same amount of points. The system was in tears. Salted fish, you're finally hard for once. What, do you want to do it? Are you sure? Brother Lu glanced at him. Even if you're a celebrity, we can still do it. His lackeys surrounded him.